Good morning, folks. It's 9 a.m. We'll try to get started in a few moments. I'd ask council members who can hear to start to move towards their seats, please. Good morning. Yes. Morning.
Jim's going to take questions related to council and then Hazel will take your questions.
Okay. You don't need it. We're just waiting a moment for us to have a quorum of the Finance Committee. Thank you, XXI, for being here and getting the stream going. We'll get started in just hopefully about 2 to 3 minutes here. Councilmember Martin? We need to call the roll. You make a quorum. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Our stream is going, right? We're good to go? Wonderful, thank you. Welcome to the second day of the City Council's 24-25 budget hearings. My script says since we have everyone in place, I'd ask the clerk to call the roll, but I'll make a quick adjustment. We have enough people in place, so I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Sure. Good. Councilmember Gruber.
Here.
Councilmember Martin.
Here.
Councilmember Monroe. President Melendez.
Here.
Thank you.
And I'd like to note that we are joined this morning by Councilmember Lightfoot, Councilmember Patterson, Councilmember Smith. Hopefully we'll have everyone else here fairly soon. To my colleagues this morning, we'll begin the hearings with the Department of Information Technology. And then we're gonna roll right into the Department of City Council and Clerk. We'll then take a break and have the library before breaking for lunch. And then this afternoon we'll hear from the Department of Recreation and Human Services, and then the Department of Emergency Communications, and finally the Fire Department. So today is day 2. Yesterday we had a lot of wonderful conversation. I appreciate the mayor and the administration for being present and asking a bunch of questions, answering a bunch of questions. I will say we should have time today with some breaks to make sure that any council members who have questions that they wanted submitted in writing just connect with James, Jenna, the rest of the staff, and make sure that everything is up to date, because we're going to want to make sure we get those questions submitted very rapidly. I know the budget director is eager to get those questions and to answer them. So we'll make sure to leave some time for that this morning as well. So moving right into IT, Bill, we won't make this an exit interview, but it's not every day that we get an opportunity to have a commissioner or a in this case a CTO produce a budget. And Bill, when is your last day exactly?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Wow. Well, again, congratulations, Bill. Thank you for all your service. And I'd love to ask you to both introduce your team, make any opening remarks, and on top of that, the question I really want to ask you, and I can come back to this after you introduce the team and make your remarks, is really what condition are you leaving the IT department in? Tell us about what we should be really excited about.
Okay. Thank you, council members. Appreciate that. I want to start by saying thank you to the mayor for his trust in me for these 2 years. I was hoping it was going to be longer, but things have transpired to prevent that. Thank you to the administration, the council, for everybody's kindness. This is by far the best job I have ever had. I say it all the time. I'm going to go out on that. I never would have left, but things transpired that made me have to do so. So it's a great place to work. I can't wait to turn it over to Harriet Fisher. She will do a fine job with you, and she's a wonderful person too, and I respect the you-know-what out of her. Anyway, I have Tim Keller, my Director of Operations. Behind me, you have Joe Rossi, Chief Information Security Officer, Richard White, the Network Manager. We have Mike Ross is not here, he's Platform Manager. You have Ethan Hargarther, the Supervisor of Client Services, Chris Kite, Data and Digital Services Manager. I have to keep looking. Who am I missing? Joe. Okay, that's it. We got everybody. Okay. So thank you again. The IT department is in one of the best places I think it's been for years. We are moving steadily ahead with the removal of the mainframe with the help of the PMO. They have been instrumental. Those projects are moving even faster than I had hoped. I would love to hear that in 3 years the mainframe is in an archival state and no longer the lifeblood of many issues and many programs that are necessary here at the city at this time. It's way too important to us. We have to get off of it. The mayor has had his support with that, and I appreciate that very much. I don't, for 1 minute, we are fully staffed for the first time. We are bringing on a young intern, Trey Reese, to fill a position that we have held for him. He is a wonderful young gentleman who will be joining the network team. And we have one vacancy that we will fill, but Harriet will look into how she wants to take care of that. But I think the IT department is in a very good place.
Thank you. And I want to dig in a little bit. We don't oftentimes get the luxury of time talking to any department. We might have a little bit here. So I'd love to not be rushed and ask you to give us a little bit of a sense of the transition off the mainframe. We've spent a lot of money on it. I think that's every dime has been well spent. That is not it's not the sexiest part of government, but it's probably it's the backbone, right? It's what makes things work ultimately. So can you help us understand what are the challenges or the potential barriers ahead to the 3-year vision that you said, where it's in a fully archival state? What is still on the mainframe? What functionalities?
Some of the programs that are still on there are accounts receivable, tax billing, parking violations. There's some water billing, water metering, some small other programs. There's 6 or 7 small programs. The large one, though, are the finance, as the director is fully aware, that need to come off of there. We are still very much involved with the mainframe when it comes to our tax billing each year. That has to end.
So the way that we receive dollars is still tied into this
Yes.
fairly archaic piece of
Yes.
technology.
Yep.
So what's the timeline look like for that to be done?
I can defer to the actual date because Harriet will know better than I from the PMO, but I believe we will be on Infor public sector for the tax billing in 25.
Yes, we're going to be off the mainframe by the end of 2026. So we have over 24 systems that we are replacing. So it's not just the mainframe that's being replaced, but it's also Microsoft Access applications, which are also some legacy systems. So there's over 24 systems in total that will be replaced by the end of 2026. So for the tax billing, we are our accounts receivable project that's going on right now that is making really great progress, and we expect to do some parallel testing this year. When we do our tax billing process this year, we're going to do parallel run with our new Infor public sector software in the mainframe.
Wonderful.
So we're making good progress with that.
So at its base, I mean, I think the simplest question to ask is, does the budget that we see in front of us, does the budget that has been proposed, does it have everything this department needs to get this work done?
Yes, it does. All the programs are in play. They're running in parallel, some of them. We are budgeted and contracted for the mainframe until the end of 27. I don't want to go past that if possible. The mainframe costs us about $1.3 million a year overall. Some of the challenges you asked about, Mitch, were it's almost impossible to find people to support the environment anymore. I have 2 contractors and 2 full-time people.
Sorry, it's almost impossible to find what?
People to support the environment.
Got it.
Yeah. It's just not, you just can't. You have to go contract. They won't sit here in the city. I found 2 contractors that are working and filling in, but our 2 people who are here, they have both expressed their possible departure from the city as they, want to move on to their retirement also.
And when you say support the environment, you're talking about the environment of the legacy infrastructure.
The legacy, right.
The new
New one is fully supported. Yeah, the Infor public sector is fully supported.
Got it.
Yes. So it's one of the challenges.
Wonderful. Thank you for filling us in there. I'd ask council members if they have any IT questions they'd like to ask. Councilmember Lightfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the time and the effort that our staff puts into coming up with questions, and so I always like to try to ask them since I spend so much time doing them. IT has no bilingual positions. Is there a plan in place to change that? Does that plan include recruiting IT professionals who are bilingual?
So we looked this over, Willie, and said since IT is not public facing per se, there are a few individuals on our team that do speak bilingual, but we don't have it in the plan to actually hire somebody who is specifically bilingual because we don't publicly face day to day with people. Go ahead.
But I think overall diversity in information technology is a challenge that we have to improve on. across the department. Because when you look at the city's diversity numbers, where we suffer the most is departments like IT. The city is probably the most diverse it's been in terms of the workforce numbers, and Rose can share those numbers with you. But areas like IT, law, are two areas where we have to work on overall having overall diversity, and that includes includes individuals that speak other languages, but just diversity in general. And I know that's something that HR will be looking at as we continue to go forward to make sure that diversity is evenly distributed across all of the departments that we have, and that includes IT.
Thank you for that. Cybersecurity is a major issue facing all organizations globally. How does this budget specifically invest in cybersecurity, and what is the long-range plan related to this area of IT?
Thank you for that. I'll let Joe Rossi, my Chief Information Security Officer, answer that. Thank you.
Good morning, Council Member.
Morning.
Great question. The budget invests in cybersecurity in three core areas. First, expanding our services to protect city users 24/7, rather than in previous years the focus was 8 to 5 on weekdays. Secondly, we're updating our processes and technologies to deal with the latest threats, including how ransomware has evolved over the past year, shifting to not only preventing users from accessing their data, but extorting and then threatening them to even release it to the public. Updates to our technology that allows staff to focus more on data privacy and growing cybersecurity education to our users, as our users are our primary line of defense.
Yes, and thank you for that. My final question, Mr. Chairman, to the administration. IT, information and technology. One of the things that can be challenging is the digital divide, right? How do you manage that challenge with such a growing senior population? And oftentimes a lot of our issues, if you will, that we have in city government with our constituents many times is a communication issue, or them being able to access information or be able to properly utilize technology. So how do you manage that, and what in this budget addresses that gap, if you will, of information and technology and the digital divide?
So there are a number of different ways that we try to address that. I don't know how successful we are at times, but we are increasing bandwidth, we're increasing the availability of Wi-Fi, we are increasing the number of PCs available, the number of programs available, gaming situations at rec centers, at the library, supporting that. I would ask if anybody on my team would if they want to weigh in on that. Richard or anybody, feel free. I think that our biggest challenge is going to be making sure that whoever needs to engage with constituents, since we are not, as I said, the public-facing entity that we're the people behind the scene, you know, the Wizard of Oz, the guy behind the curtain. We have to make sure that everybody who deals with the public has everything they need and every type of communication method they need, whether it be, I'm going to go do a pop-up event at a park. Okay, well, we're going to put a Wi-Fi up for you so everybody can use Wi-Fi and you can get, making sure that the technology that makes sense is available everywhere it needs to be if it's not there already. I think that's going to be the biggest challenge. I think every city is seeing that right now.
Bill, can I just add to that too? So one thing that this budget particularly addresses is that we are upgrading and increasing our Wi-Fi and coverage in city buildings. So that's going to create more hotspots in neighborhoods, right? So now people will have free access to internet, right? They can go into our center, into the neighborhood service center, and access our internet. So we are addressing that with this budget by upgrading that technology so they can do so.
I would say I certainly appreciate that, because oftentimes when I pull up to my barbershop on Jefferson, I have took me a while to understand why I would have this great congregation of kids hanging around on their phones, because they're tapped into the shop's Wi-Fi, and then they come in to do that. So I appreciate that. I think that is very needed. And I also would say, just to say kudos to the administrations for, I can't say it enough, during the COVID, those portable Wi-Fis available in the library was phenomenal.
Yeah.
And so those types of things I think are very helpful to community, and the way extending Wi-Fi is very important as well too. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
President Melendez, followed by Councilmember Martin.
Yes, good morning. And Bill, thanks for your service to the city.
My pleasure.
So just jumping on the public Wi-Fi conversation, and I wouldn't expect this to be in this budget, but I'm thinking about the future and future CIPs and the opportunities to do something. So when it comes to public parks, what is our, where there is not a facility attached to it, what is our opportunities potentially to expand access to internet in public spaces like parks?
So I don't want to throw my network team under the bus, but Richard, if you want to expand, go ahead. But what I'm going to say is we now have cellular capability. As long as we can find a pole with power that's secure and things like that, you can put Wi-Fi almost anywhere now. But Richard, go ahead and expand on that, please.
Good morning. Currently, we're working on adding wireless capabilities and improving wireless capabilities at some of our parks like MLK. We're working on places like Parcel 5, the public market. So we are actively deploying Wi-Fi at city public spaces, some of them being parks.
So not looking for a commitment today, but I think what I'm hoping to see is, if not this year, in a future budget year, that we as a city commit to going towards public Wi-Fi in every city park. And it's a conversation I'll continue after budget, and I appreciate the knowledge base to know that we can do this. It's just going to take some investment in time and energy, but I definitely would like to get moving in that direction. Another question is related to, let me just find it here in the book. Yeah, so related to the migration away from the mainframe and the opportunities to, I guess, get out of the Stone Age a little bit and into more use of different various applications. I know that there's limitations based on security to certain apps being utilized by the city. With respect to things like, I'm just going to pick one because I know it's one we can't use, Calendly, which I've asked about before. What are the opportunities to create pathways for technology that would, in my estimation, help council members with scheduling and things like that? Because I think Outlook certainly is a useful tool and we all use it. But when it comes to having the ability to do more with applications, I think there are applications out there that could be useful if the city, if it can integrate with the city security. So just want to get a sense of what are some of the barriers in that space.
IT is always open to looking at any program that will help bring better efficiency to people. There are a couple of factors that we always have to, as you said, integration, and of the utmost is security. So,
yeah, and I just want to say the security piece is very important, and this is a shout out to not a shot to folks, but everyone in this building was supposed to take and is supposed to take the security training, and the percentages are horrible right now of everyone needs to take that training, and I think that's a focus for us. It's great for us to have a lot of these bells and whistles, but because the city still has so much of the security risk, if you look around other cities and the challenges that they have had related to security, malware in particular, and things that have been able to infiltrate our infrastructure and do that would be disastrous for us, because I think people forget that we run a lot of systems that affect the day-to-day lives of folks. So we have to be very circumspect on any type of applications that we add. So some of the great ones that people might like, you might like TikTok, you might like Calendly and some of these other things. I think they're nice to have, but I personally take a hard line in terms of in terms of a lot of the extra stuff that we add on cities' websites, just because I'm familiar with what happens in a lot of the other cities that have had ransomware attacks and other things. So we have to be very careful for that. But I did just want to again stress the importance of folks making sure that they take this mandated information security training, because I think that really provides people with an understanding of why we can't have some of these things, and if we do have some of these things, how they need to be able to be used. So yeah, there's that. The other thing is, I know there was a conversation about Wi-Fi and expanding Wi-Fi in public. One of the things I want to say is the county has taken the lead on that. They have allocated millions of dollars to the city of Rochester for the city of Rochester related to Wi-Fi. So we probably will have more on what that plan is going to look like as it rolls out. There was a lot of money in the Inflation Reduction Act as well as the infrastructure bill. Most of that money flows from the feds to the state to the counties. So when it comes to Wi-Fi expansion, that's another thing that we're not going to take on ourselves. We're going to leverage county dollars in order to expand Wi-Fi capabilities. And on city facilities is where we can take that lead. But in terms of the expansion of Wi-Fi, that is a responsibility that will lie with the county, just like homelessness and some of the other things do. We will work with them. We will liaison with them. We have a representative on the countywide Wi-Fi committee, technology committee, whatever it is they call it. But there are millions of dollars that are slated to come to the city, particularly to make sure that we could possibly get to a point where we could have free Wi-Fi. Before, there was another proposal that was talked about that didn't go anywhere, where we thought we could use our school buildings as hubs to be able to get Wi-Fi out across the community. So great opportunity there for us to make sure we have Wi-Fi coverage across the city.
So, Mayor, just one final follow-up. So that Wi-Fi access, are we considering, or is the committee considering public parks as part of that? Do you know? Yeah,
I hope so. I mean, I think they'll look at they'll look at everywhere. And the good thing is, you remember yesterday we were talking about the zip codes. A lot of that that was announced was slated to go in all of the zip codes that we have regularly talked about in terms of prioritization. And I'll bring this up during our conversation about the library. We did something unique at our net library by partnering with Greenlight? With Greenlight to put Wi-Fi there to make sure that we can have the public Wi-Fi. So I think that is the type of things that we need to continue to do as we go into the future to make sure that coverage can be there. And parks, public parks should definitely be a part of that conversation as well.
Before I pass it to Councilmember Martin, can I just ask a clarifying question? So I was part of some of the early conversations about Greenlight going into the Arnett Library, but part of the goal was to make it available to the neighborhood. That never rolled out, correct?
I'm not sure. We can get you an update on where they are exactly with the overall rollout there.
Because I would think that if they have a box there, or whatever that's the terminology they seem to use to a layperson like me, that if we can use more public infrastructure to help make more competitive options for people in neighborhoods, that's something that I would certainly advocate for us to do. I'd just love an update on that at some point.
Yeah, and that's what we want. The idea is that what we have is we have the distribution network, right? We have libraries, we have rec centers, we have schools. Those could all serve as hubs in order for us to get good internet service to neighbors that might not have had the opportunity to do that. So we can get an update on where they are in terms of it being able to be offered to the surrounding neighborhood, because we know that speed is faster.
Yeah.
But the main point of that initiative was to start using our public facilities as a place to expand internet coverage and touch.
Thanks. Councilmember Martin.
So I was reading about the Monroe County Sheriff's Connect Monroe County program, where they are using software through Fusus to, have you heard about this at all?
No. What is it called?
FUSUS. I was wondering about the connection possibly between blue light camera and this program, as it's also connected to surveillance. And I know, but so I'll skip that question. But going back to blue light cameras, I want to better understand how it's all set up. So could you walk me through like who chooses where they're placed, who accesses it, how long data or images are stored?
A couple of those I can answer, a couple will get better answers for you. The blue light cameras are placed, the RPD talks about it, they decide what areas are necessary. As cameras age out, they determine, well, do we need a replacement there? Is that become an area that's not quite so needed to be viewed anymore? And they'll decide, no, we're going to place one over here instead and let that one age out. So the RPD decides where they go. IT, they decide. As far as how long the images and everything are kept like that, I'd want to get you facts. I don't want to speculate on that. And as far as viewing, that is very selective. You have to have the right credentials. That's not for just anybody to look at. There's a camera room that's secure, things like that. So it's very locked down.
And on the back end, are you able to see who's viewed what and at what time?
I believe there are logs that show that, yes.
Okay. And last question, relating to the body-worn camera program, does IT help set that up for RPD?
Yes, we do.
So right now, only RPD has direct access to the body-worn camera footage, right? And if a different agency wanted to get access to that procedurally, would that be difficult, or like what would that look like?
They would have to approach the RPD, and then the RPD would grant or not. Mary, step in if you like.
Yeah, I think.
Well, I have some. So materially, what does that mean? Like granting, like I guess materially, what would that look like for another agency to access it? Could it be accessed from a different building?
Yeah, they'd have to go through law to if it's above and beyond RPD's decision. They'd have to go to law to figure out what would happen there. So
I guess that's not what I'm asking. I'm just asking about procedurally how would it happen?
do you mean if law said, hey, you could, then how that would happen? So you're asking a technical question.
Exactly.
So she's asking a technical question. How it would happen if hypothetically if the law department said, hey, they can grant this, they can get granted this access to body-worn camera, how would they then get access to the camera if it was granted?
It would have to be either granted through somebody who had access that could show it to them, or give them an account with very specific access to very specific things and allow them either a tunnel, a sign-on, multi-factor into our environment. But if they're going to come from the outside, it would be very secure, as Mr. Rossi would want, for anybody to come in here to view anything. It would have to be very selective what they can view.
Absolutely. And there are also logs similar to Blue Light where you can see who's viewed what, when, all of that. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Councilmember Monroe.
Could you offer a little bit more explanation about, on page 3 under strategic initiatives, you talk about implementing the first phase of the citywide data catalog to inventory the major data assets. And in particular, I'm wondering about this catalog and the major data assets of departments, what that consists of.
Sure, I'll let Chris Kite answer that. He is overseeing that program in the Data and Digital Services area.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Any final questions for IT? Okay, I have just a couple more to wrap up, and as I probably will ask some more of these in depth during Ms. Fisher's confirmation hearing. But the first is certainly a general question for this audience. AI seems to be moving at a faster speed than, well, maybe than I could have predicted, at least. What's a challenge? What's an opportunity for the city to utilize it? What's a potential threat for AI for city government? What's a potential effective use?
As far as threats go, I'll let Joe weigh in on some he may be seeing from a cybersecurity perspective. But one of the worries you always have to have with AI is impersonation, data, exposing data. You know, anybody in the city exposing something they really shouldn't, it can become part of that database that everybody uses and sees. There are places where AI does make sense. You know, if somebody wants to get on a chatbot and find out why their trash wasn't picked up this morning, you would hope that an AI chatbot could help them with that.
Right. So will we be? I mean, is there anything on the horizon for us to be using the power of AI to be able to help? I'm sure there are some cities that are thinking about how to utilize AI as an asset. Anything on our horizon?
We don't have anything officially in place, but we are looking into it for sure. I mean, it's here. I think it's here to stay.
I would think so.
The fact that we have to govern it, have the policies around it, and things like that are going to be very necessary. It does have its place, but it has to be the proper place. It has to be used properly. We have to protect the city all the time, as the mayor knows, and everybody knows from a cybersecurity perspective. That's the last thing we ever want to have happen. So, yeah, we will be looking into it very carefully with the administration's help and their guidance.
Well, Mr. Rossi, if there's anything I saw you were going to add anything about threats. I think we understand the threats of the potential security issues. I guess I should have framed the question about the opposite way, and just making sure that this department is being conscious of places that we can incorporate AI in efficient and effective ways. And I'm sure there are a lot of folks who are very interested in the smart cities movement and how cities are incorporating this. And so if there's nothing on the horizon for this budget, fair enough, but I'd love, and maybe that will be a conversation we have in the confirmation hearing, but if there's anything anyone else wants to add about AI, I'd offer some space for that.
Chris? Yeah, Chris will.
Excuse me, sir. Is your mic on? Sorry.
Okay. How about that? Is that better? Can you hear me? Okay.
There you go.
Okay. Very good. So the most recent thing we've done with AI is the Data Governance Committee has approved a, is it a standard?
Yeah, it's an AI that is going to be shared with city staff. So when they go use ChatGPT, they understand the concept. They factor in any bias that the tool may inherently have. So we're also not just looking from a cybersecurity perspective, but also from a just the innate bias or flaws that are in any AI tool. Like we cover trust. AI tools may hallucinate or produce false information, so the city employee needs to factor that in when they use the tool and then say, okay, do I double check this? So we're looking at it from not just a cybersecurity side, but also a data quality and bias perspective as well.
Great, I'm happy to hear that. So there's going to be guidance sent around to all departments.
Correct.
Wonderful.
And we're also in communications with other cities and having conversations around how they're looking to use AI and utilize it. So we're definitely have it on our radar and looking for those opportunities to leverage it for our, for our benefit.
Great, thank you. And I'm assuming that when that guidance gets sent around to all departments, that will include city council and our chief of staff. Wonderful, thank you. My final question is just related to, and maybe this is just a, well, no, I will frame it as a question. So many of the departments that we already reviewed yesterday, and so much of what's in this budget it is a good thing. We are seeing departments, generally speaking, interested in using technology to help them propel things forward. And I think one of the great challenges at a city as big as the city, as an organism as big as the city of Rochester, is to figure out how to properly embed IT within departments that are making these IT advances. And I think we've all seen, and I don't think anyone here has any responsibility for this, but I think we've seen things like Workday, for example, where we get these big $100,000 additional fees we're sending to consultants to come implement technology that we invested in years and years and years ago. What are we doing to ensure that doesn't happen? As places like DES invest in Rubicon, and as you know, the land management system at NBD, and I could go on and on and on in every department, what steps are being taken to make sure that this IT department is providing guidance and counsel? It's great to know you're fully staffed at IT right now. How are we making sure that we don't have to take on these big, large consulting contracts for years down the line?
One of the things we're doing with any new program that comes
Bill, could you
along-
talk into the mic a little bit more?
Yeah.
Thank
One
you.
of the things we're doing with any new program that comes along, we're willing to bring it up, put it in place. People have to be trained, and someone has to be responsible for the day-to-day maintenance and administration of the program, whether that person sits in the department or the administration determines they want somebody in IT, an additional headcount, half a headcount. We have to have that up front before we implement any more. We can't continue to go forward, to your point, Mitch, and say, okay, we just did this. Who's going to watch it? Well, IT will. Well, no, we won't. We'll keep it running, or if it's cloud-based, they'll keep it running. But we're not administrators of the program. We may not even know exactly its ins and outs, its configurations. So in order to eliminate those long-term collaborative solutions, whoever, the workday, you're going to have to embed people either in IT or in the departments that are subject matter experts, configuration maintenance experts. Call them shadow IT, if you will, if they're in the departments, but dotted line to us to make sure they're making those programs workable, configurable, so you don't have that third-party reliance.
And right now, progress is being made in terms of making sure that at least those conversations are having early on.
Absolutely, with the PMO's help and Harriet's help, yes.
Great.
Can I just add? Can I add to that?
Of course.
So another part of the process is for different departments when they want they have technology requests, right? So those requests come in through the PMO usually, or through the CIP process. So IT and PMO are reviewing those requests. So the first thing we do is we want to make sure that we don't already own something that can meet their needs, right? So we're trying to control our portfolio of software. We don't want to keep expanding it, because that was one of the issues we've had previously, is that we've had a lot of siloed systems that don't talk to each other, or departments not talking to each other and requesting similar software, and we end up implementing, similar things, right? So we want to control our portfolio and not just go buy all these large solutions. If there's something in-house that we already have that can meet their needs. So because we have PMO involved in the CIP process now, we have better control over those requests.
Amen. Thank you. That's wonderful, and a great segue to your confirmation hearing when we get it set up in a couple weeks. Any final questions for IT? If not, thank you very much for your time. Bill, congratulations.
Thank you very
Don't be a
much.
stranger to Rochester, okay?
Thank you. Appreciate it very much. Thank you. Thanks.
And so we will invite the folks from the PAB. Well, James and President Melendez, how do you want to construct this? Do you want Clerk Washington to come down there? Are you coming over? Okay, so the folks from the PAB can come over to these seats up here. Our clerk is going to come down here. And Bill, it's not fair that they scheduled cake for you while we're in the middle of a budget hearing. All right, I just want to be clear. I would be eating cake if I could. Okay, so we will continue on with the hearing for City Council and Clerk's Office. We'll break it up into 3 different parts. We'll ask questions of the City Council budget itself to both President Melendez. Is that correct? Questions can be addressed to President Melendez and our Chief of Staff, and then after that we will take some questions for the Clerk's Office to our Clerk and our Chief of Staff, and finally we will ask some questions of the Police Accountability Board. So let's start with any questions related to the Council Office budget itself. Sure. Councilmember Lightfoot.
Yes, first I want to just say that I really appreciate our President, our Chief of Staff, all of our staff. I think we have the greatest staff in the world. I just want to say that. I really do. I really mean that. You've made our job so much more easier, better, and I really appreciate that, especially for those of us who have been on council prior to the changes that were made that we've all agreed on. To get this council, all 9 members, to agree on stuff, it can be very challenging. But one thing I think we all agree on is our staff, the direction our staff's going in, the support services that we receive. Of course, as I've always said, there's no system or organization that's perfect, and we can always have room for improvement. But I would just ask the President and our Chief of Staff, just kind of your overall view based on vision, overall vision of our council, and how do you see us concerning our own performance indicators? Do you feel that where we are in the place that we are now based on last year, and just your overall vision of how you see City Council and our budget moving forward, just overall?
Thank you, Councilmember Lightfoot. I'll lead off and then I'll turn it to Chief of Staff to fill in any gaps. So overall, I guess I would like to point our colleagues to this chart that we have, and the pie chart on the back, and you look at expenses, and you look at the very bottom number on the far right side is the council and clerk at 7.6 million, and half of that is the PAB. When I think about the legislative branch of government, I think historically, ever since the change from a strong council to a strong mayor system, we have historically devalued the legislative branch of government. And in our vision of council, I think that what we've been able to do over the last couple years is to bring support services back to this body. Now, understanding that we're all 9 duly elected officials that have a significant role and decision-making role, but it doesn't mean that we can't have backbone support. And I think that what we've seen over the last couple years, and I have to remind all of us that really the implementation of staff has been about 18 months. We approved it 2 budgets ago, but in terms of hiring up and bringing people on board and all of that, it was around December of 22 that we started to bring staff on board. So it's a very small but mighty team. I agree with you, Councilmember Lightfoot, that we have a great team. Certainly we're looking at where we can be more efficient, where we can grow in terms of backbone support for all of us. One of the areas that I've identified and had the conversation with the Chief of Staff about is, for example, in the monthly cycle, when we get the book at the very end of the cycle, trying to get that before Speak to Council so that we have more time with the Q&A that we receive. So little things like that, I think, are the next steps. Where can we be better, quicker, more efficient, more supportive? But I'll turn it over to Chief of Staff to add.
Well, when you look at our budget, you see it's very heavy and obviously personnel expense, right? Which means we're about people. And if I could just quickly just mention the people who make up our small but mighty staff, starting with Kelly Muniz-Miles, who's our executive assistant to Council Bilingual, Jade Lucas, Adrian Davis, and Dassy Camidjo, who are all legislative assistants. And I want to point out Jade is engaged in public engagement, and Adrian and Dassy are engaged in policy. So they work, as you know, to support our committee work. Aiden Pollard is our communications coordinator, and we have our new Deputy Chief of Staff, Jen Bideman, as well. And so that's the team. And if I could, Councilmember Lightfoot, to your question, I think this is kind of the embodiment of where we wanted to get as far as hiring folks and getting to a point where we could provide you with critical support and analysis and be able to help you from a policy perspective. And I think what I've seen 18 months later, Mr. President, is a staff that is fully on their feet and doing that analysis and support for you. And I kind of I do want to single out both Adrian Davis and Dassey Comigio because they really have become policy experts. You know, last year in this, they were really trying to figure out the budget and figure out city government and figure out the policies. This year, they knew this stuff, and as I watch them in these hearings, they know the answers to the questions you're asking because they know it backwards and forwards. A little side note: if you noticed in your analysis on IT, which we just got through, the last question that we offered you was done by Dassey Comigio, and she used AI to develop the question. So I think we've got a really great and very sophisticated staff. We were able to assemble a diverse group of people to support you, and our hope is going forward that we can perfect that. And we try really hard to do that. I know, Councilmember Lightfoot, you're doing a lot of outreach and some things, and we were able to have Aiden help you with that. Rock Against Gun Violence, we were able to do a lot of things in-house that we couldn't do before. Things I know in the past, in a different role that I had, I helped on the administration side to provide that support to council. So it allows us to do some of those things now and to be an independent and co-equal branch of government. So I believe that's where we're at, and I hope that, you know, based on the needs that you have for staff, that we can continue to develop and gain expertise and do even more. Jen Vitamin is here, and she's going to be really teaming up closely with Jade Lucas to work on engagement and engaging the community and engaging council as part of that as well to really be able to understand more about the needs of your constituents and to talk to them much more directly. So I hope that answers the question.
Yes, it does. And Mr. Chairman, just one more comment, one quick question.
Sure.
First of all, thank you, and thank all of you for what you do. You just transitioned into my comment about the Rock Against Gun Violence Coalition and how the build out of this council change in direction of its budget and its staffing to improve not only in our staffing to help with our legislation, but also the impact that that's having on our community initiatives, because I know that there are many other community initiatives to include member items that were also reintroduced under this new direction. But I wanted to, for the record, for the community to understand that the Rock Against Gun Violence Coalition, the work that's been going on for many, many years, has kind of been adopted by the Public Safety Committee, which I chair, and the Public Safety Committee is inclusive of all 9 council members, and then through the work of Council President and Council Vice President, who also are members of the Rock Against Gun Violence Coalition, and the work has always been supported by this council, because we all know that if we really break it down, our housing issues, mental health issues, but our violence is probably in the top 3 to 5 issues within our communities that are really facing and troubling our citizens out here, as well as our educational system, of course, which we have really no impact on significantly budget-wise, other than $119 million that we give them each year. So this current past budget and has been supporting that work, and additionally in additional budgets going forward, is supporting that Rock Against Gun Violence Coalition work, the Shot from a Gun Can't Be Undone, the Think About It campaign, all of the different digital stuff that we're putting out there to this community is very, very important. And I just want to thank you for all of the council members and the president for seeing the vision of saving lives in our community and ridding our community of gun violence, and the council doing all that it can on its part, not only through legislation, but also through support services, to providing for those PSAs and et cetera, things that to help curb the violence in our community. So I just wanted to just thank the president, the vice president, all of the council members for your support for the Rock Against Gun Violence Coalition and the work that we do through the council. And my last question, Mr. Chairman, is I know we're talking about staffing, we're talking about bringing onboarding. One of the things, and I know that this probably transitions to other conversations that we're going to be having with Police Accountability Board, which me and yourself helped work on and create, our lawyer situation. Where are we with obtaining our own counsel? I know that's been a struggle. I know that's difficult, especially when we talk about trying to recruit people to come in the city and competing with law firms, et cetera. But I kind of like to know what are we doing differently, hopefully, to get that spot filled.
Yeah, I'll lead off, and then Chief of Staff, feel free to jump in. So we are contemplating posting one more time. As you can see, it's in the budget. Again, we did not eliminate the position. If we strike out one more time, I think the position that I would propose to take, and you know, obviously in consultation with every council member, would be to look at potentially doing a retainer for someone to have our own legal services related to matters that we think are either in conflict, or if there's items that we really want to do our own research on, our own homework on. So at this point in time, that is the position. I did talk to Councilmember Martin about this a month or so ago, and we are going to look at posting it one more time. So, Chief of Staff, anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, recruitment and retention issues and hiring across the board have been a real challenge. I think we've been blessed with every other position that we've done a great job of doing recruitment and then being able to onboard and retain awesome staff. This one is elusive, so anything we can do to be creative. I know it's really easy to work with HR and Tom Miller, who's our rep in HR. I'll do anything creative, anything you guys want that we could potentially do to be successful in getting this position filled. It pays well, but maybe not in the competitive world of lawyers. It may be a constraint within government. And as the president said, there are other options, so we should potentially pursue them. But anything we can do to fill the position and meet the need, I mean, we'll be as creative as possible. It's been frustrating.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any additional questions for Councilmember Smith?
First, just thank you to our staff for your exceptional support. Really value and appreciate you. Second question. So, President Melendez, you have spent a lot of time working and helping with the PAB. And I want to know, and maybe because there's so much overlap here, if you want to save this, but I want to know where you believe we are in meeting our KPIs in regards to getting the PAB what they need.
Let's hold off on that question until we get to the PAB section.
I will answer it in the PAB section.
Sounds good.
Any further questions, Councilmember Smith? Councilmember Monroe, followed by Martin.
I want to also repeat everybody else's thanks to the staff, clerk, and council. You're a great team to work with. So as we're talking about the upstaffing and the importance of having a well-staffed office, could you speak to the decision to upgrade a number of positions?
Oh, sure, absolutely. And I can speak to the council, and then certainly Hazel, I know, can speak to the clerk. The two positions that you see upgraded in the budget this year are the Deputy Chief of Staff position and also the Executive Assistant to Council Bilingual. And I did an analysis, and I'll start with the Executive Assistant Bilingual. I did an analysis of peer positions in city government and presented that as part of the PARF to upgrade that position. And based on the analysis and looking at the administration, the mayor's office, deputy mayor's office, human resources, communication special events, law, OMB, IT, finance, NBD, DES, emergency communications, library, and DRIS, was able to identify positions there that would be peer positions, and took the average of those positions and realized that it would be very logical for our position to be upgraded to a 20 from an 18, particularly in light of the fact that it had been a largely very much straightforward admin position in the past, but now it is a bilingual position. As you know, our executive assistant to council comes to meetings, which wasn't something that was done before, council meetings, committee meetings, speak to council meetings, and does provide translation services, and in addition to that, takes on a huge role within the department related to munis, and so purchasing and all of that. So the position's been greatly expanded, far more responsibility than ever before, and I believe the justification to upgrade it was based also on peer positions throughout the city, and that position was in fact underclassified. It was an 18 and it should have been a 20. And that was validated by both budget and HR through the PARF process. They both agreed, and the position was upgraded. The deputy chief of staff position did the exact same thing. Looked at that. We were looking to do recruitment. It was a good time to look at that position because it was open and we wanted to be able to recruit great candidates. Again, I looked across the spectrum of city government, looked at peer positions, looked at what those positions were from a bracket perspective, and shared that analysis both with HR and budget. They concurred that the position did make much more sense as a 33. I won't speak for Hazel, but also just the deputy clerk position and the deputy chief of staff position are peer positions. So typically they are at the same level, and so that was why that position was also suggested to be upgraded. And those suggestions on our part were validated by both budget and HR. Through the PARF process, they agreed in essence that the analysis was a good analysis and that it made sense to upgrade those positions. So that's how we arrived where we arrived.
Good morning, Council. Thank you for the opportunity. As James said, the deputy positions are comparable, so that would substantiate the request for the deputy city clerk position to be upgraded. The positions downstairs in licensing, however, we need to focus on retention and succession planning, and that's what we're starting to do. In a number of years, in the next 5 years, I do expect a number of retirements in our department. So those are some of the things that we need to focus on. Also making sure the licensing clerks were upgraded. So we need to make sure that the compensation is fair for our employees. So that's the justification for that. And also, while I have the mic, please stop downstairs in room 100A and look at the renovations that have been completed. They are beautiful. We're very grateful for them, and we've waited probably at least 20 years for that to happen. So I'm glad I was here to see that.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Martin.
So I have a few questions, but I want to start by thanking the staff. I think you all are just so incredible looking at the analysis you provided, the way you show up, always excited to serve the city, and I'm just overwhelmed with gratitude for you all, truly. Thank you to our staff. And some questions for President Melendez. Can you share the previous city council reports? I know they were sent out and you can find them on OpenGov, like in relation to the budget, but I don't recall them being sent to council first. I don't recall the inputs of council being included in the final reports, but they were written on behalf of council.
Can you, Councilmember Martin, can you explain which reports exactly?
You're talking about the letter that got sent at the end of the
Yes,
budget
and it
process?
has the finance chair's name on it and your name, and it's it speaks on behalf of all of us, and I find it pretty odd that our voices weren't included in that and our voices haven't been sought out in this upcoming process and sharing that report to the mayor. So could you walk me through?
Is that the annual letter?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so the annual letter is something that gets produced after the budget is passed. Typically, it's really done by the finance chair. The president signs it as well. And it's just something that gets inserted into the budget book. So at the end of last year, when the budget passed, we should have received, I believe we all received a final budget product that had the annual letter in it. So it would have been last July that everyone got it. In terms of input and feedback, I would say that if there's a process question about ensuring voices are heard from the body, that we can have that conversation about doing it through the finance chair and through the letter.
Yeah, I'll first of all, I'm sure that our OMB director can send the last several letters to you. I wouldn't have them, but I'm sure that she could. And it's a letter that is on it is a letter that is about the passage of the budget. It's not a letter that aims to demonstrate or delineate all of the arguments about the budget over time, and that is essentially it is a counterpiece to the mayor's message at the front of the budget that we receive now. And later, it's a piece that council puts in to say, essentially, this budget was approved. Here's the things that we're happy about. Here's the challenges that we have moving forward. So I think that 3 days of recorded budget hearings will speak for themselves in terms of public input, as well as everyone's public comments about the budget. But in the past, it has been the council chief of staff that's presented a draft. Since I've been finance chair, I've tweaked it a bit and then sent it back and said, this looks good to go. I'm happy to send it to you to review, but it's not going to be a document that captures the voice of people who vote against the budget if the budget passes. It's just not.
So there's no written rule or guidance that informs the position you're stating right now. I do think when you write a letter speaking on behalf of council, it's important that council actually gets to see it and actually gets to have input on it.
It is not a letter speaking on behalf of 9 individual council members. It is a letter speaking on behalf of a majority of council that approves a budget.
That's not how it read. And it also included talking points that were important to you, that you'd stated, that other council members haven't stated. In short, I'm asking for input on this final message that is included in the budget that purports to speak on behalf of council.
I think it would be a very fair compromise, and I'd ask Law and OMB to weigh in on this, is that there can be an additional letter or an additional document for any council members who choose to vote against the budget. I don't see any problem with that. It's not going to be a letter that tries to find consensus. It is a letter about the passage of the budget.
Absolutely, and we can have inputs on the things that are important to us, even regardless of our vote. There's no rule or guidance. This is something that, regardless, a letter that speaks on behalf of council should have council input. That's all I'm saying, and I'm happy to continue this conversation. As you know, President Melendez, my major issue in this body has been the choices made to only censor certain voices and leave others out. So this is just another example, and for me, I think this is an easy fix. We all get to read over the budget. We all can, the budget letter, we can all add our inputs. We can all share things that are important to us, and we can send something as a body. Outside of that, I think you should say, this is from the finance chair, and be clear that this is not on behalf of all of council.
I would be more than happy to do that, and it will continue to be a letter about the passage of the budget.
Absolutely.
But sure, people can weigh in on it as much as they like.
And I'll just add a final comment or thought on this. You know, I don't remember verbatim what last year's letter said. I'd have to go back and look, but I remember that most of the letter included items that we passed, like budgetary intent items, things that we did, actions we took as a body during the budget process. And that was indicative of the priorities that we set forward last year before we got into budget season. So, but that being said, happy to, you know, three of us maybe powwow about what the next step is and move forward. Thanks.
Thank you. So I have additional questions about the budget. So in this budget, are there allocations that you considered regarding trainings for chairs or trainings for council members around issues like misogyny and how they show up in this body, issues of racism and how they show up in this body? How are we ensuring that there is safety for all of us in this body, not just, you know, men or people in the majority of council?
I don't know that we, well, first of all, we don't have a training line. I think you, Councilmember Martin, continue to bring up certain issues that, in my view, are offensive in terms of continually suggesting that there is some level of misogyny. I work for, you know, many different women, work with many women across this community, including our staff here at City Hall. I think there's ideological and philosophical differences that occur amongst this council, but I just don't prescribe that's, and this is a difference of opinion. I'm happy to talk more about it with you, but this is not something that I believe is happening in the way that you're suggesting. That being said, if there are suggestions on things that can be improved, I'm always open. I try to make time for every council member. I try to schedule meetings with every council member. Not everyone takes me up on that as the president. So I'm happy to continue to focus on how we can move forward.
Yeah, and I want to be clear. I'm not, I'm speaking to the systems that are created based on the leadership within this council, based on specific actions taken. You are a man in a position of power. You are not going to experience the same misogyny I do as a black queer femme on this body. And it's really, really disappointing that I'm asking for the opportunity to learn and create safe space for myself and other femmes on this body, and you're saying you feel disrespected because you don't see it. It's happening.
I'm
it's
not
here.
suggesting that. I'm not suggesting that I'm not suggesting that if you feel a certain way that I'm diminishing any feeling that you may have. So let me just be clear about that. I also just wanted to note that we do not have training in here. Now, if there's recommendations that you think will be beneficial to council or the community, I'm open to having those discussions.
Absolutely. Thank you. I appreciate that. So I will follow up with a final question. So in creating this budget, how did you ensure that the voices of all of us are reflected? Because when I look at this budget, frankly, I see very little that centers my needs as a council member, my needs as also a duly elected council member on this body, and at large council member just like you. Yet I was not consulted at any point on what should be included in a budget within my department.
Yeah, so every year, for the most part, the budget of the department is staffing and personnel. Back in January, we had a sit down related to your needs, and one of the things that you mentioned as a need was full-time legislative aides. And we had that discussion then, and I told you then that it's not something that I support personally, but if you had other members of council that wanted to move forward in that direction, that I certainly could be overruled, but I wasn't going to submit the budget that way at this point in time. At that point in time, back in January. So I guess what I would say is, you know, when you look at year over year council budgets, they're more or less very similar. There's not a lot of wiggle room. We've had the last 2 years underruns due to underspending in certain departments. But generally speaking, most of the dollars that are in the council budget are accounted for in one way, shape, or form. This year, if you look at the budget, there is some room that has been identified as we do have a couple contracted services that we have to do, mandated, that we have to do, such as doing a audit of the city. That is something that we contract out as a service. But outside of that, there's some room for council initiatives. And certainly over the next several weeks, if folks want to have different discussions about what to do with that, that is something that we can have, but it's not something that is significant in nature. We have a maintenance of effort number that we have to meet every year. And I guess what I would suggest is that when it comes to our budget, there's ample opportunities to have conversations. We've had conversations about your needs, and we've talked about those things, and I've told you what I would be willing to what I would not be willing to submit at that time.
So there haven't been ample conversations, and prior to this budget being submitted, I reached out to you multiple times to schedule a meeting with you to talk about what I'd like to see in the budget. At the point I finally was able to meet with you was after the budget has been submitted. In general, like, the processes are not working, and they only work to serve men and the majority, really and truly. I keep bringing this up. This is my third year bringing it up, and there have been no substantive changes at all, even down to having caucus meetings. It's June and we've had one, and previously there was a commitment to caucus more often so we can get on the same page. So I've had the same critique for 3 years. It doesn't seem to be changing, and at this point, I'm not sure what else to do except to bring it to the public, to talk about it, to speak about it, and hope something changes. That's all.
Any additional questions, Councilmember Lupien?
Yeah, pardon my lateness. I had some car trouble this morning. But to walk into a budget hearing where you, President, are saying that misogyny does not exist on this body, thank you, Stanley Martin. Thank you. Unless we have done work to undo the misogyny that is in our culture, all of the time, there is misogyny on this body, which I have brought to you personally, and I'm happy to share personal experiences. But to say to the women on this body that there is no misogyny because you don't personally see it is offensive.
Any further questions? Councilmember Smith?
Councilmember Martin, I just continue to be in awe and appreciative of you, not only the way that you stand up for our communities, but the way that you stand up for justice within this council. I value that. And just so much of what Councilmember Martin stated, Mr. President, is about inclusion. And not just inclusion of processes, but inclusion and distribution of roles and influence. When it was time to select chairs for this board, I don't think that was based on any council member's ability to do good work, but on other things. And so I would, this is really emotionally hard, because everything that Councilmember Martin mentioned is deeply felt. I think that there is a significant difference between intent and impact. And so the intent may not be to disinclude certain members, but the impact has been there. And as a Black woman, I have often felt erased. And yeah, so training, whatever it is that needs to happen for the sake of, actually for the sake of this city.
Councilmember Lightfoot.
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge, I wrote a whole book on this, intersection between pain and purpose, but I want to acknowledge the pain in the room. I want to acknowledge people's feelings. We can't tell people how they feel. We just have to accept that, how they feel, and then we have to try to make it better. So I would offer for consideration, Mr. President and Ms. Vice President, that we look at, we had Undoing Racism training. That was part of the REAL initiative. And one of the things that we committed to, this council, is we committed to doing, the whole council and the SMT, to Undoing Racism training, which some of you went through, and I went through 3 times, and it was incredible. It was very eye-opening. Oftentimes we're not all the way brought up on issues that we may think we know about, because we don't live from that lived experience. And so I would offer for consideration that maybe we look at some other areas of training that this council could and do. And we just went through a whole ceasefire situation, which brought up some other sensitive issues with other council members that had feelings, and we had to respect that that was their feelings in their places based on their race, color, religion, beliefs, etc. And so at the end of the day, the key is safe. Everybody has to feel that way, and we have to be intentional about making everyone feel that way. And we can't tell people how they feel. We have to accept it, and then we have to make sure that we're creating an environment that's inclusive for everyone. So I just would and respect what I'm hearing from you ladies. Receive that. Thank you for sharing. And I would advocate for us to consider these other training opportunities for everyone to be able to take part of. And I too would love to take part in some of these trainings and be educated on some of these things that I may not be as educated on. Thank you.
President Melendez, any last comments about this before we move to the clerk's office?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Message heard. I had the conversation with Councilmember Martin just a couple weeks ago about also creating a women's caucus amongst council and in the community. I wholeheartedly support that. I support, moving forward with whatever trainings and recommendations that we want to pursue. Obviously, there's some pain points that have not been. I guess my one frustration, to some degree, is that I believe, tell me if I'm wrong after this, but I believe that I try to be accessible. I know that sometimes we're all busy. Scheduling is a challenge. Some of us travel, for work and other things, harder to get together. However, I believe I try to be accessible. I'm going to say it right now, after this meeting. What I would hope is that the concerns that were raised today, that we have individual conversations and collective conversations about how we move forward. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm going to move us to the clerk's office. Just want to, 2 comments from me. One, I want to echo all the wonderful things said about the staff, but I would be remiss to not offer a couple points of constructive criticism on our strategic initiatives and KPIs. I think that I want us to be, we hold other departments accountable to having really strong KPIs and strategic initiatives. We have a strategic initiative here listed as invest in youth. That's not specific enough to be a real meaningful strategic initiative, even if we know what the meaning is. I think our KPIs, we could really do more and better in leading the way for other departments in terms of how we want to have smart goals and metrics. So just to note, there are things that we can also work on together before the next budget and our next opportunity to refresh these. And of course, I also just want to add that if we are going to add a whole bunch of new trainings, I would love to recommend a training on civics. I think civics and civic engagement and civic leadership would be a very good idea for this body to consider. So moving into the clerk's office, I want to allow anyone to offer any questions to Clerk Washington. I will start by just asking one. One of the big challenges that we've had that you and I have talked about a lot over the years is just about being able to really implement online licensing, online permitting processes. I do see that some of our licensing figures have gone down over the years. That's probably in part, I don't know why, but I would imagine that a lot of other places are moving towards digital. What are the barriers right now? If you may give us some light on that, especially in light of the conversation we just had with IT. What are some things that we as a council can do to help your office be able to incorporate more online processes?
Well, for one, we're supposed to be switching over to the N4 system, and that's supposed to provide more capability for us to do that. We have not done that as of this date, and I'm not sure where we are in that process. There are some licenses that we have identified that we believe can be available online and renewed online once we have more of a system that works to support that.
So the first step is getting onto N4.
Yes.
And at this point, there's just been no sense from the PMO or the IT office when that's going to happen?
No.
Okay. So can we all make a point of following up on that collectively to make sure we at least have a timeline for them of when things seem doable?
Yes, we certainly
Wonderful.
can.
Any additional... one other thing that we talked about is just about making legislation more accessible to the public, more searchable. Have there been conversations with communications as the new website gets created for how that's going to be incorporated?
I can jump in first before Deputy Clerk jumps in. So we are we had a project kickoff for our legislation management software and system, which will take some time to get through that and select a vendor. I know that there's been identified a person that's on the team that would be the website coordinator. I'm not sure if that's Aiden or someone else, but it is Aiden. So we do have internal trainings that are going to be happening with the website, and I think one of the things that we want to do on both the council and the clerk side is make sure that the information we put online and into the public is a lot easier to navigate. I think the legislation management system, once we get to that point, will have a lot more features and the ability to not only search legislation, but also for public to comment on legislation in real time. So I don't know if there's anything else to add, Deputy Clerk.
You've pretty much covered it. We've been having conversations with communications, and that we've migrated the information into the new website. We're in the process of editing that now, and working with Matt Driffel, who works on website coordination for the Communications Bureau. He has indicated that the new system will have a lot more features, and he has some ideas on how it will make the legislation more accessible and easier for us to post it in ways that the public can access it. So we'll know more in June once it's up and running.
Thank you. Councilmember Lupien?
Yes, the legislation management system is something I've been spearheading, and so appreciative of the clerk's office for their partnership in this. I know it's something that's very new, and I'm very excited about the capabilities that will come with this system. And I didn't get to ask project management office this yesterday, but very anxious to get this project started, because it will take some time to get all the data migrated and everything over. But once we're up and running, as President Melendez said, you will be able to search for the letter A and find all of the legislation with the letter A. Not that you'd want to do that, but it's extremely searchable, and will fix the problem that we have right now. I don't know how many of us up here get the question, I know you guys passed something 3 months ago on dogs, and then we have a lot of work to do to find where that was, and somebody can just go online and get that themselves. So it'll be a huge improvement, just to, the way the government moves sometimes slowly, but looking forward to getting up to where other cities are on this.
Additional questions for the clerk's office? Okay, thank you. We'll move over to, and the first floor does look great. Actually, let me just ask Bertha, how are things feeling down there? Yeah? People feeling good? Good. That's wonderful news. Thank you very much.
We still have a storage problem, though.
Okay.
We still need assistance with additional storage for the clerk's licensing office.
And while we're there, anything else you want to share, things that are maybe not in the budget that you are hoping for or looking for?
That's one of our biggest challenges, is storage. And now that we finally have the office renovated, we're hoping that that's, works out better for the staff and the customers.
Okay, so let's have a follow-up conversation about both the PMO stuff and storage with DES. Councilmember Patterson.
Thank you.
Can you give us a little bit more detail on the storage problem? Why is there a storage problem? What would you think would be a solution to this problem?
The clerk's office in general doesn't have space. It's certain files that we have to keep in our office before we can send them over to records management. It depends on the retention schedule for the files. So we have an excess number of boxes that we just don't have space for them.
So
and it's actually in both offices.
So we
just don't really have a storage.
So there are records that by state law you're required to keep in close proximity to the clerk's office.
Right, and there's a certain schedule when you can send records over to records management.
And so the problem is you literally do not have the physical space
to
meet this state requirement.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is it possible that we could look at digitizing those records?
I'm not sure if certain records may be able to meet the retention guidelines, but not all of them.
Because we had medical records for fire and police that were many years old, and we had a company digitize those for us. They were much more accessible. You could search them. Maybe we could talk about that.
Oh, and the actual work of digitizing them was contracted out.
Yes, correct. Yep.
Yeah, let's follow up.
Basically just pack things up in a box.
And a lot of it is already digitized, but we just have to keep the files for a certain amount of time.
State law and records management.
Yes.
Let's follow up on that. Let's have a conversation.
Definitely.
Okay. Anything else before we move over to the PAB? Council staff, city clerk, anything else you want to add?
Just one thing that went unsaid. We talked about council being a co-equal branch and the staff and the work that we're doing to support that. But I want to say, we are all on the same team as part of city government, and we couldn't do the work we do without really having great collaborative connections and partnerships with the administration. Budget is a great example of that. So I just wanted to call that to council's attention and say that, you know, on a daily basis, we interface with the administration, we interface with our colleagues in city government, and we're grateful for the opportunity to do that because I think it makes all of us better in what we're trying to accomplish. So I just wanted to highlight that, to thank the budget director and her team in particular, but also all the folks in the administration that work with us on a daily basis and all the departments.
Thank you. All right, we will move over now to the Police Accountability Board. Director Walker Cowart, sorry that we asked you all to come in early and ended up being late. It's the nature of a budget hearing, I suppose, but thank you all for your readiness to come talk to us. I'd love for you to make any opening remarks and introduce your staff if you'd like.
Thank you very much for that. My name is Sherry Walker Cowart. I'm the interim executive director for the PAB, and my colleagues keep reminding me that this is my swan song opportunity for this position. And so I ask you to indulge me for just a couple of minutes for some highlights. First of all, it really has been my pleasure and honor and privilege to serve in this role alongside dedicated board members and employees committed to the mission of the Police Accountability Board. Despite the challenges we have and have had, not only have we weathered storms, but also increased our impact and on our output. One crucial outcome that's come from a lot of conversations is the ability to download not just body-worn camera footage, but evidence and pictures and data, which is a huge thing when we come to what we need to do investigations. And I want to recognize certainly Captain Sweatman, who works hard to get that information to us and turns a lot of information over within a couple of days. So this has resulted in a significant increase in cases being reviewed by the board, so the findings are submitted to the police chief. Our team has strengthened internal systems and processes, as well as achieved a record number of policy recommendations and oversight reviews. This speaks to our commitment to transparency and accountability. Efforts to connect more deeply with the Latinx community have been successful thanks to proactive community outreach initiatives and the deliberate inclusion of bilingual Spanish-speaking employees within each PAB unit, beginning with the case management intake process. The work to strengthen PAB's internal culture, as well as build collaborative partnerships with other city departments, is improving and ongoing. None of these accomplishments would have been possible without the support of dedicated board, staff, city council members, a number of individuals from the administration staff, and of course, the public whom we serve. As I transition out, I am grateful to God for divine guidance throughout this journey, and I'm confident that we have paved the way for the new executive director to continue the PAB's mission with success and impact. And with that, I'd like to introduce the phenomenal PAB leadership team. To my right is Deputy Executive Director and General Counsel for PAB, Ben Whitwer. Next to him is the Director of Operations, Rosabelle Antonetti. Behind me, they'll wave so you'll know who's who if you can't see their names, is Dolores Ivy Page, Director of Case Management. Dejan Hall is the Director of Policy and Oversight. Natalie Banks is Director of Public Affairs and Community Engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you very much for your service. Much appreciated, and glad to be able to have this conversation with you. I'd open it up to council to ask any questions they have about the Police Accountability Board.
I would just defer to the question I asked earlier.
Please, go ahead.
Of you, Mr. President, because I know you've spent a lot of time and focus on the PAB, so just to understand your take on where we are in this council at meeting the needs of the PAB.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Smith. So in general, we've spent a lot of time, especially back and forth with the administration, working on some of the kinks and challenges pertaining to getting information, and we have a work session coming up. Again, it's not scheduled yet, but I think at the end of June is what we're targeting. In general, I feel like we've made a lot of progress. We have to remember that the agency is still in its infancy overall. When you bring on a new arm or leg of city government, it takes time to get up and running. I do feel that we have made steady progress in going through some of the issues. I know there's still some outstanding challenges. As far as the KPIs go, I know that we saw a reduction. What we asked for in terms of what the goals are, and what we asked the PAB staff to do this year in the budget season was to make sure that the goals were realistic and attainable. And so some of the changes that you see up or down in the KPIs are related to that ask to make sure that we can be realistic and on target this year. So while there's still work, I do feel that at this point, my vision for this was to make sure that, even through all the turmoil, that we did not throw the baby out with the bathwater. This was certainly a agency that the community wanted to see. We have challenges. I think we're still going to have challenges that we have to work through. But overall, I feel much better this year, this budget cycle, than a year ago in terms of the progress we've been making. Yeah, sure. So first and foremost, I want to thank Interim Executive Director for all of your service and your extended service, because I don't think you envisioned being here this long, but we really appreciate all the work you've done. So I do want to ask a question, because I know that there were several asks from the PAB this year. Just to make sure my colleagues are aware of this too, as you all know, every department has to meet a maintenance of effort number, and there were some requests for positions by the Police Accountability Board this year. I believe there were 7 increments, and I asked the PAB to put them in the order in which they felt were the most important and dire need. So we did approve adding 2 positions in this budget. But I do want to ask, for the sake of our knowledge as a council, where would you identify the next steps in growth and opportunity, and where are some of the challenges, even as you look at the changes in this budget, where might some of the challenges be moving forward?
In terms of growth and development, we still would like to get to the idea that is proposed even in the charter of shortening the amount of time to get through investigations, and that would include hiring additional investigators. We have openings again for attorneys, which we're trying to fulfill. We're also looking at the opportunity of creating a alternative kind of restorative process that may include community and law enforcement. There may be some growth in there. Those are what come to mind at this point. We also want to get maybe the equivalent of a paralegal, someone to help do some of the other things that we don't have, that we have a clerk to do, to free up some of the other staff to do the work that they're filling in on those positions for.
Thank you. I'm all set.
Councilor Martin?
So in the budget for each department, we asked what your biggest challenges were, and one of them for the PAB is ensuring full cooperation with investigations. Could you talk about what that looks like and how that shows up in your work?
Yeah, actually, I'm going to ask Ben to talk about that. He's been working very, very closely with that.
Thank you for your question, Councilmember Martin. Is this working? We're currently without a director of investigation, so I've been sort of filling in that role as well. And we, in part because we understand the importance of completing investigations quickly, are really attempting to streamline our investigatory process, but it requires cooperation from the police department in terms of providing us the information that they possess that we need.
and there's information contained in police databases that we are not always given access to, including body-worn camera footage, or in some cases just a complete denial of information regarding an investigation. There are various reasons that are given that generally come from the city law department in terms of why we're not given access to information that the charter would contemplate we would ordinarily get. And I don't really want to speak for them as to what those reasons are, but I know that this council was in receipt of letters to the effect that if the Monroe County District Attorney is criminally prosecuting a case, that information isn't given to the board until that process is completed, which can sometimes be very time consuming. We have also been told that if information relates to conduct that may have occurred more than a year ago, more than 18 months ago, sometimes we're told that we can't, essentially that we can investigate that conduct. If conduct occurred by a sworn police officer who's no longer with the department, we're generally not given information about that incident, even if it occurred while the person was a member of law enforcement. And investigations into mental health related incidents or incidents involving juveniles are also investigations where we have been told that we're not going to be provided information from the police department concerning those. And so when we make a request for information from the police department, it can be a very fluid, quick process if there are not sort of hang-ups involving these sort of categorical denials. But when they are put in place, generally it requires a considerable back and forth between our agency, the city law department, and the police department. And in some cases we're able to resolve them, in some cases that we're not. And the difficult position it puts us in investigatorily is if we have been asked to investigate an allegation of police misconduct but are being told that we will not be given vital documents from our PD, what do we do with that investigation? How does it continue? And that's an ongoing challenge.
Thank you. And I have a follow-up to that. These barriers that are placed, are they grounded in the charter or any legal framework, or are they just, created by the administration? Like, what is the basis for it?
It's sort of a difficult question to answer broadly because it sort of has to be looked at case by case. This body passed a very strong charter in favor of access for the Police Accountability Board, including direct access to police databases, including the body camera database, the internal affairs database, and others. And we don't, pretty much any request that we make for a document that we know is in the possession of the police department is vetted by the city law department. And so depending on their analysis, which I would say is not rooted in the charter, but is perhaps rooted in other concerns that they have, that will determine whether or not we get it.
Thank you. And a follow-up question to President Melendez, based on similar to what Kim asked about your role in PAB advocacy and working to alleviate these barriers. When you hear about these categorical denials, is there, what steps have you taken, I guess, to alleviate some of these barriers or to make information more accessible to remove barriers to investigation? I know you worked very hard on getting download access, which I see as an interim solution. So how, what is your analysis about removing these categorical denials, especially as they aren't based on the charter and are not contemplated by the charter amendments we made?
Sure, thank you. So, data access has been probably the biggest thing to work through this year. We started with the body-worn camera download ability. Now we are moved to documents and files and making sure that those are able to be downloaded and manipulated. I think that in terms of next steps, it's really bringing us all together to be in the room to have those conversations. I think having one-off conversations where it's just me or just myself and Councilmember Smith probably isn't as productive as if we had work sessions around this and continue to make progress. So the first step we took was about a month ago. We had the PAB in to do a work session. I think we need to do that more regularly, come up with a cadence and a frequency that makes sense. And then we had a follow-up with the administration to ask questions related to concerns that we heard in that meeting. The next meeting, the intention will be to bring everyone back to the table, council, the administration, and the PAB, to work on the updates, the progress that we're making. I know that there was a number of cases that were identified as missing some information, which we shared that with the administration to work through. And I believe that that's going back and forth, hopefully, at this point, with the intention that when we get back to the table at the end of June, that we'll get an update on the clearance of how many cases have we been able to get all of the documents, files, and information for. But I think outside of that, you know, the role is to continue to slowly and steadily make the progress that we need to make. I know that there's some back and forth from a legal perspective that we still need to continue to do. I did send a letter to the district attorney related to one of the issues pertaining to criminal investigations, asking that the PAB staff, the law department, and the DA get together to talk through some of the issues, concerns, and really go through that process. So just being consistent, I think.
And please keep us looped in those efforts. I think for most of us on this body, we are interested in removing those barriers and ensuring that when people report a case, it is resolved in a timely manner. Just a few other questions, and I'll cede the floor. Can you talk about the policy analyses you have completed last year and what you're planning on looking into this year?
Thank you for that question. I'm happy to turn that over to Dejan Hall, Director of Policy and Oversight.
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Martin. We, in the past fiscal year, completed our Right to Know policy recommendation, which touch on quite a few things, such as informing residents when they interact with cops on, or rather law enforcement, on the name of the officer they're interacting with, how to access body-worn camera footage from that interaction, as well as general data collection guidelines for the police department. We've also completed our very first oversight investigation. This one touched on juvenile use of force, which we highlighted some of the demographic information on law enforcement interactions with youth throughout our city. We are in the next month going to publish hopefully our second oversight investigation, as well as complete our process on our protest policy recommendation, which has 11 different recommendations on how to engage mass gatherings. And then for the upcoming year, we have a number of projects, including a cost of misconduct analysis. We're taking a closer look at mental health related interactions around law enforcement, body-worn camera usage throughout the department, and a host of other things. Generally, we like to be an agency that is sort of by, for, and of the people, and so any sort of policy recommendation or oversight question that we look to examine, we go to the community first to assess what it is that they're interested in looking into. That's a process that we'll be carrying forward in the next year, and from that we'll be able to come up with a more in-depth project plan, and that's where most of our projects will come from for the next year.
Thank you. I saw in the news a partnership with Teen Empowerment around the juvenile use of force, and I was very impressed to see you partnering with trusted community organizations and censoring the voice of youth in that policy investigation. And finally, I see the board chair, Larry Knox, is here, and I have a quick question for you, just an update on the search for the executive director, where you are in the process, when we should expect a recommendation from the board.
Hello. Hello, everybody. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Martin. I will say, again, I want to thank Sherry for her time that she put in on behalf of the board. We did ask her almost 50 times, but not exactly, to consider staying longer, but she was very clear on moving on, but she did stay and gave us a lot more time than we had anticipated when she started. So I thank her for that grace of giving us the extra time. We are really far along in that search process. The board did interview finalists earlier in the month. So now that process of what the next step are kind of right now with human resources, and there's other steps that happen with, background checks, references, renegotiations. But we are, anticipating by next month being able to talk more publicly about our selection, but there are still other processes internally that are happening, but very far along. This firm that we hired did very extensive work, and a lot of good conversation with the community, within the board, and with our staff that also took part in the end of that process.
Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. I will ask a couple questions here. Just in terms of KPI number 32, it's not often that we meet round numbers with round numbers. So there was 100 budgeted community outreach and awareness events held by the PAB budgeted for last year, and there's exactly 100 that are estimated. So I'm just wondering, is that just because your projections were perfect, or is this kind of an estimation here?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Gruber. I'm going to defer to Natalie Banks to answer that question. It's a lot of different outreach efforts, which also speaks to our need for to respond to President Melendez's question in terms of outreach, more community engagement, community specialist outreach. So Natalie can speak to that.
Thank you for the question. So no, we did not have perfect round numbers. We actually submitted for community engagement for this fiscal year so far to date, we have 147. And for communications, the communications number was probably your next question, that is 350. So we are over both numbers. But from my understanding from our manager of administrative services, we only submitted what was estimated. So we're actually over both numbers. However, to what Sherry mentioned not too long ago, we are still definitely in need of a communications specialist bilingual, so that we can continue to do the work that we're looking to do in the bilingual, in the Latinx community. We've been unable to meet our internal goals around that. We've had multiple meetings, sessions within the Latinx community, and they have stated over and over again that they feel that PAB is only for Black people. And that's what we got from the folks in that community verbatim. We have asked council in this budget for a Latinx community engagement specialist. We actually prioritize that as number one, and that priority was not given to us this go round, and we've managed to, for the next budget year, to work around that by doing a PARF. But I would like to underline that we cannot do the work that we're looking to do with members of the community only thinking that PAB is for Black people. As Dejan stated, we have been doing a lot of work, and a lot of the work that comes out of his team around policy and policy initiatives that the community want us to look at. We can't do that without the Latinx voice. And the Latinx voice certainly has different priorities than the Black community, the white community, and other communities. And so again, we did prioritize that as our number one priority in terms of hiring within our MOE, and that was not given to us. Thank you.
Thanks. If you wouldn't mind, two follow-ups on that. I think it's important moving forward next budget process to make sure that council staff is in close communication with the PAB staff, because the goal is not to have estimates as projections. The goal is for us to be able to actually evaluate where you all are on your KPIs. So we need to tighten up that process so we get real numbers. And in the meantime, if you wouldn't mind, it's great to know that you've exceeded the 100. If you wouldn't mind just sending over a list to the council staff of what those 147 community events were, you don't need to go into a great level of depth, but just so we can get a flavor for it, that would be great.
Absolutely.
Mr. Hall, you had something to add?
I was going to just generally walk through some of the our processes around our proposals for change, which is the informal name for our policy recommendations. Anytime we send out a policy recommendation, it must go through 30 days of public engagement. We partner very closely with the Public Affairs Division within the PAB. We have run into situations where we put out, our right to know, our juvenile use of force. We seek to go to the Latinx community to get their unique perspective, and we have been told flat out that we are lacking the representation, and so there's almost a distrust because of that lack of representation. So I just wanted to highlight the significance of Natalie's words and just show how that impacts beyond her division and beyond just her work.
Thanks. Let me ask the second question. I just want to be conscious of time. We are supposed to be having our break now, so if anyone has one or two last questions, please prepare them so we can still have a small break. My last question is just related to the strategic initiative that says the PAB will be developing and launching a successful restorative alternative dispute resolution program. And I'm wondering what the thought is there on creating something new when we already have places like Peary and Gandhi Institute and CDS and a whole bunch of other organizations that already seem to have some of this infrastructure created and set. What is the idea of creating something new, and what is the intention in terms of how it relates to the criminal justice world?
Well, thank you for that question again, Councilmember Gruber. While those other organizations certainly do restorative work, this would be specific to working with the police community. I'm not aware that they work with the police community with civilians. We got that feedback from, as Dejan Hall talked about, from community members who would like something like that for what I call somewhat lower level allegations of misconduct. It's courtesy, it's those kinds of things to help build community relations. And we also got feedback prior to the current Locust Club president from the Locust Club itself that asked for that kind of opportunity for engagement with law enforcement officers and the community for people who file complaints. And none of those other organizations receive reports or concerns regarding police misconduct except the PAB.
Got it. I'm very interested in that. I mean, I will tell you, when I first came onto council, so 7 years ago, there was a contract that RPD had. It was Chief Singletary at the time, had a contract with Peary specifically to do this. I think maybe in one section or with one particular type of charge. I don't remember the specifics. It would be something that I'm sure someone in RPD has some institutional memory about. But there is some benefits to using organizations that have the infrastructure versus creating additional infrastructure, especially if that's going to require the hiring of more people. We can potentially do this as a pilot with less expense by contracting to an existing organization. But I'd love to hear more about that at some point as it progresses.
Well, thank you for that, because it hasn't been fleshed out yet. So there's opportunity for us to create it in a way that may be more inclusive. So
yeah, and I don't know the capacity of those other organizations at this point, but I think it's worth a conversation, and I'm sure there's someone in leadership at RPD who would recall some of the some of the work that was done when Chief Singletary. I actually think it was before he was chief. I think it might have been actually Chief Simonelli. I think it was when Singletary was in community relations. So if someone from your team wants to just ask some folks, maybe Sweatman, if there's any kind of paper trail on that. I know it fizzled out probably around the time of COVID, but it'd be worth exploring rather than creating something new, I would think. Any last questions, Councilmember Lupien and Councilmember Monroe?
I just wanted to make a quick comment to thank you for the work that you've been doing. It's incredibly important work, and I know it's not easy to do it when you feel like you have your hands tied behind your back. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Monroe, and then Councilmember Martin, then we'll close there.
Could you provide a list for the positions, how many are currently vacant? Thank you.
Councilmember Martin.
So for the positions that were denied, President Melendez, could you provide to us in writing your justification for denying some of these positions?
Yeah, we can provide you that in writing, but I'll just say this: it was categorically false that the number one MOE was that position that was highlighted, maybe for your division or department, but not for PAB on the whole. The top two positions were granted, but I will certainly provide it in writing.
Yeah, I just think for us as a body, so regarding approval of the PAB budget before the public gets to see it and before the council gets to see it, it's largely handled by you. I do think it's important in the future that other council members get to see and understand what's going on, attend the meetings, and have some kind of understanding and a say. But without that happening, for me, I would just like to understand the justification and the process. That's all.
Yes, and largely it's you'll notice that we increased the budget overall for the PAB in this budget by adding those two extra positions. We were trying to meet our maintenance of effort number, so that was largely the reason, but certainly will provide that in writing.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Once again, thank you for your service. Thank you for steering the ship for as long as you have. Thank you to the Police Accountability Board staff for coming and presenting today. We are going to break, and we are going to start very promptly. Thank you, library team, for being here. We're going to start very promptly at 11:20. Whether council members are in their seat or not, we will be starting at 11:20. Thank you very much.
We got the senior staff, we got the number two. Like you said, we got the number two and we got the number three. The number one was the bilingual position and he rejected it. I'm offended that he publicly said, basically implying, no, I believe you. And it's in line with the work I see you all trying to do. It's also in line with, like, y'all are actively, like, outside of Tracy and trying to be able to, still know the rights. Yeah. So I'm so sorry about it. I appreciate that. I just, like, you know,
push, right? Oh, sorry.
Okay, we are going to get started. So I'm hoping that council members will here and will join. First, oh yes, Mayor, you wanted to make some remarks. Let me just say something first. It is odd, I would say, is the best word I would use, that our 3 hearings this morning have involved IT, the PAB, and library, whereas the person in charge's last budget hearing, and we know it's their last budget hearing. What's great about it is that everyone is doing, particularly the folks on your team, Mayor, with IT and with library, doing a wonderful job of building out some succession planning and making sure that we have a great path forward for really important departments. But Patty, it will be exciting, or Director Utara, will be exciting to hear from you and how you are leaving, what shape you are leaving the library in. And I will turn it over to the Mayor first to introduce any remarks about the library.
Yeah, I just wanted to start off just really quickly because, and Patty, I'll take it from here. I wanted to just thank Patty for her service and for giving me enough time to prepare for her retirement, because I think she told me the first day of my administration that, hey, listen, 2025 and I believe February, I'm out of here. So get ready. So she gave us time to be able to do that. But I just want to talk a little bit about. We started the day off the other day talking about the mayor's office and public safety, and I just wanted to just set the stage for this before you start asking Patty your questions and anything that she wants to say. Whenever we talk about violence prevention, economic opportunity, I think in the past people didn't realize that the library has a lot to do with that. So whenever we're talking about any of those issues, the library is front and center and on our mind for that. So when we have a work session around violence prevention or any of those things, the library will be at that work session and a part of that. The library has taken on social services. We have counselors in the library, which is something that's new. We launched our cannabis zoning and information and education. Folks come to the library to be able to get a lot of that information in our business research center. Talk about youth development. Our teen center is a major part of that in the library. I was just there with a bunch of SMT members on Tuesday, where these kids are building their own comic books, doing their great digital center. These are all things that are related to violence prevention and a lot of the larger goals of the administration that traditionally you wouldn't think of when you thought about the library. And the library has taken on that role. The innovativeness of Patty and her team in the library has been evident. I know Councilmember Patterson has been asking for a library in the Northeast. We're looking at having another library in the Northeast, possibly connected to a housing complex. That's very innovative. Traditionally, something that libraries have not done, but something that this library has done under Patty's leadership that we are so excited about, and not to mention the beautiful, beautiful renovation that took place at Lincoln. And then the last thing I'll say is the library has hosted the cash program for years. I was one of the original folks involved with the cash program. That is now housed at our library. And last tax year, over $2 million in federal earned income tax credit, over $4 million, almost $5 million, $4.7 million in federal tax returns, almost $1.5 million in state returns, and almost over $650,000 in state earned income tax return, and saved over $1 million for tax clients. This took place in the library. So I just want folks to understand that when we talk about the public library, they are a central component of all of the other elements that we talk about, particularly economic development and public safety. You can't have any of that without a strong library, and they've showed that they have been innovative, creative, and on the cutting edge of this topic. So I want to thank Patty for her service. I know this is her last budget hearing. I promise you, Councilmember Gruber, you said it's the last three folks that are retiring. It's not anybody's fault in City Hall. We're not running them out. They're all going into great retirement. So again, I thank the library for their work and being a part of the larger administration. I know you've said sometimes it felt like the library was on an island. I hope that you've seen that we've taken you off that island and really made you connected to the larger mission of the organization.
Thank you, Mayor. Patty, any opening remarks, and would you like to introduce your team as well?
Thanks, Mayor, for those wonderful remarks, and no, we don't feel like we're on an island anymore. I would like to introduce the staff that are with me today. To my right is Katie Hasselwander.
How do you pronounce that
I'm
last
sure
name?
all of you know well. Katie has transitioned into her role as the finance officer for the Rochester Public Library and Monroe County Library System and is doing beautifully. Behind me is our Deputy Director for Branch Libraries, Melanie Lewis. Melanie is also retiring at the end of this year, so we will be recruiting for a replacement for her. Next to her is Jennifer Smathers, who is the Associate Director for the Monroe County Library System. Behind Jennifer is Emily Clasper, who is the Associate Director for the Central Library, and Anna Soro, who is our Manager of Library Administration.
Thank you very much. Melanie, congratulations. Sadly, congratulations. Let me start. I have the honor of being the liaison to the library board, and so I a lot of what we had asked each department to share, nothing that you shared was newsworthy to me, which means you're doing a good job of keeping your board informed. But I think it's worth having a conversation about the biggest challenge that you identify, which is security. And I know that I think some of the challenges with security at the libraries are probably a little bit bigger than some council members may be familiar with. So can you talk about what those challenges are and what you believe we need to address it?
Sure. This is a multi-fold question. So over the last 18 months or so, we've struggled with recruiting and retaining security officers. We've also struggled with having access to substitute security officers through AP Security, which is the firm used by the city. My understanding is that those issues have resolved, and we now are easily accessing substitute security guards when we need additional guards to our permanent staff. The incidents that our guards deal with on a regular basis are varied. Some of them are violent. I'd be misrepresenting the situation if I didn't say that. But there's also a significant amount of social services and counseling that goes on. And we've seen that create a fairly significant set of stressors for some of our guards. We have one full-time guard right now who is out on medical leave related to stress. We've had others who have struggled with the same thing. But I will say that our guards do a fantastic job of keeping order in the libraries. You will also see the guard positions that we've added in the branch libraries are not always your typical security guards. They interact very easily with the patrons. For example, we have a new guard at the Central Library who is assigned to the Teen Center, and a couple of weeks ago he was playing ping pong with some of the kids in the center. You know, they go out of their way to develop relationships with the people who are coming into the library. Earlier this week I had a voicemail from a longtime patron who was a resident of the House of Mercy who has since moved to Rochester, Minnesota. She had developed such close relationships with a couple of our guards that she regularly calls them just to talk. That's the kind of relationship building that we're seeing happening through our guards. The security incidents that have occurred in the libraries, as I said, have ranged from small to very disruptive. We've had a number of group fights happen at the Central Library in the last several months, which our guards have handled very well, along with assistance from the RPD And from the person in crisis team, we've had great support from Aaliyah Henton-Williams and her staff, as well as from Vince McIntyre and RPD in general. They work with our guards, they help us get them the training that they need, and provide counseling and recommendations for steps that we can take to make the library safer.
Pardon me. So just to be clear, does this budget, does the library have the security capacity that it needs to have the hours that you want to have? I mean, understanding that emergencies will happen and things may happen on a day-to-day basis, but are you comfortable with the levels of security that this budget has?
Yes, I am. One of the increments in this budget is the conversion of a part-time to a full-time security guard, which we're very thankful for, and that's at the Lincoln branch. The guard who's in that position right now is a good example of what I talked about earlier with connecting with the community members in ways that are not necessarily what you'd expect from a security guard. Could we use more guards? Perhaps, but access to the temporary guards through AP security and with backup from city security and RPD, we are in a pretty good place right now.
Thanks. This may be a question for the mayor and deputy mayor, but can you help me understand? So we have a security team that reports up through DES that's led by Vince, and that is for a lot of, like, the folks that we have on site here are city staff, but at some of our satellite locations like libraries and rec centers, we contract that work out instead of hiring in-house. Is that the case?
Yeah, I mean, that's accurate. AP Security has a contract with the city to provide supplemental security services when permanent staff are not available. I can give you an example in the library of when we tend to use AP is for call-outs when people are sick, when people are on extended vacations, when people are out for extended medical leave, when things are a little hot and we need some extra security.
I see. So the folks that you have at the branches regularly are city staff?
Yes, they are.
But when you have a call-out for an extended period of time, that's essentially the equivalent of a substitute teacher.
Yes.
You're calling in for a substitute.
Yeah, hence the increment of a part-time to a full-time. Those are city employees.
Okay, thank you. All right. Well, let me ask one last question about the libraries before I pass it over to my colleagues. I noticed that one of the KPIs, library cards, are not where I think we want them to be, and obviously cards are an indication of who's utilizing. I think we all know libraries are being utilized quite extensively. Your numbers for utilization are way up, as a matter of fact, but actual card holders seem to be down or fairly plateaued. Are there best practices from other communities in terms of getting people who don't step into libraries to do so and to become card-holding members?
Yeah, I would say that the KPI number that you're seeing is a bit skewed. The Monroe County Library System purges our patron database every couple of years, and there was a purge in 2023. So cards that hadn't been used in a number of years were removed from the system. I've been tracking individual new cards since we eliminated fines last July, and during that period of time from July 2023 through the end of December, we actually saw a 28% increase in the issuing of new cards. Our total number is lower, but I attribute that to the purge of old cards.
And is there a time within every student's journey from K through 12 at RCSD where they are all being encouraged to sign up for a library card and library staff is meeting them where they are?
We have done that a number of times in the past, and it's very dependent on being able to get into individual classrooms. For a period of time, we were including library card applications with the welcome packets that new students get through RCSD. That practice ended 2 superintendents ago, but our children's services consultant, Tanya Burton, has already been in contact with the incoming interim superintendent, who has been very supportive of library cards and literacy activities through the library during his time with RCSD. We're also fortunate to have Eva Thomas coming in as the new director of early childhood education for the district. And Eva has been a great partner for our children's services staff in terms of getting library cards to young students and bringing library staff into the school. So we're hopeful that having Eva in her new position will help us reinvigorate the library card program. September is Library Card Month, and we typically do a big push throughout the community for new library cards. Last year, we actually ran a competition among the branch libraries to see who could issue the most number of cards. And Melanie, do you remember who won that? So Lincoln won that contest.
Thank you very much. I'd open it up to Councilmember Patterson.
So we'll start with my annual question. As you're all aware, Northeast District is the poorest district in the city of Rochester. We only have one branch library. The mayor mentioned in passing that we might be getting a second branch library. Mr. Mayor, if you could speak a little bit more to that detail, it would be greatly appreciated.
Yes, as you know, it is my goal to get another branch library in the Northeast, and the hope is that we will have an innovative model. Again, this is not guaranteed as we continue to work through the funding mechanisms as well as collaborating with the developer as well as New York State to see if this library will not only serve as a library but also have a footprint for housing. As you know, you're familiar with that project that we're working on. We've looked at the budget related to that to see what ongoing operating costs would be, but I think we're closer to that this year than we were last year.
Okay. And my other starting to become annual complaint issue, in previous budget cycles, we got a great deal of detailed information on our particular individual branch libraries, and I always found that incredibly informative. The last couple of years it's been missing, but apparently you have a workaround. And if you could address the workaround, I'd greatly appreciate that.
Yeah, actually not a workaround. The file that you're talking about was sent this morning to Emily Lohner and will be shared with council. And this file details individual usage of our individual KPI usage for each branch library.
Okay, thank you. It is incredibly informative, and I am so happy that you are providing that information. I'm really, the last work session that you attended and you talked about in passing the Raising a Reader program, I asked you for the report, you sent it over. We are actually fully funding that this budget cycle for the community. Can you explain to the folks what the Raising a Reader program is, how it works, and how they can access it?
Sure. The Raising a Reader is a national program that is evidence-based early literacy training for families and children. The components of this program include training for early childhood providers, including teachers and daycare workers, helping them help parents understand the importance of reading to their children. Book cuddling, which is holding a child on your lap, reading a story, turning pages, discussing the colors and shapes and forms within that book. In order to do that, the Raising a Reader program provides an individual bag of materials that is switched out every week. When we initiated this program many years ago, we did this through individual contacts with families. That morphed over the years to be delivered primarily through Head Start locations. After COVID, what we found was that Head Start locations were really struggling with staffing, and they were not in a place where they were able to take on the work of helping to manage this Raising a Reader program. So we expanded to target home daycares. And Tanya Burton, who I mentioned earlier, has provided professional development training, for home daycare workers, for organized daycare workers, for daycares in churches and at other locations to help them understand the science behind reading. The science of reading is, I'm sure you've heard, through the state budget, and there's lots of buzz about that out there right now. So the increment in raising a reader for this coming year will allow us to add staff, which will allow us to double the number of families who are participating in this program. We've added 2 full-time positions that will focus on working with Eva Thomas, as I mentioned, to institute raising a reader in several of the RCSD pre-K classrooms.
And you also have another program called It's Safe to Be Smart.
Yes, we do.
Can you tell the community what this program is and how it works?
Safe to Be Smart is a teen-oriented program that was started at the Arnett branch in the year 2000 by Derek Coley. Derek retired last year, which is, we've really felt his loss. But Safe to Be Smart focuses on providing a multifaceted set of services to teens, not just library services, but social emotional services as well. Our Safe to Be Smart staff are youth services assistants who have some background in working with teens, whether it's through social work, through education, or any other variety of aspects. We currently have the program at 7 locations in the city. I will be honest, the program has been in a bit of disarray since Derek left, but we have reassigned the leadership of the program to Mr. George Carter, who has been a Safe to Be Smart staff person at the Sully branch for many years. He is now sort of taking that program in hand and rebuilding it. One big project that he's working on right now with Ms. Vera Haygood from the Lincoln branch is a trip for 20 of our Safe to Be Smart students to Washington, D.C. this July. Right. They will be traveling with Safe to Be Smart staff with a couple of parents and a tour guide, where they will visit Washington over a weekend and visit multiple museums and other sites of interest. The focus of Safe to Be Smart has always been working with kids to help them understand that there are many things beyond the neighborhoods where they live. The program has been field trip based, it's been homework based, it's been project based. The mayor mentioned one of the programs that is currently in place at the Central Library, which is an AI comic book generation program through Chris Cooley Associates, where Chris and Jeff Bostic, who is a city employee, are working with kids to create their personal stories and personal images to create comic books of their lives. The name of the program was actually given by one of the first young women who participated, who told us that the library was a place where it was safe to be smart. And that resonated with Derek and with the rest of the library staff, and we adopted that moniker in 2000.
If you could send over a report on that program, I would love to read a little bit more about it and get some more detail.
Absolutely.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can I just clarify so the email you referred that went to Emily Lohner was a breakdown of utilization by particular branch?
Yes, of our KPIs.
Great. Can we just make that, especially if it's data that you already have, can we just make that part of the budget process moving forward, that we just get those numbers instead of an aggregate broken down? I don't know about you, Councilman Patterson. I think utilization, at the very least, I don't know if you need to get into every single KPI if you don't already track that by branch, but at least utilization would be great.
Sure. The other possibility for transmittal of this data is through the monthly report that I give to the library board, which includes a statistics sheet that shows year-to-date usage data and monthly data.
Yep.
We are also looking at linking this data in the OpenGov library story, so you can click into that and see it on a different web page.
Great, and I'll foreshadow a later question, but I'll ask the same thing of the rec centers as well. I think it'd be good to have that by specific center.
Okay.
Okay, President Melendez, followed by Vice President Harris.
Yes, thank you, Chair Gruber. Patty, thank you for your service to the city and the community. Related to the Business Insight Center at the Central Business Insight Center, I know that there's been a lot of development pertaining to the cannabis industry in the last couple of years in terms of how the rollout and the engagement would happen. Is there a plan, that like a strategic plan or an action plan that can be shared with council, or something that we can see that can identify all the available services that are being provided?
Yeah, Jennifer Burns is the manager of our Business Insight Center, and she is actually currently preparing a report for me on all of the work that the center has done in the last year. She has been personally involved in the cannabis work, but her other staff have been involved in many other support actions for small businesses, for entrepreneurs, with the Simon Center School and other local, the Entrepreneur Center at RIT. So you'll have that report probably midsummer. Jennifer did give me some information recently about her work on the Cannabis Task Force, and I'll just read that to you. We continue to partner with the Cannabis Workforce Initiative to offer free workforce development programs. She ran a very successful educational program last summer, which resulted in 35 graduates, nearly all of whom found employment at one of the dispensaries and organizations locally that was focused on bud tending. The division received a mock cannabis dispensary from Dutchie, which allows students to role play in customer service scenarios, and this will support workforce development programming and events. She's also reported to me that the Office of Cannabis Management will soon issue an RFP to establish an accelerator incubator for cannabis entrepreneurs, and it's likely that the library would apply for that funding.
Great, thank you for that. I look forward to reviewing that report. I think one of the questions, the additional question I have is in terms of who we are serving. Do we have demographic data of who is taking advantage of those services?
I am not aware that we do.
Okay.
It's been a conversation that I've had with Jennifer, but I don't know at this point.
All right, thank you. The MiFi program.
Yes.
Could we have a brief update on how that's going and what the needs may be if there are needs moving forward?
Yes. See, in the last 2 years, we've had almost 8,000 unique borrowers of MiFis. The zip codes where the most usage occurs include 14609, 14621, 14608, 14604, and 14611. 3% of the users are children or teens, with the rest being adults. The funding that was provided through council and the mayor's office last year have allowed us to continue to circulate more than 300 devices. Funding for that sunsets at the end of June, but I have legislation just approved by the county legislature allowing us to tap into the fund balance of the Monroe County Library System to fund the program for another year. It is my hope as well that the library's response to the county's RFP for broadband services will also result in some additional funding. However, we've had no information from the county on when those RFP responses are being reviewed and when they will make decisions on which organizations they will ask for a full proposal. I've said this before, I will say it again, the MiFis are a bridge until county and city can provide affordable internet access to every city resident and every county resident for that matter.
Thank you. My final question is just related to the construction at Maplewood.
Yes.
So in terms of the temporary location, has a temporary location been identified, and could you share that with us?
Yes, the short-term lease for a temporary location was approved by the RPL board yesterday. And that will be at 414 Lexington Avenue, the old Holy Rosary Church, which is owned by Providence Housing. This body will see a long-term lease proposal likely in August.
Great, thank you.
Also, the former Mary's Place.
Yeah, Mary's Place will continue to occupy space within the church, so we'll be sharing the space with them.
Patty, did you know when you started this job that you were going to be talking about bud tending in your budget reports?
No. No.
Vice President Harris?
Thank you. President Melinda's asked my MiFi question. I'd like to just commend you guys on the MiFi program. It's been awesome. I know I've gotten feedback from folks in my district who was very happy to have the service. In your data, you mentioned that adults are a large portion of the users. Do you know, are there adults with children in the household or just adults?
We're not able to determine that from our patron database. We can only determine age levels. My assumption, however, is that a number of the adults who have borrowed devices are using them for multiple people within their homes. That's some of the anecdotal information that we've gotten back.
How many users does a MiFi hold up to or allow to use?
When we initially instituted the program, I believe the devices that we used at that point, and this is a few years ago, was 11. But the devices have changed over the last few years. We'll have to get that information for you.
Thank you. So that definitely sheds a lot of light on, if an adult uses it, most likely the entire household has access to it. So that's awesome. My final question is I saw that in here in our notes that we have you guys were doing a downtown walking tours. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Sure.
And if that's going to continue? Sure.
Christine Radarski, who is our Director of Historical Resources and also city historian, and her staff have been doing downtown walking tours for a number of years. They follow the Heritage Trail and have a number of different topical tours, which I can get that information to you, and they're scheduled for the summer. The plan is to continue, although we've lost one staff member, Dr. Michelle Finn, who was one of the guides, one of the tour guides. She left us to become curator of the George Eastman Museum, which is wonderful for them. We are in the process of recruiting for her replacement. But Christine, Dr. Emily Morey, and Dan Cody are 3 staff members in the local history division who regularly provide downtown walking tours.
Thank you. Is that something you can share with the rest of the council? And then also I'd like to know, how do you guys market that so that's pushed out to the community and those of folks who often visit Rochester, especially during the festival season? That'd be something that be really good and interesting.
Yeah, the tours are part of the overall program capacity for Rochester Public Library and advertised through the calendar on the Monroe County Library System website, which has a broader audience, as well as through the RPL website. They have in the past been advertised through the city's calendar, but with the update on the city's website, that is a question that we have as to whether we'll be adding library programs to that site. We haven't actually tackled the idea of how to market those tours to guests, to visitors, but I think there are ways to do that.
For consideration, I would urge you to connect with Visit Rochester. That would be a great resource to connect with guests, especially family reunions coming to Rochester. Rochester, we have a rich history. Susan B. Anthony, Frederick Douglass. So, a lot of times when people have family reunions, that's what they're looking at. So that would be a good suggestion.
Jennifer Smathers, who's with us today, is a member of Visit Rochester. Okay. So, Jennifer?
Yeah, absolutely.
I
will take note of that. Thank you. It's actually something that I talk about in our 30 seconds that you get to do a free announcement at a Visit Rochester meeting. This month I focused on the Jazz Fest, but next month I can focus on the walking tours.
Great, great. Thank you. Thank you. That concludes my questions.
Thank you, Vice President Harris. A couple questions, and then I'll pass over to Councilmember Martin. Speaking of the walking tours and our investment in local history, I noticed that I think it was $38,000 in county funds that are not are expected to not come back this year. I can find the specific page citation.
That's just for the county historian study, so that study is complete.
Got it. So the 50-ish thousand that the county typically has paid for the previous vendor, they're still going to keep paying us a $50,000 annual fee for county historian services. Is that right?
That is correct for the life of the RFP that the library was awarded, which is a 3-year contract with renewals every year. I'm in the process right now of developing the first year report to go to the county on the actions that have taken place over the last year to move the county historian's collection from St. John Fisher College to the Rundle Building, and the assignment of duties that has happened within the local history division.
And at this point, everything is moved over to Rundle.
Yes, that is correct.
But not necessarily, everything hasn't necessarily been like cataloged yet by RPL.
Right. The full assessment of the collection is not completed yet.
Got it. Okay, thank you. I'm curious. Also, kind of a link to the walking tour piece. And by the way, I do agree not only with Visit Rochester, but if there's a way that city communications and can help to market some of that, and if there's a way that our new website can ultimately help get people to like physically sign up. I mean, we're investing in all these tools as a city. It'd be great to make sure that some of the stuff becomes accessible for people.
Yeah, I believe registration is required on the calendar entry on the library sites, and the city's website, I think, would send people there.
Great. Similarly, so we invested a lot in that beautiful terrace outside, and I know that there's been conversation about programming that space a bit. I don't think that's happened quite to the extent that that maybe had been planned. Can you just talk about what the thoughts are currently about programming that space and timeline, et cetera?
Sure. One of the unexpected things that we realized, and probably should have realized it ahead of time, the space on that terrace, which is intended for use for music, for performances, which butts up to the river, is very loud. So people have a hard time hearing a band or a speaker when they are down in that sort of amphitheater. So we're trying to work out how to address that. When the river is rushing, it's very windy and very loud, combined with the traffic on Broad Street and South Avenue. Now, thinking forward to when Broad Street might look different with the aqueduct project, that problem may go away a little bit. At least the traffic portion of it would go away. But we're working through that. We held a few concerts last summer. We held a number of play days where we pulled a number of our large format games out onto the terrace and just allowed people who were passing by to play. Those were very popular, and we'll continue to do that this summer.
And maybe even things, I'm assuming it's a little quieter at night, and obviously we're not going to do things in the middle of the night in February, but maybe this time of year having some more early evening programming is possible?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, my last question, at least for the time being, is just about, well, first as a comment, I can't say enough good things about the Lincoln branch, and as a parent of a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old, I take my kids there more often than I can possibly count. What is the ability to have similar toy lending services at other libraries? I understand a lot of branch libraries, or sorry, a lot of suburban libraries have that. Is there a functional mechanism if someone's at the Lyle branch, for example, that there can be some toys there to lend out, or is it kind of only at Lincoln?
We've looked at this issue for many years, and the primary problem is space in most of our branches. We just simply don't have the space to house large collections of toys. However, the toys that are available at Lincoln can be sent to any library in the Monroe County Library System through a phone call or requested through the library catalog. There have been situations where we have put small collections of toys, or primarily the backpack bags, which are really wonderful. I saw one go out yesterday for the Durand Eastman Park, which includes everything you need to take your child or your family through Durand Eastman Park and explore the flora and fauna there. Until or if we have dedicated space in the branch libraries, it's probably not a possibility.
Fair, although I would hope that even the example you just gave, that there would just be a way to advertise it and promote it a bit more, so that families know these things are options to be able to have things put on hold and shipped over. I think in particular, like I think of the Charlotte Library, for example, where there may not be ideal space, but the second floor up there's probably some space to do some things, and these libraries are never going to they're never going to get bigger. We're never going to do major expansions. At least I shouldn't say never, but not anytime soon. So any way that we can incorporate some more programming into them would be very much appreciated.
Noted. Thank you.
Councilmember Martin, followed by Lightfoot.
Just want to start by saying thank you, Patty, and all the library staff. Through my time here, I've interacted with a lot of staff at the library, and it's consistently been positive, helpful. I have one question about social workers in the libraries. Yesterday, Mayor Evans, celebrated the addition of social workers. So could you shed some light about that program, how it's ran? Just any information about it.
Sure. This is focused at the Central Library. With some additional funding through the mayor's office last fall, we were able to enter into a contract with the Father Tracy Center, where they have staff in the Children's Center on the second floor at Central several days a week, and they are also on call. We have made good use of that connection, connecting families who are experiencing homelessness or, in some cases, domestic violence or other types of social services needs. That program has been very, very well received. On the third floor at the Central Library, we've continued to provide services through person-centered housing and MC Collaborative that is focused primarily on services to our unhoused patrons. And that includes everything from referrals to actual provision of shoes and clothing and food right on site. The program through person-centered housing also experienced some of the funding that was directed to the library last fall, which has helped them provide more services or to be in the library more often. We're also working with Law New York, excuse me, to have attorneys in the library at different times during the week. MC Collaborative is additionally providing some services out of the Monroe branch. We have a private donor at Monroe who is paying for food packages for MC Collaborative to deliver up and down the avenue.
That's incredible. Thank you. And is there any interest in expanding this service into some of the other libraries that have higher usage?
Absolutely. The only thing holding us back is funding. Funding and access to services. When we put an RFP out, when we contracted with Father Tracy Center was the only respondent to that.
Thank you so much.
Councilmember Lightfoot, followed by Monroe. And if there's any last questions, let me know because we have a lunch break coming up soon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Patty, for the work that you do. And congratulations to Katie for doing a great job over there, transitioning. We miss you. And congratulations to those who are looking to retire. I somewhat understand a little bit of what that looks like, just a tiny bit. I talk about this every year, and I'll bring it up again because I just think it's important, Patty. We had a very successful program with our barbershops, salons, and reading with our children. We already know the digital divide we discussed with IT before. We also know the challenges that are happening in certain zip codes. We still hear when the MiFi, we hear those same zip codes coming up. That's good. That's great. That because we are focusing and we see the need obviously is in those same zip codes that seem to be underserved and disinvested in some degrees. So I would be intentional to be willing to work with you on recreating and relaunching a reading and cuts program, because that is one of the areas where a lot of these individuals, their first opportunity, especially children who are coming in for their first haircut when they're about 1 year old or so, maybe their first introduction to them and their family to the library, maybe their barbershop or their stylist. And that's an opportunity there that we could be missing, that we were getting before, that we kind of stopped and it was working. Books were being provided to those particular style cosmetologists and barbershops, and it was the books, we couldn't keep them. At least in my shop, they flew off the shelf literally. They were free for the clients and their families. And so I would, and maybe could be extended to also introduce them to the library card. Maybe there could be some kind of connectivity there as well. People typically don't change their barber, beautician, their doctor, and their spiritual leader. Those are things that transcend, I used to say husband or wife, but people starting to change that like they change their clothes. But those three things people keep for generations. Those connectivities with the barbers and beauticians, I think, is a very, very important opportunity that we could be missing. And I love to work with you as well as council and working with those businesses and owners to recreate some type of read and cuts program to include potentially also maybe MiFi and or library registration.
Very good. And I'm wondering now if there's an opportunity for us to have some of the Raising a Reader program materials in barbershops and salons.
I can just tell you, Patty, when I go to the NLC conferences, when I was going prior to the COVID, people were looking at what we were doing nationally with that program. They were really early reading. People were really paying attention to what we were doing in that space, because they saw the opportunity there to really bridge the gap between reading and we were talking earlier about safe spaces, and the barbershops and salons are safe spaces. They're considered safe spaces for the community, and we get a lot of children and a lot of families, and I just think it's an opportunity.
Thank you.
Councilmember Monroe.
Hi, Patty. I just want to thank you first for your incredible service to the city. I'm sorry, is there a problem? Oh, okay. I first got to know you in the late 90s, and the work that you and your staff have done to keep libraries relevant and alive is just so critical to democracy and raising informed citizens. So I really appreciate that. So I'm excited about the Maplewood Library expansion and renovation. Is incredible that it's going to be, kicking off. Also, I was wondering, I know we have someone coming to talk about, the final plans at our next M&A meeting next week. I just wanted to make sure that they're able to address, the M&A had sent a letter with their comments on the final plan. I don't believe we had responses back to that, so just if those could be addressed when the person comes to speak to us.
That is the plan.
Okay, great. Also, I want to thank you for the fact that the head librarian is always there at every meeting, so there's really a connection and a vibrancy there between the neighborhood association and the library. I wanted to ask questions about the Lyle Avenue Library. I see here that you're moving with the hybrid model, and if you could talk a little bit about what brought that about and what you're hoping to see from that.
Sure. As some of you know, the library did an overall review of all of our branch facilities and neighborhoods in 2018. And there were 3 libraries that were sort of put into the top tier of things to address. They were Lincoln, Maplewood, and Lyle. So we've finished Lincoln, we're in the process with Maplewood, and we are also in process with Lyle. A number of the issues that were identified for the Lyle branch, probably the biggest one was access for people. We walked the neighborhood a lot during the 2017 and 2018, talking to neighbors to determine why people were not coming to the library. And safety was the primary issue. We also found that a majority of the homes near the library were not owner occupied, so the population was somewhat transient. The recommendation from the consultant that we used was to consider a hybrid model and implement a bookmobile. So the library would be open 3 days a week, brick and mortar, and then be on the road for 3 days a week while the brick and mortar building was closed. And the idea behind that was that the bookmobile would reach people who were unable to walk to the library or otherwise get to the library. We've been preparing for this for a couple of years, and I'll ask Melanie to address this a little bit regarding what's happening right now. We have the vehicle. It's being prepared. Parts are ordered and back ordered. So while we may not see it on the road this summer, it should be on the road sometime this year. But Melanie and her staff have been making connections within the community for places that the vehicle will go and services that it will provide. Melanie, can you expand on that?
Currently, we're taking recommendations from the Child Care Council and also from Lifespan and Olivia over at Cameron Ministries. Your talk about the barbershops, we would like to sit and talk to you about. Can you hear me? Okay. About stops in that neighborhood. But the staff currently are doing outreach without the vehicle. They're going to legally exempt daycares. They're going to Charles Settlement House. They're going to Cameron just to get used to being out and getting the word out in the neighborhood that this is coming. The vehicle is being retrofitted and upfitted by a firm called Creative Library Concepts. We're getting the awning and the lift and the bells and the whistles inside, so we hope to have it by the end of the summer. Any questions?
Well, I'm really looking forward to seeing it once it's all done. And I think it's a creative way to make sure that we're still getting those services at the same time that we're working to try and bring down the problems that are plaguing Lyle Avenue. I want to just echo Councilmember Patterson's request that in the next budget, I know we'll have that information, but in the next budget, if we could have those KPIs included for each branch library. I think it's exciting that, you know, the different branches kind of have their different specialities where they're also, you know, specifically trying to reflect the communities that they're serving. And I certainly see that with Maplewood, with the different languages that are served there, because we do have the largest growing New American community. And lastly, I just want to say congratulations. Have a wonderful retirement, Patty. And thank you again for librarians. You are a wonderful group of people. Thanks.
That's a great way to conclude our hearing. Thank you for your time today, and we will break for lunch and come back at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
If council could please take their seats, we are going to get the show on the road. I'm going to ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Councilmember Gruber.
Here.
Councilmember Martin.
Here.
Councilmember Monroe.
Here.
President Melendez.
Here.
Thank you.
And let the record show that we are being joined by the rest of council who are just finishing up their lunch break, but we want to make sure to get moving here because there's lots to talk about in our current section, which is the Department of Recreation and Human Services. Thank you, Commissioner Green, for joining us today. And before I let you introduce your department and your team, I'll kick it over to Mayor Evans for any introductory remarks.
Yeah, just let me just say that I think it's very fitting that we had the library before we had the Department of Recreation and Human Services, because this is, again, I kind of call it the Evans equation. As when we started off, if you remember on the first day, we were talking about violence prevention and how all of this links together. I outlined for you before how the library plays a role in the preventative parts and also the economic development parts of the work of the administration. And you'll see this when we have our work session on violence prevention, because you will see the library there. You also will see the Department of Recreation and Human Services there. So I want to thank, before I turn it over to Commissioner Green, for taking on many things that traditionally have not been in this department, the Department of Recreation and Human Services, particularly our workforce work, which you know is indicative not only in terms of economic development, but also in terms of violence prevention, that $14.5 million around ARPA. Dr. Green also represents us on the Workforce Development Board, which has been a major component of workforce, our expanding of the Summer of Opportunity, and in this budget, which you will be discussing with Dr. Green, our expansion of the MBK program for 12 to 14-year-olds in terms of providing stipends for them as it relates to job training and readiness programs. We've never done that before. That's something that we started last year. We're expanding this year as a way to be preventative, to keep kids busy, in addition to our traditional Summer of Opportunity program. So that's extremely important. And then if you remember, we started, as we continue to talk about this equation of prevention, we started last year and we're continuing it again this year, the socio-emotional supports in our rec centers. Again, something that's new, a nice supplement to what we do as it relates to PIC, which is very important, and something that Dr. Green was able, and her team were able to jump on almost immediately and get up and running. Our Thursday Thinker series, and then our Rock with Your Hand series, again related to workforce and getting young people involved. These are all things that are all part of the overall puzzle when we look at prevention. So I want to thank Dr. Green and her team for their work, and I'm sure you will have lots of questions as it relates to a lot of these other initiatives that are contained in this year's budget. Dr. Green.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having us. As the mayor says, that the Department of Recreation and Human Services is encompassed of many components within the city, and I always say to my team that we are a forward-facing organization. We are one of the organizations that continuously meet with our community residents in all of the areas that we operate in. And so I'd like to just let you know who's here with us. First, I have Deputy Commissioner Sarah Fletcher, Isaac Bliss, who's the Director of Youth Services, and his team encompasses YVOV, Mayor's Youth Academy, and Summer Employment, as well as My Brother's Keeper. I have Kendra Hale with us. She is the Director of our centers and operations for our centers. Mai Ho, who is the Director of Administration for the entire Bureau. Jim Farr, the Director of Public Market and International Plaza. Eric Rose, who is the Director of Aquatics and Athletics. And then Christina Heilenthaler, who is our budget analyst, and I had to pronounce that phonetically. And so we also have members of our entire team. As you know, we don't have a director for Rochester Animal Services. However, we created a Rochester Animal Services leadership team, which includes Angelica, who is here with us. There she is. Amy Bianchi, who is the, right now she does outreach. David Langley, who does community relations. And those are people who make up that leadership team. Although Sarah and I may support and help run the organization, it really takes the leadership of those who work in the shelter on a daily basis, and also not employees of the city of Rochester, but our volunteers. We could not do the work that we need to do at the animal shelter without our volunteers. So that is our team, and I turn it over to you.
Thanks, Commissioner. So to council, we are going to divide up this department in the following way. We'll open up with questions for the Commissioner's office, where animal services and markets, both the public market and International Plaza, will fall. So let's limit questions there for now. Then we'll open it up to rec and athletics and aquatics. Then we'll end with human services. So with that, I guess I'll open with the obvious question. In the remarks that the department gave back to council, you identified not particularly any staffing challenges at Rochester Animal Services, but the huge demand, the number of community members that need the support of animal services as probably the biggest challenge of the department right now. So just asking you to give us a sense of what's in this budget that allows us to, that makes you feel confident we'll be able to be more prepared to handle some of that.
So first of all, I'd like to start with the fact that we do have vacancies in critical positions. As you know, the Director of Animal Services is very critical to the work over there. So we have had that position vacant since November, when the previous director went out on a medical leave. And then we were notified at the end of February that he was resigning. So once we heard that, it was important for us to make sure that animal service leadership team was part of the process. And so since the job description had not been updated in almost 25 years, we decided to give that job description to the team. And they took some time to update that job description. And once we did that, that went to commission to get approved. And shortly thereafter, we were able to post the position. The position closes on tomorrow. As of last week, we had about 5 applicants, so we are hopeful to interview and bring in a director. The vet position recently became vacant. We did not have to wait to post that job, but as you know, there's a shortage in veterinarians. And so 2 weeks ago, we only had 1 applicant. We will extend the application, the job posting, until we do find qualified candidates. I think what's very important is that we get the director in place. We have 4 vets on contract with us that work for us throughout the duration of not having a vet. That's similar to what we did last year when the vet we had last year left. We had vets on contract. And so we're confident that with those 4 vets on contract, we'll be able to do some of the work that needs to happen. Will it help us do everything? Absolutely not. But we know there's some priorities that we need to have a vet on service. The other thing that's reflected in the budget is the fact that the staff at Rochester Animal Services are very hard workers. And throughout the last 6 months, we realized that there was some inequities in pay. And so this proposed budget increased 64% of the staff salaries. And I think that is a part of what we've heard from them and what we know they need. The other thing in there is the director and the vet were the only administrative positions. And so we have, and I mentioned Angelica, who's the shelter, is over shelter operations, and our animal control. And those positions were positions that have been in place, but they were not at the administrative level. And so to really run the shelter, you need a team of at the administrative level. So the budget also increased that opportunity so that those folks could be at the administrative level. And it may sound, well, why is that important? The animal shelter is a 24/7, 365-day operation. And you need a team of people that can work a variety of times and hours, answer questions so that it continues to run. And so those are some of the things that we have in the budget around the Rochester Animal Shelter.
Thank you. I'm sure there's additional questions about animal services, so I will look to colleagues for hands before I hand it to President Melendez. Just want to reiterate, I'm very well aware this is a very challenging climate. One, I think, fairly small recommendation that I've made already, I'm just going to reinforce here, is that I think, as you mentioned, volunteers such a crucial part to what that place does at Animal Services, and making sure that there is a liaison to the hiring process, which is very much in line with what Mayor Evans has done with the police department, et cetera. I think getting the community involved will be a very, very helpful step. President Melendez? Sorry, go ahead.
Just answer that. So the interview team will consist of a volunteer, as well as each of the units within Rochester Animal Shelter will be on that interview team.
Fantastic news. Hopefully we will see someone come through very talented and qualified in very short order. Thanks. President Melendez?
Yes, thank you. So just a question around the veterinarian piece of this. Just given how challenging it is to find vets, not just locally, but around the country, and also understanding the dynamics of competitive pay and what we can do within the structure of city government. Has there been any thoughts or consideration? Obviously, we've posted the position and it's going to take a little bit of time to go through that process, but if we strike out, to consider a search firm or some other method to try to recruit?
So we have not considered a search firm. We did, last year we probably had limited access to where we posted the veterinarian position. This year, working with the Department of Human Resource Management, we have advertised that position near, far, and wide. The one applicant that I said we have is from the UK. I don't know what that means, but that tells me that it's far. And once we get a director, those are some of the things that we'll talk with the director on. Do we need to do something else? It's mostly because there's a shortage in veterinarian. The mayor, when we brought in the last veterinarian, the mayor worked with us to increase that salary. So it is at a very reasonable bracket at this time from what he did last year.
It's very competitive, and we have a special internal initiative in which we are go the extra mile in terms of highlighting positions that are hard to fill. Our LinkedIn pilot program, and this position is qualified for that. And as a result, you heard the results of getting more qualified applicants. The issue for us in the city is not getting the applicants; it's getting the applicants that can do the job. It's very easy for me to hire a warm body. I could hire anybody probably within. I could cut the hiring time down to about 3 days. But we have to make sure that there are people that can actually do the job, meet at least the minimum qualifications for an interview. But I think with this position, if we find that we're not able to find qualified applicants based upon the current process that we're using, which is different than the last one because we're using our internal, what I call enhanced hiring process, we may look to see if we need to have a headhunter or a search firm. I don't think we're at that point yet because we're getting a good number of applications that are coming in, as evidenced by the wide nature of people that are applying from places all over, not only the country, but the world.
Great, thank you. This is more a conversation probably during CIP, but I think it's appropriate to also have it here. So with respect to the shelter itself, I know that this year we put $1.2 million in the budget for some improvements. At a high level, could you walk us through what those are and what we should expect that to cover?
So The kennels have not been replaced since the shelter opened over 25 years ago. So one of the upgrades with the CIP is to get new kennels. We talked about, do you put money into getting new kennels if in the future you're going to move to a new building, redo the building? But what we did learn is those kennels will be movable, that if we did get a new location, we're not going to lose the opportunity to take those kennels with us. The other piece that we are doing is, for those of you who've ever been in the building, the front lobby is not as welcoming the way it's structured. So we're putting money into redesigning the front lobby in the current place. And so those are two of the primary areas that we're doing. But throughout the last 6 months, there's been some enhancements. And I will share some pictures with you after, and I don't have them right now in front of me, but we've redone the clinic. We have done some work with new cabinetry. We've done some painting. We've done lighting outside of the building, as well as the building across the street where the volunteers walk the dogs. We've increased security, which is part of the budget. I didn't mention that. And so those were some things we've already started doing. There was a question about radios. We have radios for the volunteers. So over the last 6 months, there's been those little steps. And I always tell people you have to celebrate small successes. And so there's some small successes we've made. We're working on a contract for laundry services, for kennel cleaning. And so those are things that the 1.2 won't address because we're doing things now.
Thank you. So there was also a study done on the shelter itself, and I know there are 3 potential options. One is to renovate the existing shelter as is. Another was to kind of take over potentially where Mounted Patrol is and expand the shelter. And then the third option, which was obviously the most expensive, was to consider a new building. Where are we in the process of determining what is the right option at this point, or is it too soon?
It's too soon. We continue to evaluate those options, and I don't want to start, because whenever I say something, people ask me, oh, when are you going to start doing that? So there is some internal work that the administration has been looking at as we look at NSCs, as we look at places where we currently have land, where if we have the right equation, we could possibly have a new animal shelter, or renovating the existing ones. But I think there are some exciting opportunities. As you know, we are looking at animal services broadly to see what we need to do with that. And for me, every option is on the table as it relates to animal services. Animal services has been a challenge for us for decades. The Department of Recreation and Human Services, as you know, it used to be under the police department. Now it's under the Department of Recreation and Human Services. There aren't many departments in the city that are raising their hands saying they want to take on animal services. Right now, it is where it's at. But we need to look at the long-term conversation as it relates to animal services and the city's role in animal services. I've been clear to you, Mr. President, and others about us being careful what we're in the business of. We're not long-term. Should the city be in the animal services business? That's another conversation that we can have eventually. But I think right now, for what we have, we want to make sure that we improve the existing services that we have, and then look to enhance it. And that could mean renovating the existing building to even at a greater level, or possibly working to build a new structure that will support the operation.
2 final quick questions. So spay and neuter, I know that we've changed policies and how we support that in the last couple of years. Could we, and this could be in writing, could we get an analysis or understanding of what we might have done in the past in terms of what the cost was to provide those services, and what it might take if we were to consider doing that in the future? And then my final question, at this time anyway, if it might have more if we circle back, is related to the staffing positions. So I do appreciate very much that the staffing positions went up 64%. That's wonderful to hear. I think that the team there, every time I've been there, they're very dedicated and committed staff. There's only 5 positions within the department that require a college degree. 3 of them are brackets 18, 28, and 30. And 2 of them are lower than that. And I just wonder, for consideration, if not immediately, if there is some benchmarking that could be done for the 2 licensed veterinarian techs, because there's only 2 of them within the department that we can consider looking at.
Yeah, we can get back to you on that, and we'll take that up with HR. As you know, we have a very robust internal HR department that can look at that and get back to you. And I would urge anyone in departments that also might have those concerns to make sure that they bring them to the administration in advance, so we could get answers on those for you. But we'll take those down and get back to you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lupien, then I'll ask one more question about this section, then we'll move on to recreation.
Okay, thank you. So I have some questions. Some of this I'll ask for in writing, this first one. Please provide data on pet surrenders for the last 3 years. This is an important indicator of economic and community health. The data points that I would like to see as an example are the number of surrenders broken down by type of animal, small dog versus large dog, cat, etc. If they were surrendered or stray, as well as rates of infection, outcome of the intake, whether it was adoption, euthanasia, or death, and for those pets that are surrendered or abandoned, how many came in with medical issues? Additionally,
Councilmember Lupien, can I just, Deputy Commissioner, just so you know, we will get you all this in writing. You don't have to jot them all down.
And the last data point, food distributed from the pet pantry. And related, with so many animals so many families needing to surrender their animals because of economic need and displacement, are we doing anything to address the root causes of these increased surrendered animals? What more can we do to keep pets in their homes? How are we, and what could we do better to meet the emotional needs of families that are surrendering pets? Have you considered a stipend for fostering to reduce overcrowding? This is something that the City of LA has done. And if not, what could we do to, possibly consider doing that one? And my last question, we've talked a little bit about the study that was done, but knowing that state law is requiring us to meet certain guidelines by the end of 2025, could you put in writing what the plan is to get there? Thank you.
Thanks. We will capture all that and make sure it gets sent over to the department. I have a question, switching gears to the public market for a moment. Mayor, I appreciate all the dollars you put into the market on this for this budget. I believe the market is there's a lot of jewels of our city. I think it's one of the brightest shining jewels, and we really do need to invest in the infrastructure of some of the older sheds to make it continue to shine for so many people. So I guess I just want to understand, with the dollars that were put in, plus the grant that we recently got from, I believe it was Senator Gillibrand and Schumer together, where are we in terms of being able to get to a set of construction drawings and full price tags for the next step of the market?
So we had to put out an RFP for the project, and I'm going to ask Jim to give us an update on where we are with the RFP.
Thanks, and thank you for the question. The RFPs are due in 3 weeks, I think, from the engineering firms and others that are interested in it. We had about 35 different firms at our walkthrough, so we expect we'll get a good number of proposals. The goal is to have something ready to bring to council with a recommendation, I think, by September, because there's, some of the funds are ARPA funds and we have to get them committed. So we have that between that and the 850. I think the $1 million in ARPA funds will just about cover us through the construction documents, and that way we'll be shovel ready if, you know, we're working on some other dollars as well, but we'll be shovel ready then to go into construction fairly quickly if we do find additional. We're also asking for a phased plan that could do that project in a couple of different phases too.
Thanks. So just for clarity, so the money that's in this budget with the dollars that are being proposed plus the grants that were received, there's enough money for, we hope there's enough money for, once we get the responses to the RFP, for that consultant to get us to a phased construction drawing. Everything until construction, essentially.
Yes, and I don't think it'll take all of the funds, but there certainly will be plenty.
Great. Thank you very much. Councilmember Monroe.
Hello. I would like to start by asking for a copy. I believe Ag and Markets does a quarterly report where they come in and they do evaluations of animal services. If I could have copies of those for the past year. Also, I really am concerned about the pay scale for the veterinarian. You know, just doing a quick Google search on things, the top of bracket 28 is $108,000. And I'm looking at, you know, averages from $120,000 to $161,000 for veterinarian. I dare say, given the fact that the pay seems to be low and the conditions of that shelter, I don't know that a veterinarian would want to walk in there and work there. When they walk in there, we see, you know, hallways that are crowded with different supplies and things that don't seem to have homes. The kennels, as you said, I would like to see what the plans are for the kennels as far as sizing and things, because I know that they seem substantially smaller than lollipops. I would like to see us get to a point where we really are modeling what Lollipop does, and I think they're generally accepted as kind of a premier shelter, and we really need to do better. And I know that this department has gone and bounced around home to home, and I'm certainly hoping, Commissioner Green, that under your leadership we can see some real substantial improvements. Thank you.
Vice President Harris.
Thank you, Chair Gruber. Commissioner Green, thank you and your team for all the work that you guys have done in this department. I have a couple of questions in regards to animal services. I think I asked this before, but I wasn't sure if I received the information. What kind of partnership or that you and your team could do, or let me say this, what kind of volunteer opportunities have you and your team engaged to help increase your volunteerism at the animal shelter? I did mention there was some suggestions from myself and my team that maybe you can engage schools to engage students to possibly become volunteers for the animal services. We didn't know if there was an age requirement or there's some regulation. You know, is that something that you guys can consider? What I envision is they could be like your next steps to trying to recruit a pipeline to veterinary technicians and even possibly veterinarians. I mean, you know, I think about our CTE department at Edison Tech and some of the other schools that's entering into looking at adding those kind of programs, and we can bolster our engagement with schools to help stimulate that.
So we did work with Edison last year to bring some students over. So we did take that suggestion and we focused with Edison students. Certainly it is something that we can continue to work with other schools as well as with our BOCES partnerships. So we will continue to look at how we can engage youth. We also had an intern over at the shelter last summer. And so we are trying to expose young people to the animal shelter so that we could create that pipeline.
We actually have a school group coming to do a shelter tour tomorrow or today, so very, very soon. So we are trying to we're also partnering more with Lollipop on working on kind of piggybacking on there, going into city schools and talking about animal care and things like that. So we definitely agree with your assessment of trying to get more youth in. My understanding is that you have to be 18 and older in order to volunteer at the shelter, just because of the liability with the animals and the dogs and dog bites and things like that and scratches. But we are definitely trying to get more youth to understand what animal services are and also the career that is behind it.
So, just to follow up, does Lollipop have a program with youth? And what is the age groups there, the Lollipop Farm?
So they have a program where they go into the schools and do education around animal care. And so I know they work with the Rochester City School District, so we're trying to build on that program. It's not kids coming to the Lollipop to work, but it's teaching them. And so I think when Councilmember Lupien talks about the surrenders and care, we want to teach young people how to care for animals so that that will help with this surrender piece.
Thank you. That concludes my questions.
Councilmember Martin.
Thank you to the leadership team at the at RAS, and also you, Dr. Green, and your staff for all you are doing to hold things together while you work to fill those key vacancies. I have a few questions. Could you talk about the pet supplies donation program and the decision to end it in this budget?
It wasn't our decision. They ended the program for us. There was a change in management and ownership of them, and they decided to just stop giving us free litter and pet food. So we had to add it to this budget.
Thank you. That makes sense. And one of the KPIs was around owned pet sterilizations, and that no longer being fully available in the same way it was. It was previously in last year's budget. There was a projected number of 750 owned pet sterilizations. Could you talk about the cost annually to provide that service and how the voucher program might replace that?
Yeah, I think this is related to one of Councilmember Lupien's questions. We added that number into another KPI, the pets receiving veterinary care, so that number is included in that. So traditionally we've gotten a grant from the ASPCA to be able to give vouchers to low-income residents in order to take those vouchers and get free spay and neuter surgeries at a local clinic. We are 100%, we want to continue that program. The grant ended, we need to reapply for the grant. Fully want to do that, fully supportive of that program, and we want to just continue that work. Some of this, the pets receiving veterinary care, also includes people who come into the shelter wanting to have their pet like euthanized for medical reasons usually. So it's larger than just the spay and neuter, which is obviously very, very important. But we provide different types of veterinary care once we have like a vet in place. It would be great for us to expand that, and that's one of the plans that we have.
That sounds good. And so the entire budget for animal services is 2.1 million. Is what I'm seeing here. Appropriation by activity.
Yes.
Yes. So, Mayor Evans, I do have some concerns around how you discussed possibly having a new animal shelter, or I didn't interpret a sense of urgency in figuring out how to improve the conditions within the shelter, including a clear plan of whether we're going to build a new shelter or do major renovations in the existing one. We have heard for months and months from community members about concerns about the shelter, and in addition to the great work that the staff there is doing, I do feel that there is a need to improve the facility itself. So can you talk to me about how we can prioritize this and possibly consider increasing funding for this if that is a barrier, or yeah, how does that all play into, and how do we create a sense of urgency around addressing the conditions?
Yeah, I will tell you there's a sense of urgency. We discuss this every day. So the urgency is absolutely there. And I don't know if you might have came in after I said this, but I want to be careful in saying that we're going to do something, because one of the things I know is if you don't do it quickly, people are going to say, hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? But I think right now the conversation is, the current conversations that we're having, literally right now, is do you build a brand new shelter on possibly city land, what that might look like, or do you do extensive renovations to the ones that are there? That's what we're weighing literally right now. But there's a cost-benefit analysis to it. So before I say which one we would like to do, I have to make sure that we have all our I's dotted and T's crossed, because if I come to you and say, Councilmember Martin, I want you to spend $36 million on an animal shelter, I think I know you fairly well. You might say, Mayor, but what are you doing at the expense of that, right? So we have to see which makes sense from a cost benefit perspective, but we also have to get clear on what our role is going to be in the future as it relates to animal services. And I think that once we get clear on our role, which I think which we're continuing to have conversations about, that will help inform what the footprint would look like. But in the meantime, the triage mode is doing all the things that we can to assist and improve the existing facilities, which you have mentioned, which Advocates has mentioned. How do we improve those things immediately while we figure out what the long-term strategy is in terms of a location? Because I mean, this building, it's like a house, and that when you don't invest regularly, this is where we are now, right? Because we just have not, over decades, invested in that building, and now we have what we have, and now it's like, okay, we got to hurry up and try to fix it. But now we're at the point where we have to decide what we're going to do. So I want to underscore, there is a major sense of urgency. But I would just caution everyone here: the dollars will come from capital, or we may have to bond for it. That whatever we do, it is going to be an expensive proposition.
Absolutely, and I think many of us will gladly support whatever is needed to improve the conditions, long term for animals. I do think, just like the folks who work there, many of us own pets, care for pets, so we are very interested in this moving quickly.
Well, that's great. That's great to hear, and we got you on the record. So
absolutely,
we have to move.
Vote for it when I bring it.
We have to move into Recreation and Youth Services. I understand that President Melendez and Councilmember Smith both have questions. The things that can be put in writing. Councilmember Smith, can they be put in writing? Okay, great. So we're going to move over to Rec and Youth Services. Let me start just by asking, as a repeat to before, that Director Warren heard, if we can just get the utilization of rec centers. We see the numbers you gave in the KPI in aggregate, but if we can get it broken down by rec center, that'd be very much appreciated, just so we can see where utilization is strong and where it may be lagging. And with that, I have some questions, but I'll turn it over to other folks first. Vice President Harris.
Thank you, Chair Gruber. I'd like to also mention that I'm really happy that the pools are open, especially the pool in the 19th Ward, Tennessee Valley Park. I had a chance to dip in there, and it's really nice. I'd like to know if you can provide, I saw that aquatics numbers were very high, and I wanted to know if you can provide, if there are any of the attendees that received their swimmers lessons with swimmers cards. Could you provide those numbers as well?
Yes.
And if you can also explain what are you guys doing to help improve, the ability to have people learn how to swim?
We will.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lightfoot.
Thank you, Chair Gruber. Just a couple of quick questions to the administration and Dr. Green. First of all, I appreciate the work that you guys do with our centers. I am a huge component of our centers and the work that they do. How is the department partnering with the community organizations to address food insecurities? And I'm specifically speaking to a conversation that we had on yesterday, extended in today, looking at those zip codes that we know some of our R centers are in the middle of. And so I'm sure that there are certain R centers, as we talk about accessibility and what Mr. Gruber just said as far as utilization. It will be interesting to see those numbers, because especially in regards to those areas that are more poverty stricken, I would expect that the utilization in those areas are probably higher than they are in other areas that are not as challenged financially. So what are we doing in regards to addressing food insecurities?
So as you know, that we provide meals in the summer, two meals in the summer, and then during the school year we provide a dinner meal for any young person who comes into any of the rec centers. So we make sure that we have the availability for young people to access the food. In terms of the community in those neighborhoods, we do not have like a food pantry or anything at rec centers at this time. There has been discussions about that, working with partners, but we don't have those at this point.
So, Dr. Green, and you don't have to answer this now. If you, this can come in writing, just because you may not have this number. But how many children do we actually regularly feed through the R centers, per R center, specifically those ones in those zip codes I'm referring to, and I'll be specific on those zip codes: 05, 11, 08, 21, 09. How do we track them? So how many are we feeding regularly in our centers per zip code? How do we track them? And how do we get ongoing feedback from youth? Okay, and that could be in writing. You don't have to answer that now. And my last question.
Councilmember, just so you know, we do have that. That is KPI 29 in the budget book here.
I understand that's one of the questions our staff wrote, so I'm just asking the questions of staff.
But we can give it to you by our center as well when we
That would be
provide
great.
foods by our center.
Thank you. And this is my final question, or my second to last question. What investments in children are we not including in this budget due to the lack of resources? And this, it's like if you had a pie in the sky, and of course could do everything that you want to do, and you know how I feel about total health and wellness, about addressing the whole family. But I'm sure that obviously this budget can't address all of the needs. But what are we not seeing here that you really, if you could, you would be like, if I had the money, I would be doing this in regards to our children?
I think if there's one thing that maybe families would look for is transportation from our centers. So right now, we partner with the district, and kids are bused to the recreation centers. They're bused to our after school in the park program. And so if there was one area that probably would be helpful for parents, would probably be transportation. And so those same zip codes, if you look at transportation and access, those same zip codes would probably have a concern around transportation. So that would be one area. And I know working with the district, trying to get it's easy to get them there. Sometimes it's harder to get them back home. And for the families, that may be the barrier for them to access the rec centers, because how do they get them back home? When you talk about total health and wellness, last year we kicked off the social emotional learning program in our centers. And so those programs are all encompassing. It's not just the social emotional need. It does look at the total health and wellness of not only the child, but the family. And you know that you can do all this work with children, but if they go to the same environment without the supports, very little will change. And so the opportunity that we had with the social emotional learning program is that it is accessible for the family. And so you may need to help grandma and auntie in the home in order for that to transition to what the child needs.
Absolutely. And my final question, Dr. Green, is are there any specific programs that are supporting homeless children? And I want to tell you why I'm asking this question. The former superintendent of the schools had a conversation with someone I know and told that person that he has never seen as many homeless families in the school district as he has now. And families are, sleeping in their cars. We have what they call the X factor, and I know probably Mayor Malik, being a former school board representative, I'm sure this has probably even gotten worse since you were on the school. I mean, that X factor of all of those unidentified students, because we don't have truancy no more and all these things. But so we have a huge homeless children population. And are there any programs that we're doing? And I hate to, because I always say all roads don't lead back to City Hall. And I know people think that, and God knows we're doing so much more work in human services than probably we've ever done before. But we can never do enough because our families need it. But do we have any programs that are supporting homeless children?
So I won't say specifically supporting homeless children, but what I will say is that the relationship that is built in our centers matters, because you will have a child that will come and talk to one of those staff members about their situation, and that will lead to our centers making the necessary connections and referrals for that child and their family. To just call out and say, oh, this program is for homeless children, I don't think you would ever want to single out children like that, but the relationship that our center staff has is more important than having a program where kids know that I can go to this rec center, I trust this person, and they're going to help me and my family. And so I think that's what we do. The other piece I'll add is, I believe it was in December we came forward with a homeless project with our PIC team, our crisis team. And as they've been doing that on every weekend, they're able to find out if there's families with children that are homeless and how to refer them. Is that a specific program from homeless children? No, but it can draw in the needs that homeless children may be facing that we don't know about.
Councilmember Lupien, followed by President Melendez.
That's a really beautiful segue into some of the questions that I wanted to ask. So very similar to what you're saying, and they say this in advanced peace, the relationship is the intervention. And those relationships are so important with adults that are showing kids that they care and they're going to be there. And for that reason, staff retention is so important. And so I want to know, what are we doing to ensure that our staff are staying? And if you could provide some data on the current staff in the rec centers that are youth-facing and how long people have been in those positions. And I'd also like to know any data that you have on, what kind of outcomes from those situations that you talked about. How many referrals are we making? The social emotional staff, like how many kids are they seeing per week? That kind of thing. In terms of youth programming, really just programming in general, I'm seeing a lot coming from your department, and it's really interesting and innovative things. I think I want to join the Adult Women's Basketball League. I mean, it's really cool, and I just want to give you kudos for kind of expanding the things that we're doing. Specifically around youth programming, this is something I've talked about before with GRASA. They have a funders table, which is different than the advisory group, which I know that we are on. And are we planning, can we plan to join their funders table so that we're taking part not just in what we're doing and we're providing, but what also, GRASA as a whole is providing youth programming for the city?
So I am now on the GRASA funders table. Yes. I'm at the table.
Great.
We talked about, even as we prepare for this summer with all of the programs that's funded through that from GRASA's funders. So I am a part of that. And where there's opportunity, we certainly reach out. And we have a monthly youth bureau meeting, which includes Monroe County, the school district, and GRASA is now sitting at that table with us.
That's great, and I think it's so important to make sure that we're all in the same room and, coordinating on what it is that we're providing in the community and, benefiting from shared collaboration. I think that's it. Thank you.
President Melendez.
Thank you. Related to the My Brother's Keeper initiative, I know in the past, a couple things. There was a joint relationship between RCSD and the city. There was a funding mechanism from the state that had grant dollars coming. I think it went to the district first, and then we got some pass-through dollars. Is any of that activity still continuing? Are there opportunities to apply? Would love to know more about those activities in that relationship.
So right now, our MBK coordinator is in Albany with the My Brother's Keeper Scholars with the district. So that partnership still exists. The funding was reduced significantly the last few years, so we don't bank on all those dollars. The mayor supports the program, so we make sure we have the money that we need. You heard the mayor talk about the MBK Scholars Program. The last 2 summers, we've had up to 60 kids, 12, 13-year-olds in the MBK Scholars Summer Program. And that's been growing. And we partner with the district. We have vendors that work with us, agencies that provide the instruction for those young people. And we continue to strengthen that program. Because the district was solely funding the position, we were limited to outside of the school district students. And so now we're in a position that we work with charter schools, we work with the non-public and urban suburban who are city residents, so we can expand the opportunity for working with young people, not just the city school district students.
Thank you. So the MBK coordinator position, is that strictly a city position, or is it a shared position between us and the district?
It's primarily, I'm going to look at Christina because we haven't, city with ARPA funded, and so the funds that the district, as you said, gets the money from the state, and they give us a portion of that, and what we're using those funds for is part of the summer program.
Got it.
It's not enough to pay for the position.
But, you know, as Dr. Green knows, MBK is one of my favorite positions, so we make sure that we continue to fund our piece of it and expand our summer program to make sure that our young people are engaged, because the young people that are engaged in these, and particularly the, what do we call it, the Scholars Program? MBK Scholars, those are our next summer of opportunity kids, or kids that are learning the job skills very early on. Think about it. We have this summer, like we started it last summer, we got it again this summer, right? We have 12 and 13-year-olds that will be getting a stipend that will be learning how to work, learning different skills that they will have. So this is unique, innovative, new. You know, this is part of when we talk about violence prevention. This is the piece that is important. This is the part of violence prevention. So we've been able to find dollars, and even after those ARPA funds run out, I've made the commitment to say, how can we find dollars to make sure that we sustain, and not just sustain, but grow this program. And we will continue to advocate for dollars to get those dollars increased. Because it is such a critical component of this program. It really is life-changing for 12 and 13-year-olds for them to be able to have dollars in their pocket and then go back to their family. You just can't put a price on that. And it's the best violence prevention program you can have, because if they're there, they're not getting in trouble. They're not stealing a car. They're not getting in fights. They're not pulling out. They're not going to buy a gun. They're engaged in meaningful activity with people that they can rely on, people that look like them, and people that can be role models for them. So it's a great program, and we've included young ladies, we should say. Yes. So it is My Brother's Keeper, and we are our brother's keeper, but we also have our sisters in there too, so it's kind of like brothers and sisters keepers.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I've also been a part of MBK initiatives and the advisory committee since before I was a council member, so near and dear to my heart as well. And I do think that there's opportunity, and maybe this is a follow-up conversation post-budget season, but to think about how we position ourselves for state dollars, whether that's jointly with the district or separately. I'm not sure what the right formula is, but MBK across the state is something that's hopping and popping, so we need to make sure that we're also in that mix for resources, because I think in the past we have been, and there might have been some challenges with how that program was administered, but that doesn't mean that we're in the same position we are today than we were in the past. So I look forward to continuing that. Thank you.
Thanks. A couple notes for me. First, last year, at this budget hearing, we very shortly thereafter went out and increased the wages that we pay lifeguards, maybe even like a day after the budget hearings, and we're able to get more lifeguards on duty. It was a huge win for the community. Curious, where are we on lifeguard personnel and hiring for this year?
I'm going to ask Eric to give an update. I know we started a class on Tuesday with about 25 young people. We had a class a few weeks ago with 25 young people. I happened to go to the class last year and was amazed that out of the 25 people, you can get half of them that don't even know how to swim. But Eric, can you give an update on where we are with lifeguards for the summer?
Sure. Typically, we never have an issue with potential lifeguard candidates. With the pay raise, everyone wants to be a lifeguard. The issue that we're facing is, like Commissioner Green said, when we have a class and it's open for 25 candidates, maybe 4 or 5 pass the class. So our dilemma right now is the lifeguards that we do have that are currently working and currently cleared to work are younger staff. So we're looking for more mature lifeguards with more than 3 years experience to fill our captain and lieutenant positions. So if we get those positions filled, and I'm confident that, you know, we should be able to open all our pools this summer. But like I said, the curveball is, you know, hiring more mature lifeguards.
Is there anything that we need to do collectively to attract some of those folks, or you feel like we already have some things in place to get it by the time the pool's open?
We have a recertification class coming up in the next couple of weeks, so it should address that need there.
Okay.
And I just want to give a shout out to the governor and we will be pursuing these dollars. The New York Swims program, there are dollars that are coming to urban areas in particular to encourage our folks to learn how to swim, to take up swimming so they can come to these lifeguards, so they can become lifeguards, so they won't have to come to a lifeguard class and not realize that we can't hire you if you can't swim. So we want to make sure we give them the skills to be able to swim, and there are dollars that are associated with New York Swims. It's also why we are we'll be waiving fees at Genesee Valley Pool for most of the day, night swim lessons, because we want to encourage people to be able to swim. So we're not charging for swim lessons, and also for part of the day for people who want to be able to come in and swim. So we want to encourage that in that way, and I think that we will be ahead of the game in terms of accessing some of the dollars that will be coming from other sources to be able to encourage swimming. And I will mention, last year, if you remember, we increased the pay for lifeguards, as you said, Councilmember Gruber. We increased it not after budget hearings. We did it the day after DRHS. So I think we had budget hearings that day on other topics, and we went to Genesee Valley, if you remember, and announced the increase in pay, and that almost immediately helped with the recruitment of folks for lifeguards. So so now I think we are probably at almost near the top in terms of pay what we pay for lifeguards. So I'm hoping that will continue to attract folks as well.
Yep, and I want to thank you for that too. It was right after that announcement that you and myself and the deputy mayor started talking about the fees at Genesee Valley Park Pool and how to minimize those. Obviously, money should not be a barrier for people to swim in this community. So, when will we have I don't see it anywhere in the budget. I don't know that I would see it. I mean,
you wouldn't see it in the budget. It's just revenue that we're foregoing.
So, at what point will the administration announce the new fee schedule for the pool?
I'm sure soon.
Okay.
I'm sure soon. And Genesee Valley is important for those that don't know. Genesee Valley is the only Olympic-sized swimming pool in all of Monroe County, and it sits right in the 19th Ward. Outdoor swimming pool in all of, not the only Olympic-sized, but outdoor Olympic-sized swimming pool in all of Monroe County. So it's very significant, not only for that neighborhood, but for the larger community. And with those renovations, you know, it's a top-notch facility and really a one of the crown jewels that we have in our community.
It is, and I will. I'll cede to Councilmember Monroe and then Smith in a moment, but I'll just. I'll try to take Councilmember Patterson's repetition of the Northeast Library and bring it to Rec and Youth Services every year. I think that we have phenomenal facilities, but I think we could use another outdoor pool somewhere in the north part of the larger pool, I should say, in the northern part of the city. And I really think that right now, I've had great conversations with Director Rose and his team. Tennis and racket sports are there's immense popularity. We have our Genesee Valley Park and Cobbsville are some of the best used public tennis courts anywhere, from some metrics that people have shared with me. And I'd love at some point for us to have some indoor space at a rec center to be able to play some racket sports year round. We used to have that when the Dome was here. When the Dome went away with the Interloop, we lost a chance. And even right now, the kids who participate in Love 15 have no place to play in the winter. And if there's a way that we can address that over time with some CIP requests, I think it'd be a really good use of dollars. Councilmember Monroe.
Could you provide, along with the data that Councilmember Lightfoot was requesting, if you could add to that, what are the different programs that are going to be happening at the various rec centers, particularly throughout the summer, what those dates are, and then if you would include their capacity. Also, if there's a schedule and locations for Rec on the Move.
Yes, and we'll also, you know, the commissioner handed me, I was asking where my summer guide is. We can also include this if council members haven't gotten this. This has all of the summer activities that are happening throughout the city, but we also can provide some other, the other information that you mentioned as well.
Can we get a stack of those at the council office, a stack of the
summer art guides?
Yeah. Wonderful, thank you.
And then the other piece is for the Northwest hat here. We can continue to have the concern that we just have Campbell Street and Edgerton rec centers. So I know that trying to partner with schools can sometimes be difficult, but I'm wondering if we have things where we're able to push in and use School 7, 42, or Charlotte High.
So we have been in conversation with the principal at School 7 and School 42 about, and the chief operation officers for the district to find out how we can access those, specifically due to the fact that the Maplewood Library will be closed. So we are working with them, and it would be having Rec on the Move stationed in different places to support that community. So we're working on those things.
Okay, great, especially getting the number 7 with the loss of the library for that period of time, since you know how people get used to also coming to one location, that then they would be comfortable going over to number 7 as well. I believe I had one more question here. No, I think I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to. We are already a little bit over time, but I think that's fine. We have plenty of time for some buffers, so I'm just going to open it up to the last section and start with Councilmember Smith and invite anyone to ask their last 1 or 2 questions coming this way down the dais.
Thank you, Dr. Commissioner Green and team, for all that you do. So my question is a piggyback on Councilmember Lightfoot's question regarding children living homeless. And so I have seen simple flyers posted in some of the city schools around, just pushing for children to call a certain resource or check in with a certain resource or phone number if they are suffering from housing instability. And I'm wondering if you could get some of those posted in some of the R centers, and I can get you a copy of the flyer if you would like.
If you can get us a copy, we certainly can do that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Patterson, any final questions? Councilmember Monroe, any further questions?
I did remember the one thing I just wanted to say was thank you for the work for the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. I did attend the Zooms for LaGrange, which will be an exciting addition to the Northwest to get that up and running again, as well as for Edgerton. So exciting work going on there.
Can I just say something quickly about the homeless numbers, because this is very important. There's been 100. So McKinney-Vento. Anybody knows what that is? Those of you that are in education knows that. That's the law that says that any kid that is homeless, they're required to make sure that they still get a good quality education, regardless of them not having an address or not. In the U.S., in the past couple of years, there's been a 122% increase in homeless kids. So this is a major issue that we have to work on. The city can't do it alone. When you have a work session with Emerging Initiatives, Sadie McCallan, she can talk to you about some of the strategies that we're employing, because again, as to Councilmember Lightfoot's point, all roads don't lead to City Hall, and this we have to work with the county and the school district as it relates to this homelessness issue. But it is a major issue. And I think it was Councilmember Lightfoot that said, or someone else, families living in their cars, that number has increased dramatically. And you see them, Walmart parking lots, other places, but they're embarrassed to say anything because they don't want their children being taken away from them, so they're staying in the car. So this is really a silent issue that hasn't gotten a lot of attention. I'm glad it was brought up today. But it's a major issue, but it's one in which we definitely have to work with the county, the school district, and the city have to work collaboratively to address this, because the numbers are across the country are off the charts.
Councilor Martin, we're going to come down this way.
Could you talk a bit about the socio-emotional learning program, which are centers they are delivered in, and how the services are delivered?
Yes, we have them in Lightfoot, Gant, TC Hope, and Kendra, what's the fourth?
Ryan, Thomas P. Ryan, our center.
Ryan. And so we have a partnership with the Center for Youth. Their staff is embedded into the Art Center. It's not like they just stop in and drop in. They are part of them. They wear our Art Center uniform so that it's not, oh, those are the social emotional learning people. And so they meet with children as requested. They do groups, they do circles, they engage in activities with them. If you went to the Art Center, you wouldn't know who was our social emotional learning therapist purposefully. We have some data from our last quarter on the types of topics that happen and the types of, and the numbers, and so I can share that with you.
Yeah, that sounds incredible. I'm extremely grateful for the services you all offer and in the Art Center and just the whole range of it. Thank you.
Thank Kendra and her staff because they do amazing work.
Thank you, Ms. Kendra.
Just wanted to finish the thought I started before on sports. It's amazing to see in the KPIs that both youth sports and adult sports participation seems higher than we even predicted. I assume a lot of leagues are really coming back. The community sports complex, I think, is just such a big win, a silent win oftentimes, at how that facility has transformed and the utilization. So big kudos to the whole team there. This may be a question for for anyone, I would say, but what are some of the things on the horizon for how we're engaging all the different youth sports leagues and making sure that they are using our facilities? We talked about this a bit with some of the LaGrange conversation. I connected you with one of the teams that plays up there, but just curious, the city's role as sports are really having a comeback moment since the pandemic. How are we engaging the leagues?
So I know that we do a lot with the various schools, not just the city school district, for football. There's girls flag football happening over there. I believe we have lacrosse over there. So Eric's team works across the city with current sports teams that access that. In terms of some of the other things, you talked about the soccer, Nicole's soccer team. They use the sports complex. So we bring kids in throughout the year, I would say. A couple of weeks ago, we had our Pillars of Hope using the complex for a completely sports day. And there's always someone over at the sports complex. Eric, if there's anything I missed, you can add to it, please.
Yeah, just like Commissioner Green shared, we work closely with all the youth sports organizations whether it's baseball, football, basketball. So we kind of coordinate citywide to make sure that, you know, there's access to spaces and places for them to practice, play, and train.
And out of curiosity, if there are coaches or leagues that any of us hear from and say, how do we get involved with City Rec, is the move to direct them directly to Director Rose?
Yep, to Eric. We
Okay.
also have the Flower City, soccer league, Flower City Union Soccer that plays over at the sports complex as well.
Wonderful. Thanks. President Melendez?
Yes, thank you. So this could be in writing, please, but we had some ARPA funding for workforce development activities, and I know that obviously we're starting to wind down here in this budget on certain activities. But there's a reduction of $525,000 in workforce development. I just want to get an understanding of what services we'll be losing. And then in the crisis intervention services, I think it would be helpful, and this probably needs to be a work session following the budget, but it just would be helpful to get a really thorough sit-down update on all of the services we provide in that department, because I know it's multiple things, and then specifically around crisis counseling and some of the counseling services we provide. What are the opportunities to not just continue, but I think there seems to be a more and more demand for those types of services, and in looking in the budget, there might be some reductions in personnel, and I want to get an understanding of what those changes will do and what the impact will be. So if that can be in writing, that would be helpful.
The work.
Yeah, I'll just, we'll give you this all in writing, but remember, as we said when we kicked off the budget, a lot of the stuff that you just mentioned is ARPA dollars that are going away, and we can delineate those for you what they are.
Certainly. No, I definitely understand. I think what I would like to understand is the impact on, is that personnel? Is that reduction in a specific service to the community? It's not clear in the budget book how that will impact the rest of the work.
Okay.
Thanks.
Councilmember Lupien?
Yeah, I have a number of questions that I will send in an email, but they're mainly centered around the reduction in staff in the crisis services. It's something I was really disappointed to see, especially the elimination of peer navigators.
So I just want to clarify, the reduction shows, but we move that money so that we can do contract services for peer navigators. So it's not going away. So sometimes you see the money isn't there for staffing, doesn't mean the work is not happening. So peer navigators, we could not fill those positions. As you know, every year we keep saying they're vacant. So we're going to do contracting services so the work can continue.
Was that listed in the narrative or in? No. So that's another issue, and I think it will be solved by a work session, is I feel like council has not really gotten a good picture of what's going on in crisis services. The domestic violence team was, recently brought to council, and that I hadn't known about it before. When we get updates, it's usually just statistics that are on the dashboard, and I really want to dig in, as I've said before, to what is going on, what's the good work. We want to know about it. The other question that I had is, I see on your name tag that it says DRHS-OVP. Is that Office of Violence Prevention?
Yes.
Okay. That's another thing that council was not directly told about. It's something I've heard through the grapevine. Could you explain what's going on with OVP? Because in the budget, nowhere in the budget does it show either last year or this year that it's under your department.
Yeah. It's OVP is still under the mayor's office.
Mm-hmm.
It's still under the mayor's office, and will remain under the mayor's office. Dr. Green assists with many of the administrative tasks, stuff that frees Victor Saunders up to be able to do his job for which he was hired for, which is the mayor's advisor on violence prevention services, which handles all departments. So Dr. Green and her team, thankfully, because I assigned this task to her, is making sure that time cards, all of the administrative functions, she assists the mayor's office with that. So that's why you see OVP there. I don't know if I would have put dash OVP on there, but she is helping with those functions.
So, Mr. Saunders is still supervising the employees?
The direct supervision of those individuals are under that supervision is being done by Dr. Green. Victor Saunders' role is broader. He has a very large portfolio, so I can't have him tracking down people for time cards and those types of things. So I am now being that OVP was my baby, and as I said yesterday, it's now starting to walk because it's been around 2 years. He is now freed up to make sure that he goes after grant money and that he sets the overall violence prevention strategy for the entire city of Rochester.
And,
so
and I
that's his role.
appreciate you saying that on the record, but respectfully, chasing down time cards is different than supervising employees. And I don't understand why council was not told this.
I'm not sure. I alerted the president. I'm not sure how you would have wanted to be alerted on managerial type things. So I'm not sure.
When a director of a department stops being the director of the department, that's kind of important information. And Councilmember or Vice President Lachey, I know, had looked into this and was told this didn't happen. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't understand the kind of lack of transparency around this.
OVP is a office, right? It's not a department. It's an office out of the mayor's office. Number one, and number two, the message was distributed to all employees within the administration and City Hall. So the overall function has not changed. Nothing's changed. I have the authority to administer things from an administrative perspective, but programming and any of those things have not changed.
Respectfully, Mayor, I did not ask if all of the employees knew about it. I asked why council was not informed, and I understand that you have authority to make decisions, but again, why was council not informed? And President Melendez, do you feel like you were properly informed? And if so, why did you not let the rest of us know?
So, and I was just communicating with Chief of Staff. I don't recall being informed of a change. I would recall that there was an effort to have Dr. Green assist with some of the administrative functions, but
that's correct. So and so if you see that as a change, that's your definition. But for us, for me, who's managing this, I don't see this as a broad scale change. But I'm happy to continue to have this conversation with you.
Yeah, and I do think the change in supervisor for employees, when there's a director of an office, when that changes, yes, I constitute that as a major change.
Yeah. Okay. We just have a disagreement there, but I'm happy to continue to have this.
Sure. Thank you.
To have this conversation with you. But I just need to say that on a regular basis, I have to be able to move things around to align with how I need things to be able to.
But do you understand that when we have a role too, right? And when we communicate with your administration, we need to know who's their supervisor. That's important because we're only allowed to communicate with the supervisor.
Okay, so sounds like there's additional conversation to be had. Let's finish this hearing up with Councilmember Lightfoot and Vice President Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pickleball. I just wanted to raise up pickleball because you were talking about having opportunities for racket type of sports, and pickleball has been something that's been really kind of getting very popular. And I love to see some education and our young people getting educated around that because it seems to be pretty cool. And then I also would like to lift up for our sports complex facility, which I fully support and I think is amazing. I think it's great. I had some conversations with some charter school folks who seemed to allude to the fact, and this was they allude to it, that there may be some challenges with them utilizing for their sports the complex. I want to know, how do we engage our charter school folks who may have smaller footprints, right, than the city school district people or schools and programs, and how are we working to, because there seems to be, and I think it's just a perception, maybe their perception, because they didn't have any real things to back that up. But if that's the perception, we got to work. I think we should work to change it, because those are some opportunities there. We have some great charter schools who have some sports programs who would love to utilize our sports complex.
So we currently have charter schools using it, but if you know of a charter school that feels the perception, please share that with Eric.
I will. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely. Vice President Harris?
Oh, I'm sorry, but the council member mentioned pickleball. You want to talk about where we have, because we have pickleball courts now, and I think it's important to highlight that. Eric, if you want to talk about pickleball a little bit, because that's a big emerging sport.
So we know that that's the new national trend for youth and adults, participating in pickleball. So it's an activity that we're actively looking to expand our footprint.
Is your mic on?
Oh. Yeah. Excuse me? Yeah, we're actively looking for opportunities to expand our footprint with pickleball. So I can get the information where we offer pickleball, not as a program, but open use.
There was at one point a conversation about replacing a tennis court or two at GVP and Cobb's with pickleball. Is that still on the docket?
I think Sarah's working, and she's at a conference today, but Sarah Scott has been working on that.
Because just so you know, Councilmember Lightfoot, that the tennis players and pickleball players, they got a little beef with each other. And I don't know if we should be co-locating those two sports, or if we should be looking for a separate place for pickleball courts.
Well, we can put the violence intervention people there as well, too.
Yeah, because
that might be a good idea.
That would be an interesting rumble.
Vice President Harris?
Thank you. I just like to ask a question about the ages for the youth soccer. What ages will that be?
Nicole starts, I believe, as young as 5 years old, 4 years old.
4 years
all
old.
the way up
Sarah's
to
son is in it. 4 years old, and it goes up to about 18.
Oh, okay. Because I have some youth that's interested, and we couldn't find. Okay.
She has a couple of hundred young people that play soccer with her.
Okay.
And not only are they at the sports complex, they're at GVP, they're at rec center.
So when's the enrollment date cut off?
Eric, do we know when she starts
You can send it
recruiting?
to me. Yeah.
We'll get that.
I can
for
get that
you.
information
Yeah.
to you.
So then I also got final question. Thank you, by the way. I was reviewing the budget and I didn't see any provisions or line item for the multipurpose unit that we worked on a while ago, and I'd like to provide an update if you could.
Sarah can give you an update on that unit.
Yeah, so we're using ARPA funds for that, and it's part of an appropriation, part of our larger appropriation for workforce development programming. Right now, we're finalizing the specs to go out to bid, but we fully expect that those funds to be encumbered by the ARPA deadline.
Do you have an estimation on how long will that be?
For the contract to be in place, or how long?
Yeah, before we can actually see, beyond the specs, actually we can see some delivery possibly.
I don't know, because I don't know the ins and outs of that. I know that we're working on another mobile unit for crisis, and I know that timeline is about, I think it was around 3 to 6 months. So I'd imagine it would be the same, but I can't.
And that's conservative. We're just now getting, if you remember, we approved for a bookmobile like 2 years ago. We're just now getting the bookmobile. I think it's coming like this month. So,
Gotcha.
yeah, procurement on this stuff is
I appreciate
a long process.
Thank you.
If no further questions, Commissioner Green, Deputy Commissioner Fletcher, thank you all for your time. We appreciate it. And this portion of the hearing is over. Thank you. We should have emergency communications, although I don't see folks. Oh, they are here. Great. Wonderful. So we will, why don't we adjourn for a 5-minute break as council and come back at 2:30 and start ECD.
hate to say it like that, but I wiped it out there. I just got like that was a change, and then just clarifying the 2, 2, and 1 in each shift. And it said to 40, and then I put in like 8 to 4, 2. No, not the wheel, the actual individuals. 2 of those contractors from 8 to 4, 2 of the contractors from 4 to midnight, 1 contractor from midnight to 8 a.m. That equates to the 40 hours. So I put in, he said the 40, I put that in there. But I'll have it to you, right now. The attorney's looking at it. Well, you got the 7. You got yeah. Yeah, I'll get it to you. They're working on it now. But I don't see a problem. I would like it done the sooner the better.
We're going to get started in just a moment or two. Folks can please take their seats. So we're going to get moving on ECD. Just so everyone knows, we are a half an hour behind schedule, which isn't that bad considering. We have a break built in between this and the fire department, but we may end up having to forego that break. At least we just got a quick 5-minute one now. And if folks, if anyone in council needs to, get up and stretch your legs, so be it. But we'll see if we can make a break happen or not. In the meantime, let's jump right in. Mayor, any introductory remarks you want to make about ECD? Feel free, and then please introduce Director Soretto to introduce his team as well.
Yeah, sure. Before we open it up, I just want to say thank you to the ECD team. This department, all departments work extremely hard, but I will tell you, when I first became mayor, this was the first department I visited at midnight, because when you call in 911 or you're in an emergency, this is the department you hear first. And over the last 2 years, this department has dealt with lots of personal tragedy within the department, but they have persevered. And I am so grateful for the stick-to-itiveness of this department through the unspeakable tragedies that this department has had to endure over the last 2 years, and even recently, a couple of months ago, losing a beloved colleague over there to death. So I'm thankful to Soretto for his team, and thankful for them and their innovation that they've tried to put forth to recruit individuals. As I said at the budget hearing yesterday, this is a department, when we talk about recruitment, that is always looking for great employees, and they work very hard to try to fill those slots, and we always need the community's help, and I'm sure Director Soretto will touch on that, but I'll turn it over to him to have him introduce his team.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. To my right is Deputy Director Greg Roney. He runs our operations section. Craig Spade is our operations person at 311. Behind him, next to him, is our manager of admin, Tammy Jo Sardu. Our operation manager, Mark Deisenroth, is in the back. Also, and Margaret Nelson, our knowledge-based coordinator from 311, and Chris Buss is our training manager. So thank you for having us, and if I could just get a minute to just say, I'd just like to thank my team for the time and effort they put in on a daily basis to keep this department running. I'd like to thank my dispatchers, my telecommunicators, my supervisors, my dispatcher twos, and my admin staff, because it is, as short as we are, the time that they put in and the effort they put in is nothing more than heroic. And I've been dealing with it since basically COVID. And a lot of people have stuck it out. And this community should be grateful that they have. So that's really all I have. I'd like to open it up to whatever questions you may have.
Thanks, Director Soretto. So we asked for your sense of what some of the biggest challenges were, and no surprise, recruitment is continues to be the big challenge. Before I ask any specific questions about it, will you just give us the lay of the land? How many vacancies are there? How is recruitment going? What are some of the major pluses and minuses?
Well, it's kind of all over the place, so I'll try to keep it. The issues are kind of all over the place, really. Recruitment, I would say, considering that we were able to hire 47 people in the last 18 months, I think is pretty good. But the fact that we've lose a lot of them prior to either working on the floor or while they're in training, that's a negative. So I think we've stepped up our game with recruitment. I think we've stepped up our game with regards to our training. We train the people a lot faster. But I think what it really boils down to, yes, we do have people that are unable to complete the mission, but I think we have a majority of the people that we're losing are people that, while we've told them this is a 24/7 operation, you will work multiple shifts, you will work midnights, you're not going to start off on days, you're going to have to work holidays and weekends, it doesn't settle in till they're there. And then issues start coming up, and it just doesn't work out. So that's what we're facing, I think, as a agency. I think it's a nationwide problem that we're dealing with. And I've said this before, while it's not as glamorous as the fire service or the police service to the public, it's a valuable clog in the public safety field, because without those operators, without those dispatchers, the community doesn't get the services they need. So that's where we're at with the recruitment, and I can get into other things on it.
Well, so yesterday we had a conversation with the Department of Human Resources, and they listed a new an old but returning key performance indicator that they're going to try to fill open positions. They're going to try to help departments fill open positions in 55 days, which I was going to ask you a question of if that seems like a reasonable benchmark, but it sounds like what you're saying is recruitment is actually not so much the issue right now. It is maintaining people after they actually start the position, with the biggest barrier being some of the challenges in hours and shifts that new folks take on.
Yeah, it's just the nature of the business of the profession. No, if we can shorten the time frame to hire people, that would also help us.
So what does it look like now from your perspective in terms of when you have vacancies to when you hire?
So, as you know, since I've been here, we've eliminated some of the things that were delaying, increasing the time frame. We did a bunch of different things. We applied for the help program with HR. They applied for us, and we qualified back in December. It's the Hiring Emergency Limited Placement Plan from the state of New York. So we were approved in December to hire telecommunicators without a list, without a civil service list. And they will be hired, and when they're hired, they will become permanent once they're off probation without a list. So, and I'll explain as I go how this helps us speed the process along. So while we can hire just anybody according to the way they work it, we still follow the city rules. We take the names from people that have signed up from the civil service tests. So individuals that signed up for telecommunicator exams, we get those names from HR, and we process those names as we get it. The way it's shortened is if we send 30 people to a psychological exam and we get 10 back right away, we can process those 10 right away to a background. We don't have to wait to see where they are on the list, where if you have a list that you're operating from, you can't do that. You have to wait. And on top of that, you don't have to take these people through the Civil Service Board to be taken off a list because they're not on a list. So we still go in front of the panel, the hiring committee, with each candidate, provide the background and the review, psych review, and we get votes from them. Legal's on there, HR, and Deputy Director Roney. In the last year, we have hired our own background investigators, retired police officers, and we've worked with RPD to go over their process, and we have shortened that process a bit. We kept it very similar, but we took out stuff that we didn't think was necessary for the position, and that helped streamline the process along pretty good. And we get a very good background being completed by the people that we've hired. And since we control them, an example would be 2 weeks before we were supposed to go in front of the committee, we got a psychological exam back. So we gave it to the head background guy, and we said, we need this done in 2 weeks. They work for us. They got it done in 2 weeks. That was
Great.
Another name we were able to add. So, of those 47, individuals that we've hired in the last 18 months, we had a 36% minority candidates, which is above the percentage of our facility. So as like I said, when I got here 5 years ago, my goal is diversity not only at the bottom of the organization, all the way through the organization. So my goal would be to have a operation that is representative of the community that we serve here in Rochester. I think it's very important to have that. So that's always going to be a goal of mine and my team. So on my recruitment, that's where we're at. We also have worked at helping people fill out the backgrounds because they're so complicated. And if an individual doesn't have a support base to help them with this form, it's complicated. And we work with them. We don't just go, it's not filled out, I'm sorry. You know, we tell them, if you need help, let us know. You still have to submit it, but we give them the opportunity. We have things built in to give guidance on how to fill these applications out because they're pretty intense, especially somebody that does, like I said, might not have a mentor or someone that could help them with those. We have worked with HR to revamp the Pathways to Public Safety this fall, work with the school district, the city fire and the city police. This summer, we are again going to be participating in the Summer Public Safety Intern Program. Starts July 8th, goes to August 2nd. It's 4 weeks. Whoever attends will be making over $16 an hour. And we have a goal of 20. I don't know if we'll reach that, but that's our goal. Part of that training, what we found last year, and it was very popular last year, was we partnered with Hillside Youth Employment Training to provide life and work skills to the participants, and it was one of the things that was very well received, and it got a very high rating in our surveys at the end of the course. Because my feeling is, it's a great job, it's a great profession, it's a great career, but if they don't want to do it, I don't want to have them have no options. This gives them other options that they could take from this course and apply it elsewhere. So it was one of the things that I wanted to have in there, and I think it was very popular, and I plan on having that in there again. I think that's all I have on that.
Great, thank you. Let me open it up to colleagues for questions. President Melendez.
Director Serrato, good to see you again. Good to see your team. Had a chance to visit the center not too long ago for the second time since I've been a council member, and I'm always impressed by the efficiency that happens on the floor and all the work that you do. My question, and I'll be asking a similar question to RPD tomorrow, but thinking about the number of jobs that come in, and particularly, you know, there's priority jobs, A jobs, B jobs that are not priority. I was struck by, in visiting, the amount of calls, and I understand we're down, you know, X number of officers, et cetera, but the amount of calls that were A priority jobs that we're holding. And my question, I know you don't control what gets held and what doesn't, because that's what happens on the street. But my question is, what mechanisms are in place to either communicate or prompt RPD a second or a third time on a particular job, especially if it's a high priority job, between dispatch or what's happening at ECD and those that are on the road?
Well, we used to have a procedure where we had to repeat every priority job every minute. And what was happening there is, when I first got here, I found that we weren't able to meet that standard. So having a standard that you can't meet, might as well not have one. So I met with the police department at the time, the chief of operations, and we came up with, we will announce in each section, on each channel, what the number of priority jobs that you have pending in your section. Say Clinton section has 5 priorities pending, and then 5 minutes later you have 4 priorities pending. This is to trigger a sergeant or a lieutenant or an officer to look and see what's up there and to take the job. That's how I take it. But we are open to any other suggestion that the police department might have on how they want to do it.
So as a follow-up to that, priorities keep coming in, A jobs keep coming in. Those that are on the B list, one of the complaints that I think all of my colleagues probably receive at some point or another is I call and no one ever shows up. And it's usually for things like noise ordinance type issues or things that are low priority in the grand scheme of public safety, but certainly have a huge impact on quality of life. So when the A jobs continue to come in, those B jobs, I know they have to be cleared at some point, but do they just keep getting pushed further down the list, or how does that work?
Yes.
Okay.
Keep getting pushed down the list, yes.
Okay, thank you. In addition to that, I appreciate your answer around the recruitment and your efforts to get diversity into into your communications department. One of the questions I have is around strategies to continue to promote the opportunities. I know that I've seen it everywhere, so I've seen a lot of promotions online through cities communications, other places. But I wonder if there's any out on the road communication efforts where either team members or staff members are actively recruiting at our centers or at events or any other types of opportunities, and if you could share what those look like.
Yeah, over the past year, we've attended events that have out in our community. Even despite the staffing shortages, we attended events at the City Pop-Up Recruitment at Edgerton Center, Lightfoot Center, Avenue D Center, Rochester Works, Virtual Jobs Fair, Ryan Rec Center, TC Hope Rec Center, Rochester Community Sports Complex, Rock the Block at the International Plaza, Lightfoot Rec Center, Edgerton Park Rec Center, and Parcel 5, Community Fair at School Number 16, and Leadership of Rochester Tours, and an East High School Career Fair. So while
You're out there.
We're out there, we'd be open to be anywhere we can as long as we can, within reason with staffing.
Great.
Because the staff, they put a lot of hours in.
Yeah, and I think my final comment is just to the staff of your communications department, emergency communications department. I know that they've been, I'll say overworked. I mean, it's just been a lot of shifts to cover, and this is a service that we can't be lax in. So I just want to appreciate all of your staff for the work they do every day, answering the phone calls. They're the first line of public service and public safety, and getting those calls triaged to the appropriate department is important, and we appreciate the work that you do. Thank you.
And one more thing on recruiting. I brought some business cards that I can pass out to you all, so you can have to give out to people that you run into, got their salaries on there, how to apply. So hopefully any help you can give us, we're all for it. Like I said, we go through the list that's coming out. We're just processing a dispatcher 1 list, and we're going to go through the whole list. It was like 700 people signed up for it, but then when it comes down to who's going to show up to take the test, it dwindles down tremendously. But we have a decent class.
We'll gladly take those cards. Thank you very much. Vice President Harris.
Thank you.
Thank you. As President Melendez had mentioned, we just recently was there, and I consider you guys like brothers and sisters to me. As you guys all know, I'm a paramedic, and I'd like to give you guys kudos. You guys have been doing a lot with very less, and not a lot of resources available to add more to your ranks. So you guys have been doing it for our city, and we appreciate it. I'd just like to ask a question. Have you considered maybe trying to see if you can partner with an agency like REOC to help out with recruitment as well as training? I know that they do have an emergency telecommunicator program that they offer. Is tuition free. And maybe that might help take some burden off of you guys for training. Maybe it's an opportunity for you guys to partner to help recruit more, and also provide resources to help get the word out to the entire county and the state that you guys are hiring?
Yeah, I would definitely be open to recruiting there. I don't know how much the training would be able to help us because we're so specific technology that the county has purchased. But I think definitely recruiting from there. If there's people interested in that profession and they're there trying to learn, why wouldn't we try to recruit from there?
Absolutely. I also have a question about, can you provide some information about how you guys reach those individuals who are of hard of hearing, and how can they call 911 and reach those services?
So at our 311 facility, for 311 calls, we utilize 711 New York State relay service, and on the top of that, we've opened up the portal now so people can go online and create their own requests. So that's what we do at 311. And we use also use the language line. It's under contract with the city. It's worked very well for us. And we also have for 911, we use the Voyant system for language access.
Thank you. And my final question is, I know that nowadays many agencies are dealing with AI. What has you and your team, or have you guys even thought about utilizing AI to assist you with your efforts at 911?
Yes. First, I'd just like to finish up my answer on the other.
Oh, okay.
I don't believe I gave you a complete answer. We also do TDY, and we also use other relay systems, and we have text to 911 for the hard of hearing. So I think that
you said text to 911.
Text to 911, yes, correct. Okay. And I think that we have a pretty robust outreach to that community from the center.
Thank you.
And your answer on AI, I think anybody in almost any profession, but especially mine, would be naive to think that we couldn't use AI somewhere. We've met with a couple of companies. I don't think the technology is quite there yet, but there's different ways I think it can be used. We gave them some suggestions back where what they're coming up with is, say AI listens in the background and a dispatcher is dispatching, say, the fire department, and we put a keyword in there that's a mayday. If the dispatcher misses it, the AI should catch it. So that type of stuff is what they're looking at. So I think there's a little bit of separation between what the companies think we might want and what we really would want. And I gave them a little suggestion back. What we want is, what we would want first is AI that can monitor a conversation of our telecommunicators and listen in the background for the addresses and other keywords that we may build into it. Because address errors are the biggest error we make at the center. So my thought was, if my operator put an address in that didn't match the address that AI was getting, it would trigger something to say, hey, double check that. You might have the wrong address. So those are things we're looking at. And I think there's other things that it can be utilized, and my team's going to be open to looking into that as that expands.
Well, thank you. That certainly answers my questions.
Thanks. I'm just going to go. I know Councilmember Lightfoot and Councilmember Lupien both have questions, so I'm just going to come all the way down the dais and ask everyone if they have any. Feel free to ask one or two to Director Soretto. Go for it.
Just got one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Originally, when I came into prior to coming into City Council, of course, formerly being on the fire department, trunk radios was a big conversation. We were having. I mean, it was just a major. It's just quieted down significantly, and I know that you have a role in that. So
Well, into the microphone, please. They're having.
Were you guys not able to hear? I'm sorry. Thank you. Trunk radios. We're in your role in that. That conversation's quieted down significantly. We have the fire department next, so I'm just asking from your role, because you do touch that system or that whole situation with communications. So I just kind of wanted to see where you are, and I'll probably ask the same question to them as well. But
So I'll go back to when I got here.
sure.
So when I got here, I don't think you were in that seat yet, but there was the thing with the trunk radio system. The fire service had concerns about utilizing that system in an IDLH environment, which is if you're fighting a fire inside an enclosed environment, you're at risk. And the reason the reason they had concerns for those that don't know how a trunk radio system works. A trunk radio system works as if the three of us here have a radio and we're in a room that we can't see each other, and I'm calling for help. It's got to go from me to the tower, then the tower back out. So with the VHF system that they were using, that they still use under these environments, if I called for a mayday, they would all hear it. So that was the concern to simplify it, that was the concern that the fire service had. So when I got here, I backed them up on that. But there is uses for the trunk radio system. They use it for anything above ground, anything like car accidents, dispatching from the fire halls, even some. I'd like to let them answer for it, but even for some like above ground rescues, say a rescue in the gorge, I think it's got better radio service there. The trunk radio system does. So basically, we worked with RPD and we came up with procedures so that, or excuse me, RFD. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
It's all right.
Insult you.
It's okay.
We came up with some procedures where Ops 1 is a trunked radio system. We primarily dispatch with that channel. That's our primary dispatch channel. Channel 2 is a VHF. It's a working channel. We do jobs, working fires, preferred IDLH jobs. Channel 3 is the same type channel. It's a secondary channel to that channel. And Ops 4 is trunked. It's also a working channel, but it's for IDLH, hazmat, and some confined space jobs.
So, Director, thank you for that. And not to cut you off, but I just wanted to, before I forget, it sounded like you were prepared for that question. You got your notes there. Could we get a copy of those, because that's a lot to remember, just of what those, what is trunk, what's not trunk, and the usages of them?
Yes.
Please.
Yep.
Thank you.
That's not a problem.
Councilmember Lupien?
Yes. My questions are on the variant system for 311.
Yep.
So council's been talking about, looking for a constituent management system. I know the city has a CRM project that, keeps getting pushed out. I think we'd like to understand, and I know President Melendez has talked to you about this, what is the capability that Variant could provide to meet that need, so that when we're getting, calls from constituents, that we could potentially use the same system that 311 uses and be able to kind of see where the progression of the status is on the issue?
Okay, yeah. The way the system is set up is an individual who create a login through 311 Live, through the portal, and then they could request services. We originally thought we would have 10 forms.
This is like
filled out
the public.
for the public.
Yep.
And we're up to 32 forms now. So we really made some strides in that area. And they're also able to get in into the system and look at the knowledge base that's in there to maybe answer questions themselves. So if you're asking if the council members can do it, if the council member submits a request for a constituent, then the council member can track that job.
Okay.
But if the individual constituent puts it in, he's the only one, or she's the only one that can track it.
Okay. And is there a way?
You have to go through the department head at that point.
Right. So that's helpful. And is there a way for us to be able to get some data on, like, statistics on how long it takes to close a 311 call, what the resolutions are, kind of at an aggregate level?
Well, we track the amount of calls, we track the amount of cases that we open, and we track the cases that remain open. I'd have to get back to you on that. If I
Yeah, I'm
I don't know
interested
if
in
you
the
have to go through
resolution
the-
types.
I don't know if you would have to go through the individual department to get that data, or we would have it. But we can get that to you.
Okay, thank you.
President Melendez? So earlier, President Melendez was asking questions about the kind of A jobs and B jobs and how things kind of move down the list a little bit. Things like noise ordinance requests. I'm wondering. I mean, this to me would be the exact place where I know the mayor and council are all interested in this community response model, and in theory, it would be some of those things that keep getting pushed down that if they did not require a sworn officer to respond to, that we'd want to be able to fill in the gap there. All that being said, and Mayor, maybe this is a question for you. How do you imagine the role of the folks from LEAP who we're contracting with and ECD? What do you imagine the kind of problem-solving process there?
I think we'll have greater clarity on that when we get that final report for them on how that can work. But I think that there are opportunities there for us to possibly utilize and implement some of the items that might be recommended in that report. But I want to wait till we see that, and then obviously it will require conversations because some of it might require negotiations.
Got it. And finally, this may also be a question for you, Mayor. I'm just curious. I know, as you've mentioned before, your office gets a ton of calls that probably very well could go to 311, but they choose to call your office, and probably vice versa is true. Just wondering what the coordination level is there, and maybe to Councilmember Lupien's point, if there's a way that it would make sense for us to be able to triangulate calls that come to council members individually.
Yeah, it's very coordinated with 311. In fact, we stole someone from they weren't 311. He's still very sore about it. We actually have someone who was schooled in the 311 system that came from 311.
She's here, as a matter of fact,
she's
in this room.
She's in the mayor's office. So there's great coordination with 311 along with the across the departments. My first thing is always tell everyone to call 311 first. But when you're mayor, they don't want to call 311. They want to call the mayor's office. So we get an inordinate amount of calls, but because we are able to, obviously we have access to all the systems, we can triage and kind of be the guide to where folks need to go throughout the office, throughout whichever office is going to be able to solve that problem. Usually when they come to the mayor's office, though, it's usually something complex. So we get a lot of complexity in the mayor's office, stuff that might go beyond what 311 can do. My son's might be incarcerated somewhere else. Child support, things that the city may not deal with, that requires really kind of like basically case management type stuff. Are a lot of the calls that we get. And in the city our size, there's a large number of those calls that come into the mayor's office on a regular basis.
Thanks. And finally, from me, Director Soretto, is there a relationship, kind of standing communication between 311 and 211? I know in theory, I know they are of course very separate entities, but similarly, I'm sure there's some overlap in kind of how people utilize those two services.
Yeah, I think we have a great relationship with 211. They participate in our OPB board quarterly. So any issues that she needs addressed, we address it there, and if we have any, we'll address it there. But I think that we work with them very closely.
Good. Thank you. Councilman Martin.
Thank you for all you do, Director Soretto, and your entire team.
Thank you.
My first question is about the key performance indicators. In the section 2D where it says calls dispatched other, what are the other agencies that calls could be dispatched to? That
I don't understand the question. I'm sorry.
Section 2D of the key performance indicators includes calls dispatched to other agencies that are not police, not fire, and not EMS. So I'm curious about what other agencies constitute that.
Can you tell me what page that's on?
Oh, yes. Page 4. In the key performance indicators, 2D.
Well, that's when they're self-initiated, so that an agency will, they initiate the call, so it'll be like, police car 815 came across a car accident. It's agent, we didn't dispatch him to them, but he or she came upon it to simplify it.
Okay.
And we have other agencies that we have the.
I think, are those in 2D, the other, those are pick calls? Do you still do the help truck, fit team?
There's just so many different.
The 24,000 under 2D?
Yeah, let's give Councilmember Martin in writing an example of what some of those things are under 2D. Just so we can give you make sure you have a thorough answer what everything is and what might be encapsulated in there, and that might be instructive for the rest of council as well.
Yes, that sounds great. Thank you. And the call abandon rates, what does that metric mean?
That's how many people just hang up.
That makes sense.
And it's whether they have found the information elsewhere or they just didn't want to wait.
Thank you.
So one of the advantage of the program with the 311 Live is that we will have the ability, because we feel most of the people that will be calling 311 will be calling with a more complicated issue, and because other people can get their information faster online and get their requests in faster, we'll be able to take more time with the staff that we have to provide better direction for our constituents.
Thank you. That's all for me.
Councilmember Monroe.
What happens when someone places a 911 call and hangs up? I know that there's a call back from 911. If the person doesn't answer, what happens?
So you're saying if you call 911 and we call you back and you don't answer?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it all would depend on the situation and what was going on at the time. But we may initiate a police response to that location.
Okay, so you make a kind of a judgment call based on what you may or may not hear in the background during that period of time before somebody hangs up?
It's not. It doesn't come up that much.
Okay. In your discussion about being able to retain people, and then people kind of being surprised even though they may have read it, but the fact that the hours and the shifts are 24 hours. I was just wondering about mandatory double shifts and how that works, and if that's something too that people aren't happy about, although I would imagine there are many of those given the fact that you are short-staffed.
I couldn't underestimate the amount of double shifts that my staff works. And that is a part of it. And it's like a vicious cycle. You can't get ahead. And there is ways that that the employees can plan. They could come in early and pick up other shifts so then they can't work late. And some do it, some don't. But I really would have to stay in front of you and say I really can't underestimate the amount of shifts that they work doubles. And that definitely is one of the problems.
Thank you.
And we've been working with, I would say, President Rivera from the union, coming up with different ideas on trying to alleviate some of the stress. We know we can't fix everything, but we've had a few meetings so far that I think have been very, very productive. I would hope he would say the same thing, and we're going to continue those moving forward.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate all the work that 311 and 911 does. I tell people all the time that we're looking for a telecommunicator, so I definitely carry the word on that we're searching for people.
Well, now you're going to have some business cards to pass out too. Councilmember Patterson? Councilmember Smith? Councilmember Martin, last question.
So for the 70,000 allocated in human resources for advertising for public safety positions, does that also include advertising for ECD?
Yes.
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 Okay, cool. Thank you.
And we're happy to have it.
Thank you very much for your time, Director Soretto, and to your team. Thank you for being here. Thanks for all you do. And we will take a 5-minute break, actually a 7-minute break, and we'll start with the Rochester Fire Department at 3:20. All right, asking everyone to please take their seat. We'll get started in just about a moment. All right, we're going to get started. It's been another long but productive day. Chief, thank you for being here. Looking forward to hearing from you. We'll start by asking Mayor Evans if you'd like to share any remarks, and then introducing you to welcome your team.
No, just I'll be brief so you can get into the questions. Just let me thank the chief and the men and women of the fire department for all the work that they do day in and day out. I'm sure you saw the news yesterday. Last night, one of our firefighters, had some smoke inhalation, and I think that is just emblematic of the hard work of the fire department and the job that they do. But as I always say, yes, they fight fires, but they do a lot more than that. And I want to thank them for all of their service that they do in our community. And I know the chief is here and ready to answer any questions that you may have related to the 24-25 fiscal budget. I tell you, this is his first budget hearing, so go easy on him. So, Chief, turn it over to you.
Chief, feel free to make some opening remarks as well as introducing your team.
Very good. Thank you, Council Member. If I may, before I make my personal opening remarks, I'd like to elaborate upon what Mayor Evans said. I'm very happy to report that last night, after our second alarm fire that we had, one of our firefighters had to call a mayday. For those that don't know, a mayday situation is a situation when a firefighter finds himself in egregious danger. The firefighter's training kicked in. He contacted through the radio, called for mayday. His accompanying engine crew was able to help self-extricate him. He was treated at a local medical facility, and I'm very happy to report that he was released, and he's undergoing further evaluation with his primary doctor. So that's good news. Good afternoon, esteemed council members, distinguished colleagues, and valued members of the community. As we convene today for fire department budget hearings, we are confronted with the weighty task of safeguarding the welfare and safety of our citizens. In the face of evolving threats and unforeseen emergencies, we must remain vigilant in our efforts to bolster the capabilities of our fire department. By investing wisely in our people, resources, and infrastructure, we demonstrate our steadfast commitment to safety and security of our community. I look forward to working with you to ensure that our fire department continues serving the community with excellence and distinction. Thank you. With me today, I have Executive Deputy Chief Rob Villa. Rob oversees the operations of the department. I also have Principal Staff Assistant Tracy Brown, Fire Marshal Deputy Chief Paul Kuzowitz, Deputy Chief of Training Terry Taylor, Superintendent of Fire Equipment and Apparatus Robert Hoffman, Captain Daniel Curran of Project Management, Captain Jamie Renner of Special Operations, Captain Darren Batty in our EMS division, and Captain Douglas Crowley in our supply depot. I also have Deputy Chief in the gallery, Deputy Chief Jeff Prince, and Battalion Chief Mike Dobberton. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. So for this last hearing, I will just open up to the entire fire department. We'll try to stop around 4:30, 4:45, but we'll make sure everyone gets a chance to ask their questions. I want to start, Chief, by asking, Chief and the Mayor, by asking specifically about some conversations we've had at length in the last year or so related to the fire department's ability to implement first response alternatives for EMS. And I see here, I'm just for what it's worth looking on page 17 of the budget book of this tab, $110,000 personnel funding and medical intervention supplies added to implement first response alternatives to EMS. Two questions around that. First, are there no vehicles necessary for what we're planning on doing? We don't need it to make any substantial investments in actual fleet or vehicles. And number two, walk us through what the $110,000 actually covers.
You said page 17, sir?
Page 17, the third line down on the year-to-year comparison is just shows $110,000 personnel funding and medical intervention supplies added to implement first response alternatives for EMS.
Vehicle funding would be in the capital section, which is in the out years, which we'll go over tomorrow.
Right. So I'm curious about specifically what's going to happen this year.
So, Councilmember, I appreciate your question. As you know, we are no different than any other community. The EMS system is under great strain at this time. At present, the City of Rochester Fire Department provides emergent basic life support as soon as the request is made, anywhere from 3 to 5 minutes on scene time. What this budget accounts or allows us to do is to add a community risk reduction EMS individual that will bolster self-care, family care, neighborhood care, almost as an ambassador with programs such as Stop the Bleed, hands-only CPR, Narcan education. Coupled with that, we've included monies, $450,000 for rapid response vehicles that would be implemented once we've identified our strategic initiatives and tactical considerations.
Got it. I will probably ask some follow-up questions about that, but for now, I think the best thing for us to do is just to go down the line, starting with Vice President Harris, and come down and give everyone a question or two, and we'll have time for a second spin as well.
Thank you, Chair Gruber. Chief, thank you so much for your support. I know that you guys have been out there doing your job and taking care of our city as well. And you also provided some support for our festivals that's upcoming this Saturday, our Square Fair Festival. So thank you for that.
Thank you for acknowledging that. We appreciate that.
And all the support that you guys do. You guys have been pushing into the schools. I see that, you know, your risk reduction team has been pushing into the schools as well, and thank you for that. I have some questions in regards to recruitment. I asked, I think last couple of months ago, I asked for a breakdown of all the different positions and stuff, and particularly I'm very concerned about our diversity numbers in all public safety, Chief. As you know, I've spoken to you about it and some of your staff members. Diversity is a big deal because it's important for our city to represent our public safety, to represent the folks that live in our city. Yes. And the fire department has led the charge on that. I will have to give you guys commendation on the fact that you guys have better numbers out of all of the public safety pathways, and that's because of all the good work that your team and your predecessors have done. Yes. But we are still short. And I was looking at the list that you provide, and thank you for providing that list for me. The battalion chief is what I'm really concerned about. It looks like we have members of your team that's going to be facing retirement very soon, or they're going to be retiring out. And we will not have a diversity person in those positions as a battalion chief. Our only African-American battalion chief will probably be retiring soon. And what is your plan in replacing that person? Because I think there is another person on the current list that you have, which is soon to be expiring. Can you please speak to that, Chief?
Absolutely. Thank you for asking that question. So to your point, very proud of what my predecessors have accomplished and helping us get to be one of the most diverse fire departments in the state of New York. Conversely, that's not good enough. I said that from the first day of my confirmation hearings, and I would reiterate that on a daily basis. For a fire department or any public safety agency to truly be effective, we have to reflect the community that we serve. And we do that by providing access. Access leads to inclusion, inclusion leads to diversity, and the diversity then allows us to really reflect our community. In regards to the battalion chief, as you know, the civil service process is the civil service process. We do have a current battalion chiefs list. The recent battalion chiefs test, I think, if I recall, was convened in March, and we're waiting the results on that. However, we have a current list, and as soon as we have a battalion chief's position, we'll be interviewing the candidates for that, and then that'll be the process for this. In order to, we talk about diversity, equity, inclusion in the hiring process, but oftentimes we don't talk about it in the promotional process. The best way to ensure that we have diversity within our officer ranks is to ensure through our training division that we provide members the opportunity to get the necessary training, the requisite training that they need to score well on the civil service exam. Then we also need them to take training classes that, whether they're in-house training classes, out of the fire department training classes such as the National Fire Academy, where they can take classes on officer development at the State Fire Academy, online platforms. The city has a very robust incentive education program through Alabama Fire College, Bucks County Community College, things of that nature, as well as pursuing fire science, emergency medical degrees from accredited colleges and universities. So that's how we have to prepare our officers to accelerate through the promotional process.
Thank you. And, you know, I can appreciate the civil service process. I'm very familiar with it. I just would like to urge you and your team and the mayor's office to try to secure African American candidate for that seat if we could. I do know that you guys have the ability to choose any of the 3 top scores. No matter what the score is, you can choose 3 of them. And, you know, this current list is going to be expiring soon. And if there's an opportunity for us to get a person off of that list, we should. We should. Because, you know, the likelihood of us getting someone later is probably very low. And then I would also encourage you guys to, and I see that you have in here for the first quarter that you have in here temporary lieutenant fire development training. I would urge you guys, just like as you had mentioned you would, do additional training for captains, and any training you can do for higher than just lieutenant would be good too as well.
Absolutely. That would be, if I may, that would be Fire Officer 2, Fire Officer 3, Fire Officer 4, as well as the immediate promotion of a lieutenant. They're afforded the opportunity via State Law 209X to attend the first line supervisor training at the City of New York Fire Department's training facility, either for 3 or 4 weeks, depending upon what pre-qualifications they have.
And I would say that, you know, these are things that I would say that if the funding here is not enough, you know, please let us know. I mean, we will support additional funding for that. I mean, we would like our officers to be trained, no matter who the officers are, all across the board. So it's important that we prepare them for those roles.
Absolutely. I'm in 100% agreement, Council.
So I thank you for those comments. And then I also have, I'll yield. I got one more question, and then I'll yield to my colleagues. Following up to the accreditation, I heard that you guys have challenges with your accreditation. Can you please give me an update on where we are with the firefighter accreditation for City of Rochester?
Absolutely. The City of Rochester Fire Department had accreditation through the Center for Public Safety Excellence. On September 1st, documents needed to be filed for the promulgation of continuing the accreditation. Those were not filed. We weren't able to get the extension. One of the first things that we did when I started here on September 11th is we reached out to CPSE and asked if we can get an extension. Former Chief Everett did the same thing, asked for an extension. Unfortunately, they denied it. We are currently in the application process again with the intention of receiving our accreditation end of March 2026. But I'd like to make it clear that although we're not an accredited agency, we still follow the same policies and procedures. We evaluate them on a monthly basis or when needed in a situation that presents itself. We're still following everything that we did when we were a officially accredited agency.
Can you provide us with a list of those criterias? Is that something you can share with us?
Yes, we can get that. It is a 5-year process between accreditation to maintain that accreditation. There's certain things that have to be completed in order to maintain the accreditation, and we can get you a list of that.
And how long was the extension granted for?
We were not granted an extension.
The previous extension, I apologize, I'm sorry.
There was no previous extension.
Okay, I misinterpreted your initial, okay.
No.
I got you. So, okay, if you could please get that to us, and if you can notify us, the status of that as soon as that's available of your application.
Well, I can give you a brief. The first application was accepted. We are now considered an accepted applicant. We have to make a second monetary payment for that process, and we have several thousands of hours worth of work before we go to a peer review.
Okay, peer review. And how long will that process, is it an estimation, will that take us to wrap up?
Will be completed and expecting accreditation March of 2026.
Okay. And how much will that whole process cost our city?
Captain Kern?
The cost. She asked about the cost.
We'll get those figures provided to you when we get the other information.
We can get that to you in writing.
Thank you.
And Chief, if you can just speak to the percentage of cities that are that get this accreditation, because it's very elite to have for cities to have this. So maybe you can speak to for those that may not know how many have it.
In New York State, there are 2 accredited agencies. We were one of them. Nationally, there's, I believe, 321 total.
321?
Total accredited agencies in the United States out of 38,000 fire departments.
Thank you. Well, I can tell you that I can really appreciate the work that goes into accreditation. In my role at American Medical Response and Rural Metro, I worked through that whole accreditation process. It's very lengthy, and it's lots of documentation, lots of hours, and it's just so many reports you have to submit, and as well as a cost. The accreditation is basically the gold standard of that agency or that industry, right? So, I just look forward to you guys resuming that position, because that's one of the things that many of our Rochester residents are prideful about, that we had a stellar, and we still do have a stellar fire department. We'd like you guys to continue that.
Thank you.
Councilman Lightfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief, and all of the men and women of the Rochester Fire Department. My colleague was really touching on some of the 2 questions that I really wanted to ask. The rest I'll probably reserve for the end of the meeting, but I want to kind of dig a little deeper into, because I think we just touched the surface of that. The accreditation, to me, is very, 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 very troubling. That we lost that accreditation. I think it was only 1% of the fire departments have it. And I remember in previous budgets how much was spent to really get to that accreditation. So I'm trying to really fully understand what you're saying, because you said in September, paperwork was supposed to be filed in order for the accreditation to have, but then you said Deputy Chief Teresa Everard also filed for an extension. So I'm wondering when was the paperwork not filed in under what administration? Because you said September, but then you distinctly made sure you said that like there was an extension asked for before. So I'm just trying to figure out where did the ball get dropped on the accreditation, because that's very, very, very troubling that we have allowed our accreditation. We don't no longer have our ISO accreditation that only 1% of the country has in fire departments. And I remember how difficult and how hard the chiefs worked to get that accreditation. And so that's very, very troubling to hear that we no longer have that accreditation and we're now went from accredited to an applicant. That's very troubling. I'm just trying to understand what because while you were chief, what did not happen to get that paperwork in on time and the accreditation continued? That's my question.
Okay, not a problem. So I just want to go back. I think you may have confused ISO, the Insurance Service Organization.
Okay.
And CPSE, Center for Public Safety Excellence, two separate.
Okay.
One is not an accreditation.
Right.
One is a rating, which we proudly have a.
Excuse me. No, ISO, you're right. Forgive me. The
Not a
accreditation.
problem. But just for edification, City of Rochester Fire Department enjoys an insurance service rating of 1. That affords our insurance users the best possible insurance rates.
Right. So that was I guess that's why I brought that up, because I was wondering if the loss of the accreditation was going to affect the
It does not tie into that, sir.
Okay. Right.
It does not tie in. We can use when we not reapply but are reviewed for our ISO rating, they will take a look at our accreditation package because it helps them. There's a lot of information that is shared.
Okay. Very good.
In regards to your question regarding accreditation, I will have to get back to you in writing and get you a timeline of what happened. As I said, it's a 5-year process. From the time you're accredited, there are things you have to do each year in order to maintain that accreditation. It would be disingenuous for me right now to say where.
That's fine.
What didn't happen. So we'll get to that. I can get to that in writing.
That's fine. That's fine. Okay, Chief, and then I'm going to move on so my other colleagues can ask questions. So I just want to say this for the record, too, because a lot of fire folks weren't here in our mayor's session where we were on the mayor's particular portion of department. I did ask for them to look into, HR to look into, seeing if there could be some parity between the retired firefighters' dental and the new retired firefighters' dental, because I think that there's a gap between the two from folks who may have retired a while ago to compared to folks who are retiring now. That may be some contractual thing involved in all of that. I don't know. I just wanted to kind of know how many people are sitting in that pool, and what could be the potential change if we were to try to bring parity, if you will, or equity with the later retired firefighters and their dental. So I want to look into that, Mayor, and just see what we can do in that area to bring those guys up to parity. And my final question, or that was just a comment, but my final question is in regards to just kind of wanting to know your overall, Chief, your overall and how it's reflected in this budget, your overall vision around diversity. And when I'm speaking to diversity, I just, it's interesting that we're having this conversation in this meeting today, because today our former chief, Felipe Hernandez, was appointed as the chief of Alexandria Fire Department, which is accredited, which is amazing to me because, he was a great up and coming, and I'm just happy to see that he got to another chief position there. So I bring that up because he was one of the first Latino chief that we had. We had an African American female interim fire chief, and then when we look at the upper level
of management when it comes to the Rochester Fire Department. There's very little, or if not few. I see Chief Terry here with us tonight. God bless him, man. I worked with him long time. Proud of you, brother. But at the same time, there's the EMS position that's not filled. There's Car 3, I believe, position that's not filled. There's a battalion chief position. So there's, and you said that, you know, when you look at diversity, you look at it from promotion. Well, then from promotion opportunities, there are some high-level executive and/or high-level leadership positions where we have opportunity to have some diversity. And when you look across the spectrum of public safety, and this is more so for the mayor, and we've had this conversation, Mayor, and I'm not pointing no fingers. I'm not trying to say it's nobody's fault, but this is what it looks like for a city that's predominantly African American, black and brown, 40, 50%. You have a non-diverse EMS director. You have a non-diverse emergency manager. You have a non-diverse fire chief. You have a non-diverse police chief. So when you look at EMS across the spectrum, right, for someone living in the city, it doesn't look like the people whom which they serve. And then when you look at the fire department in the upper leadership management area, it doesn't really reflect a whole lot of diversity there. So I kind of want to know, reflecting on this budget and for the future, Chief, your overall vision on how you look to change that, because the fire department historically has had a lot of diversity, or not a lot, but diversity in those upper level leadership positions. And so, and we currently don't see that now.
Yeah, I'll let the chief speak to this, and after I make one comment. I think one of the things is we have an opportunity, right? I think you echoed what you say. I echoed that we have an opportunity. But I'll say since I've been mayor, I mean, I was happy to appoint the first permanent Latino fire chief and the first female African American fire chief. So I want to say that. But I think we have an opportunity to do that. One of the things in this budget that will be able to be continued, there is dollars in here for recruitment, which is important because we need to get people in the door to be able to come in and do the fire service. As has been mentioned, we have been very successful, obviously, with diversity at the entry level of the fire department. But I think in not just the fire department, but any department, one of the things that you have to do is to make sure that people see the career pathway to be able to move up to those upper levels. I think we have a great opportunity to be able to do that with this budget, because for the first time ever, we will have a permanent recruiter that will be able to do that. And with the open positions that we have an opportunity to make some moves as it relates to making sure that we have a fire department that is reflective of the broader community. And I think the other thing that we have to be intentional about, and I've seen this coming from the industry that I came from, is that you have to have mentorship for people who might be on the bubble, that might be looking to say, do I want to go take on more responsibility and deal with more headache, to have to deal with the mayor and city council and all these things. And I think if we, and the chief, I've talked to him about this, we have to provide mentorship and almost like a management development type program for people that might be on the bubble, to say, hey, we want you to be a battalion chief one day to then join the upper levels of the administration. We struggled with getting people to come up and be deputy chiefs and above. But I think that if you provide that level of mentorship, that level of support to try to push them up there, I think that we can improve those numbers, and years from now, when we're all here, see that reflected at the upper levels of the department. But I agree, we have to be intentional about it and use our existing tools. But in this budget, I think that there are dollars that will be able to help us to do that.
Thank you.
I don't know if later. Councilmember Lupien.
Yeah, to that end, can you provide a professional development plan so that we can help our young leaders become?
Absolutely. We are working on developing a professional development plan. There was a pre-existing plan that was aged. It's one of the things I'm being very intentional about. equity for me personally guides my recruitment, retention, and promotional process. We have to be, as the mayor said, intentional. And that is done through a roadmap, if you will, a professional development plan. I talk about the Boy Scouts all the time. The Boy Scouts, well now Scouting America, excuse me, has a prescriptive plan of how to promote, as the Girl Scouts do, how to promote through the ranks. And that's what we need to do in public safety.
Mm-hmm.
So you know how much time and grade, what classes, what requisite training you need to take in order to meet those accomplishments, sort of like when you earn your collegiate degree or your high school diploma, right, or your GED. You've got to have a prescriptive pathway.
Right.
And I'm committed to that.
Thank you. It's good to hear. When can council expect to see a plan?
I'll have to get back to you on that because I just don't want to give you something that's 2 or 3 pages.
Right.
I want to give you something that is in depth, number one, something that is relevant, and that's something that meets current best practices. It meets all requirements through the Office of Fire Prevention and Control,
Mm-hmm.
both state and federal standards.
That'd be great. It'd be helpful to have a timeline, and you can include that as
Absolutely.
Yeah,
question.
we'll make sure we'll make sure we get it to you, but we want to make sure that it is number one, comprehensive and not fluff.
Right.
So-
But the timeline specifically.
Yeah, and we'll get
yep.
back on the
Yep.
timeline as well.
My second question is around the Fitch study. Do we know what's going on with that? Is it still in draft form? No, it's, so
no,
in terms of the, okay.
The Fitch study was released.
And then in terms of the implementation of recommendations?
Yeah, some of it is encapsulated in this budget. Some of the EMS stuff are in this budget, and we'll be talking about some of the stuff in capital as well.
Okay, and is there anything regarding fire-based EMS?
There is some of the items are in this. He just mentioned about some of the stop the bleed stuff, and I don't know if there's anything else you want to add that some of the other items that are in Fitch that are in this particular budget year. There'll be stuff in out budget years as well as in
Maybe
the capital
just
plan.
provide that in writing, what's in this budget
Yeah, so
and
we can
what's
pull
planned.
out. We can provide in writing and pull out what items are encapsulated in this budget that are related to the
Perfect.
Fitch study.
Thank you. Last question. How has our FD's transition to the 24-hour shift rotation impacted overall department, including but not limited to quality of service, response times, department morale, and staff retention?
I'll let the chief answer it, but I hear unsolicited from folks all the time that folks are loving it. I know it's a pilot for now, but Chief, sure you might want to add.
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. As the mayor said, it's a pilot right now. It's a 2-year pilot, but we're at the end of month 5. It'd be, again, disingenuous for me to give you any form of metrics as after 5 months. However, we have not seen any decrease in service deliveries, operational excellence. In fact, to the mayor's point, when I am visiting, talking to firefighters on scene, at firehouses, at different events, there's a majority that have found that their quality of life at home is better. Their quality of sleep deprivation has increased dramatically. There's a general morale increase overall, and there's a host of others. Conversely, change is hard, and there will always be some that I'm not used to this, I don't like this, this is hard. It takes, as we know, it takes over a year for your body's circadian rhythm to adjust to something new. So there's going to be positive and negatives, but we'll be able to be happy to provide you an analysis after we have a set period of time that we can do an in-depth analysis.
That'd be great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
President Melendez.
Yes, thank you. Couple of quick comments based on the discussion, and then I do have a couple questions. So first and foremost, one of the observations, and I don't mean any disrespect by saying this out loud, but I'm just kind of looking at the room. And the diversity discussion for me, I think that, while I know we have a highly qualified leadership team and highly qualified department, I think the intention that you talk about, and I know that there's a lot of restrictions, there's civil service, et cetera, that we have to go through, but it's not reflected yet in the room. And I know you just got here in September, but I just want to say that as a comment, and I'll move on from there.
Can I interrupt you, sir?
Yes.
The key word is yet.
I will hold you to that.
And I appreciate that.
The other thing that I would like to comment on, and actually this was, if you look at page 7, the planning zones for the department and where trucks are operating and what service areas they have. Downtown Rochester looks like it's split up in 3. And it's kind of hard to see on this map, but that's my estimation based on where the river lays and how it all looks. And with 10,000 plus residents and growing downtown, as well as I know that downtown in certain spots have become a hot spot for certain challenges such as opioid overdoses and things like of that nature. I'm wondering if in the analysis that is being done around buildings and the future of the fire service in the city of Rochester, if there's any consideration for what downtown service might look like into the future.
Thank you for that question. And the answer is yes. That is something that myself and my executive team of deputies, the executive deputy chief, we are beginning to analyze due to that simple fact that there are 10,000 new residents downtown. We're going to take a look based upon the construction methodologies that are being employed right now, based upon the geometry of the through paths. We have to take a look. Could that eventually mean a downtown engine company? Could that mean another downtown truck company? We'll have to take a look. But we're evaluating our operational readiness and our response models, and those will dictate where we either reallocate or potentially add additional services to accommodate the influx of 10,000 additional residents.
Thank you for that. In terms of facilities, just kind of thinking about not only a downtown facility at some point, but bathrooms, especially for women. We have more women firefighters as our service evolves and our diversity evolves. And I just wonder, what is the plan? And I almost feel like this has got to be top priority from a capital improvement perspective to upgrade our facilities, our existing facilities, to ensure that there are accommodations and appropriate accommodations at every firehouse.
Again, thank you for that question. It is a major concern and consideration for my administration at this time, excuse me, and the mayor's administration. I just gave myself a promotion. Let me start off by saying this. 100% of our facilities need to accommodate 100% of our employees without feeling discomfort. And working with our partners at architectural and engineering, I'm confident that our capital improvement projects for fire station renovations and modernizations will accompany those.
Thanks, Chief. Similar to some of my colleagues, I think I've asked that question in 2021, 22, 23, so this predates, this has been an ongoing discussion around the modernization and the upgrades of the restrooms, and it's my hope that we really focus on expediting that process to renovating. And my final question is related to EMS roles. So I know in the past, I think Councilmember Lightfoot might have been the one who educated me on this, that there was a deputy chief of EMS in the fire department budget. What role and what rank is the EMS role within this new budget, if you could highlight that for us?
Yes.
That's a deputy chief position. It's a position that I added last year. Still a very important position. It's there. It's going to be filled. So yes, the same thing it was last year.
Remain a deputy chief. Thank you.
Yes, it will remain deputy chief.
Thanks. I just have 2 questions. One, a follow-up from my question before, back to the EMS. I'm wondering essentially what we're going to measure this year. And I understand that this is that essentially the Evans administration has stated we are we recognize the need for us to be able to do more in the world of emergency response. There's some investments in dollars here. There's a commitment to invest dollars in out years when it comes to capital. So I get that we can't promise anything with too much specificity, but am I missing somewhere in the KPIs, or what are we projecting our outcomes to be as we do more in the world of emergency response this year? How can we measure you a year from now and say this is going well or not well?
So that question, I don't want to say is difficult to answer, but it's complicated to answer because we have a great partnership with our colleagues at AMR. We get on scene, we begin emergent basic life support services immediately. We then partner with our colleagues at AMR for the transportation of those to a medical facility. What we can do differently is adding possible additional therapies to enhance our basic life support at this time. As compared to fire prevention, where we can have concrete metrics such as code enforcement data, where, okay, we issue a violation, the violation was abated or it wasn't. So we know there's a positive or a negative. With community outreach, how many touch points did we have? How many students did we engage? We can develop metrics as you're requesting, but I can't give you anything concrete at this time. I can get back to you with that, sir.
Yeah, I appreciate that it is hard to do new things, and not that this is new.
Nope.
I recognize it's something that the fire department's been doing for a very long time, but I understand that there will be some challenges as we continue to think through creatively what is the fire department's role in emergency response. I very much appreciate, I think the mayor has heard council loud and clear, and we have heard the mayor loud and clear that this is something that we all want the fire department to be more intentional about. The money is great. I'm glad more money is going to begin to flow for these purposes and the staff positions, et cetera. At some point over the course of this year, we're going to have to decide how we're evaluating how this is working so that, again, when we come back to this seat next year and we're thinking about a budget, and if we want to invest more money, if it's vehicles, if it's staff positions, we have to have some way of evaluating what's working or not. I have no problem with time being taken to do that deliberately and well, but I just want to make sure we do have something at some point to be able to evaluate.
Yeah, and the mission here was at least to have the money set aside to show that this was a commitment for us to be able to do.
Yeah.
So the money allows us to then go and cultivate the entire plan and make sure that it happens. But it will have to have an evaluation component, because if we are putting this money aside, money that we have never had to spend before, that could possibly be spent on something else where we have so many other competing priorities, it's going to have an evaluation component, because we may not be able to continue to do it if things improve in other sectors. We may shift. So I think that the dollars was set aside to show the commitment, and then we have to make sure that there has to have an evaluation component, as we do with just about every other piece of this budget, and particularly when something is new and newer. But you can definitely look forward to definitely seeing that.
Sounds good. My final question, Chief, I forget if it was in your confirmation hearing or maybe when you first sat down with members of council to meet. One thing you had talked about was some of your experience in terms of, especially at the state level, in terms of being able to make us more competitive for grant opportunities. And when you look over at your colleagues in the police department, they're able to oftentimes get a lot of big grants to bring in lots of dollars to try new things. I'm wondering if you can point to any particular grant opportunities that are upcoming that maybe are made its way into the budget, or that we may expect to or hope to see some additions. What are some of the things on your mind from a grants perspective?
Well, I appreciate that question. And one of the grants that we most recently applied for, first time since 2019, was the Federal Assistance to Firefighter Grant. Well, we requested a grant totaling $782,000 that would benefit the fire department by affording us the opportunity to offer in-house training, to afford our in-house fire instructors to secure additional trainings and authorizations so we can then enhance and bolster our in-house training programs that the state level offers. So instead of sending someone to the fire academy or to outreach programs, we can teach it right at the public safety training facility. Additionally, we work to secure the state homeland security, the state homeland security program grants that we use every year for special operations, our CERT program, and the like. So we're constantly investigating and applying for grants that as they become available, at whether it's the state, the federal, congressional levels.
Thank you. Councilmember Martin?
I'm all good. Thank you.
Councilmember Monroe?
Could you comment on the increase in juvenile fire setting? I do see that as one of the KPIs, and it's estimated that it is going to continue to go up.
Thank you, Councilmember Monroe. It's a staggering statistic. We do see an increase in juvenile fire setters across the country. It is not germane just to Rochester. We have a number of incidences locally where we have students for a host of different reasons that are going into vacant structures, are experimenting in their homes, that are simply playing with fire and different forms of ignition sources, candles, unattended cooking, both intentional and unintentional. We have a lot of unattended youth that there is, they don't have guidance oftentimes and they're left unattended. And that is contributing to that increase.
The other thing I'll add too, and something that that is very key to the fire department and also important to me in my administration, is their I call it your education department, but you call it your community outreach department. That is absolutely critical. That's a critical part of the fire department's role, being out there in the community, engaging with young people. People love seeing the fire trucks, the fire folks out in the community. It's funny when you see a 9-year-old trying to put on turnout gear and then challenge the mayor to do it, which is not easy, by the way. If anybody in here has not put on turnout gear, I know the council member Lightfoot has, but try that. But that's important because that gives the firefighters the opportunity to insert the importance of that fire safety. And it's critical because the setting of fires in these vacant structures have caused havoc in our community. It's expensive, but more importantly, it's dangerous. It's dangerous for our firefighters to have to go into these vacant structures. So I really appreciate the question. It is something that we have to get our arms around, and it's something that we have to be able to do proactively. Enforcement is important. Education is important. And I'll just add, as the chief knows, because we just got someone who was a perpetual fire setter, it's not only just young people. They are part of the issue, but we also have some adults that are, for whatever reason, think that it's okay to go around and set fire. So, but I think our young people, we have the greatest opportunity with them because they're still so young, still so malleable, and it gives us the opportunity to talk to them about fire safety, but also it doubles as a tool to get them interested in the fire service to maybe when they want to aspire to also be a firefighter.
Thank you.
Councilmember Patterson. Councilmember Smith.
Hello, Chief.
Good afternoon.
Hi. So in addition to the youth, can you speak to the increased community engagement with at-risk populations, and who are the folks within those populations, and what are your prevention or intervention strategies?
Thank you for that question, council member. It's interesting. We always talk about fire prevention with juveniles, but we don't talk about the other communities, right? We don't talk about the elderly community. We don't talk about the at-risk homeless population. We don't talk about the communities that we simply don't speak about. So what we try to do as the Rochester Fire Department, every interaction we use as a community risk reduction moment. We use it as a teachable moment. Now, obviously, I cannot teach someone how to use an accelerant. I can't do that. But I can educate them. My firefighters, when I say me, I mean my firefighters, can educate them that this is not how to keep warm. We can get you assistance through Department of DES. We can get you assistance through social services. We take those opportunities to identify those so they're not going into a vacant structure, starting a campfire, and trying to keep warm. That's what we do.
And how successful has that been? Have you seen a decrease? Have you been welcomed into that environment? How has that been? Or if you can even walk us through a scenario, that would be great.
Well, let me answer your question the first, and I'll try to walk you through a scenario. No matter what uniform you wear, there's always an apprehension to someone in a uniform. And oftentimes, someone, they don't identify as a firefighter or as a police officer or as a sheriff's deputy or a telecommunicator. They're wearing a uniform, and oftentimes the uniform signifies authority. What we try to do at Rochester Fire, we try to break that barrier down and say, hey, listen, we're here to support you. Sometimes that's received, other times it's simply not received. They'll walk away. We'll try to give them services, leave behind materials. We'll make a phone call as mandatory reporters, things of that nature. The problem is, with our homeless population, there's no place to go find those individuals after they've walked away. Okay? I will also go on to explain there has been times where people have come to the fire station. We have signs that say it's a safe place. Right? They'll come in, and our firefighters will warm them. We'll give them drink. We'll give them food. We'll give them a blanket, something. And in the meantime, we'll ask if they want assistance, and they'll request assistance. And as soon as they have the opportunity, they'll run out the door. They don't want to wait for that assistance to come. While we have people that will wait for that assistance to come. It's really dependent on the individual, their level of comfort. But, you know, I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have time for some additional questions, so I'll.
Can I just go back to one comment? One of the things you asked, Councilmember Gruber, because I just want to highlight something I think is very important. I know Council is aware of this as well. Is one of the things you talked about performance metrics as we talk about our new system and some of the things we innovated is the nurse navigation program. If folks remember that which enables EMS to be able to do timely connections with people who might have less dangerous, less acute type calls is absolutely critical as well, because that takes the burden off of the system for lower level type calls that can be done through telemedicine. That's also something that I think will be very has been very helpful to us. It's something that we hope to continue in our partnership with AMR. So I just wanted to call that out too as a very successful program. We got a lot of attention when we first launched it in 2022. We haven't talked about it in a while, but I think that will go along. That has gone a long way and will continue to be very helpful for us as we talk about the burden that our EMS system sometimes gets with calls. the more we can continue to support that, beef that up, let people know that that's available, I think that will also help us as we bring to you and talk to you about key metrics and key performance indicators as well.
Agreed. And if there are any, whether they're quarterly or annual reports that you all submit generally for that program, I forget who the funder is, but if there's regular reports, we'd love to be on the receiving end of them as well. We'll just give everyone a chance for one final question if anyone has them, and still hope to get out of here on time. I'll start quickly with a question about, I know we've talked a lot about diversity thus far in this hearing. I want to talk specifically about the DEI consultant. So this budget, and please correct me if I'm reading something wrong, this budget talks about hiring a consultant. And I don't know if this is for Dr. Nichols or for Mayor Evans or for the chief. Is this a different consultant from who we have already engaged to do the analysis, to do the assessment as of, last year?
Yeah, so this will be the next phase of that, and we can give you a written response from Dr. Nichols, who's leading that who's leading that effort.
Can I just ask, is it going back to RFP or is it working with the existing consultant?
I believe it's going back out to RFP to continue this phase. So this is a multi-phase work as we talk about DEI within the fire department. Not a one-shot deal. This has to be continuous work. It has to be intentional. So it has to be ongoing, and it will be ongoing.
Okay. Dr. Nichols is raising her hand back there.
Yeah. So Dr. Nichols, if you just have a brief answer that you want to give, and then anything you can put in writing as well, I think will be helpful for the record.
Yes, we will give you more detail in writing, but we have working with the purchasing department. We should be sending out an RFQ in the next week or two for that. Originally was for fire recruitment, someone to help us look at recruitment in the fire department. So we are finishing that up with purchasing, and that should be going out the door in the next week. And so we can give you updated information about that.
Great, thank you. Okay, final questions from folks. Councilmember Lightfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I promise to be less than 3 minutes. Couple comments, and then I'll ask my questions. They can be responded back in writing, Chief. That's fine with me. And I just want to, first of all, I wanted to pause and just say our conversations about diversity is no way diminishing those of you who have done the things that you need to do to upgrade to promotion. I want to say that and be clear about that. I know you sitting in that seat, some of you and your chiefs and captains and lieutenants, etc., and you hear this diversity conversation, you're going, oh man, well I'm here and I did everything I was supposed to do. It's in no way to diminish your hard work, and we thank you for the work that you do and honor you for your promotions and achievement to the heights that you've gotten. I always take the time, because other colleagues take the time in certain areas to make their pitches for new libraries, new sports things, and et cetera. I'm making my pitch every year for a new firehouse in the Southwest.
Have you looked at the CIP, council member?
Yeah, I'm making my pitch. Definitely, huh?
It's in the CIP.
It's in there? Okay. Well, I thank you, because that's been my pitch for years, and I didn't see that. Thank you. Also, I wanted to just say that, for the fire department, that we have consistently, this council, since I've been on council, I don't think I've ever seen a budget cut with the fire department. Even when you were on, I don't think we've always supported our firemen and our fire department. Many of our colleagues tend to look to me when we talk about fire stuff, and they know that I've gone into knockdown fights over things concerning the fire department, and that's literally what's happened. And so I just wanted to acknowledge the fact that this council has supported the fire department consistently, and we have no cuts, and pretty much the fire department has pretty much gotten whatever they needed to do their jobs, at least since I've been on council. That I know for a fact. Question 1, according to the pre-hearing submission of 38% of sworn personnel still have to complete the DEI training, when is the training expected to be completed for all sworn RFD personnel? That can get back to me, Chief, if you don't mind, in writing. City Council has long investments in fire here it says fire prevention, but it's risk reduction. We know that's been changed. How does this budget make investments in risk reduction? How does the fire department track the effectiveness of risk reductions, especially and specifically, and I appreciate the stuff I've been seeing on social media in regards to risk reduction. You've been doing a great job. I've really been seeing a lot of stuff concerning that. But we've been talking a lot about in the conversations with this budget hearing over the last couple of days, specific zip codes that have been impacted or that have been identified as poverty stricken, 14605, 08, 11, 09, 21. I would like to see you to kind of map out the strategies that you're doing in regards to risk reduction, specifically in those more poverty-stricken neighborhoods by zip code. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Vice President.
Thank you, Chair Groover. Chief, I'd like you to review with us how this budget, I see that you have the Rochester Protectives in here and some changes in there, and how you plan to leverage Rochester Protectives and this strong volunteer history and recruitment of the fire department.
Well, thank you for that question. I got to be honest, I was kind of hoping somebody was going to ask me that question. Woohoo! We are the last metropolitan fire department in the state of New York, or excuse me, in the country, that has a volunteer protectives organization. We even outlasted the second largest fire department in the world, FDNY. The Protectives is a great organization that supplements our full-time recruitment. It's a double-edged sword. We take the volunteers from the Protectives who are successful through the recruitment and civil service process, and then it's, as I said, double-edged sword. We take from them. But at the same time, it's a great development program. If I recall, and I will try to secure this, 48% of our membership over a X amount of time, and I can't tell you what, this was tertiary information that was shared with me, started with the Protectives. So it is my desire, and one of my goals is to continue to work with the Protectives to for those people who are on our current list or wishing to become a Rochester firefighter, encourage them to become a member of the Protectives. This way they get institutional knowledge, training, and it helps prepare them for the recruitment process and then the hiring process.
Thank you. And I'd like to add that I think, and you might have to quote me or not quote me, but you have to just fact check. I think New York State just came out with some volunteer incentives for volunteer firefighters, EMS, and police, where they get college tuition for volunteering their hours. Does that apply to your protective volunteers as well?
The governor in her recent budget came out with $25 million to support recruitment and retention efforts in the volunteer fire service. You have to take, I think there are 4 courses that have been identified, and they'll give you a stipend, anywhere from $750 to $1,500 upon successful completion and maintaining residency in that fire department for X amount of time. It can't be a money grab that, hey, you took the class, you get the money, and then you can leave. I'll have to find out, and I'll get back to you in writing how that affects the Protectives.
Yeah, because I mean, I know that many of those incentives are for volunteer, rural, and suburban agencies, but I wasn't sure if that applied to our city agency. Being
it does
we
not.
Are the only in the.
It does not apply to municipal fire departments across the state of New York. It is a volunteer firefighter recruitment and retention effort.
But our Protectives would be.
And that's where I'm going to check to see if they would apply, if this would qualify for them.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
President Melendez.
Yes, thank you. So as we consider potential ambulance service, my question at this time would be, are we also looking at federal opportunities to get funding for that particular expansion? I know that there are federal resources across the country that are being utilized, as well as any grant opportunities that might be in existence in New York State.
We're looking at every opportunity that we can, as we've done with everything. We've been good, if you notice, over the last couple of years trying to find money for every and anything, and where those opportunities exist, our chief of staff, who leads all of our grant efforts, will jump on it and make sure that she coordinates with, in this case, the fire department around that.
And as a subsequent follow-up, I know that we haven't gotten far enough along in the process, but will one of the evaluations that we do internally also look at our staffing structure? In terms of if we're adding service, do we have enough bandwidth to add such a service?
I mean, that would have to be part of the equation as well, in the dollars that it will cost, because as you know, 63% of our budget is spent before we even get it, before it even comes to you. So that's also always a consideration.
Great, thank you.
Well, I believe that we'll end the hearings for today. Chief and your team, thank you very much for your time. Mayor, thank you. Director Warren, I want to thank you and your whole team again for another great day of hearings. We will start right on time tomorrow at 9 a.m., just so that everyone knows. We have police, DES, and capital, three very significant and important budget lines. So come ready, come caffeinated, and we'll see you at 9 a.m. This adjourns the budget committee for today.